Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's Game Awards!
I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking leave the fucking channel. Fuck, mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry.
Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like
What's going on, everybody?
I
hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's September 17th, Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. And it's 76 degrees and hazy here, but relatively sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. And I believe that my audio levels are low because I was just doing a Zoom call. That's crazy that chatters are clocking that already. Okay, we're back. All right, fixed audio levels. That's right. Do double personal news missed yesterday? No, I'm not going to do that. All right, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. You might not know that. You might not have known that I do that because I skipped it yesterday because there was a live stream that I immediately dove into. There was new information from the preliminary investigation against Tyler Robinson for the alleged shooting of Charlie Kirk. Members of Congress are watching the stream in tour, by the way. Yes, that is true. We are going to cover that, obviously, today. We're going to talk about that extensively because the deplatforming initiatives are here. It is going to happen. It is happening already. There's a Fox News attempt as well, and it will only continue to escalate from the right. But of course, this is we're at the mercy of the right-wing administration. So, yeah, we got a new Fox News hit piece. We'll talk about that. We'll cover that, all that stuff, all that good stuff. Anyway, folks. Personal news. We're not going to do that yet. Personal news is what we're going to do instead. Okay, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Now, ended the broadcast last night. Another, what was it, like 8-9 hour broadcast in the books. You already know what it is. And of course, I didn't really do too much. Hung out with the family, and that's pretty much it. Hung out with the family, went to bed, woke up early, started lifting. And in the process of lifting, I got some, not much personal news, but in the process of lifting, I did get some not so great news. Okay, that the there is going to be a congressional hearing on the radicalization on platforms such as Twitch, and it's because of this. They want to stop this. This is what they want to stop. Anyway, on a positive note, Gen V is back. Be real, it's because of your drip. It was a good run. Yeah, it's over. It's done. Why U.S. politicians such crybaby snowflakes? I don't know. But cool TikTok of a girl drawing you. What is this?
It's been a while since we've done one of these. It's a pretty good face
drawing celebrities based on my boyfriend's description, like a criminal sketch artist. Okay.
shape in general and a pretty good jawline. But he definitely has like scruff, is that what you call it? Like overgrown 5 o'clock shadow, you know? And it looks good. And it's like a dark brown.
Guess number 1, Pedro Pascal.
I think that this guy is more handsome than Pedro Pascal. Like,
That's
he does have
crazy.
bigger lips. He's not white. This guy is not white.
okay.
But he's
I was
very,
like-
white passing. I don't know if I can say that. Give me some traits that you think a man like this might have.
Gamer.
Stays in his room 12 hours a day. Typical nose. It's not a very different nose.
Looks like very baby doll lips.
He does kind of have some baby doll lips.
Just give me baby girl.
He does have eyes. I feel like they're kind of
He
like...
does.
He does. They're just kind of like diamond shaped.
I don't know who this is.
You know who it is.
He got those diamond eyes.
He has glasses. They're fairly big, like circular squares. If you know what I mean. I don't think I'd go to the barber and I'd be like, "Give me this guy's cut," you know. But I think a lot of people have his haircut, and it's curly. Low key be bone red though.
Oh my god.
Low-key be bone red.
Probably not. It's just your time to guess now.
Okay, well, at first, like, this half, I like Superman.
It does kind of look. I can see how you got
like,
Superman
tell
from
me
that.
that's not David Cornsweat. He has like a shaved head.
Oh.
So I was like, okay, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Is it like Hassan?
He's Hassan.
Is it really?
He's Hassan.
I was like,
Oh.
so he doesn't be bone red.
He don't be voting. No, I was just trying to throw you off. Unless he does. Unless there's demons in his closet.
Okay, I thought it was him.
Release
Like-
the list.
That's pretty good. This is a HasanAbi head. I just can't prove it
Capitalism
yet.
or socialism?
Oh, I seen this. That's a good one too. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Yo, this Fear Ant segment had me fucked up.
Have you seen the Netflix documentary about the?
Oh
Unknown number.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Did you see that? I don't want to spoil it for anybody.
What's that about?
What are your thoughts?
Give me a synopsis.
Well, it's about.
Dude, it is horrifying. See the full reaction on Fear and Patreon. This was such a good episode, Lamau. Dude, this was terrifying. This was a terrifying thing that we watched, okay? This was a terrifying thing that we watched. Or not even watched, but a terrifying thing that Cutie Cinderella showed me, explained to me. The Patreon episode was not good, though. Yeah, I mean, it'll fuck you up if you watch that Patreon episode because it's mostly just her explaining this documentary. No spoilerinos. People on Twitter saying this edit finally got them to sub the Patreon. Good job, Emma. It just sucks because it's like probably the worst Patreon episode we've done aside from that because it's like shorter and that the documentary I think is called like Unknown Number or something. Unknown Number is the name of the documentary and Cutie Cinderella explains it piece by piece to me and the sheer horror that I felt in my soul. I did not know anything about it. And the sheer horror that I felt in my heart, in my soul, I mean, it was terrifying, bro. It was terrifying. Now, of course, as far as the rest of the Patreon goes, I mean, obviously there are limitations as to what we can and can't talk about, or at least what I can and can't talk about. And considering that my entire life has revolved around very divisive political things that are taking place, and I can't talk about those things on the Fear and podcast. Like I wasn't at my, I didn't deliver my best performance. Shorter by like 5 minutes. The Patreon app never hits the mark. Streets are calling you Turkish Cesar Milan, the dog whisperer.
Bro, you sound like you want this to happen. What do you mean?
Oh, that's the
What do you mean?
TVP 43. Thank you for the 50 gifted.
Fucking fully fleshed out MAGA Trump loyalist. 99% of things that they believe and all of the legislative agenda items that they advocate for are born out of hysteria. It is the most deranged shit. Literally, you could solve so many issues if you would just make these motherfuckers read a book, any book.
I think you unlike the sketch talk. No, I didn't. Okay, you can't on desktop TikTok. It just doesn't work. See, I liked it. Right? Let me click away and then click back, and it literally sometimes turns into like unliking it. Okay, I didn't unlike the fucking TikTok. See, I liked this TikTok before, but the like is gone. Why is it gone? I do not know. See? Do you see? It happened in real time. Okay, calm down, everybody. I'm not out here in the business of unliking TikToks. Okay, calm down. It happened in real time, so I'm glad you saw it. Okay, it's a bug. It's a bug. It's a buh. Web TikTok is busted. Will they fix it now that it's in the hands of American patriots? Probably not. Yes, Ben and Jerry. Jerry quit Ben and Jerry. We'll talk about that as well. But yeah, as far as personal news goes, there's not much else going on. Okay, there's not much else going on in my life other than the fact that it's coming. It's coming. It's my goat Bernie finally calls it a genocide after the UN findings. I'm glad that it took him this long to get there, but you know, it just, I guess we'll take it whichever way we can. All right. Did you see the CNN story about One Piece flag in Nepal? No. Oh, all right. He's a late bloomer. Give him some slack. New South Park has been delayed. There's a huge pro-Palestine concert tonight. Together for Palestine with a huge lineup, including Damon Albarn. I know. All profits go to the... I know this. Together for Palestine concert. It's taking place tonight. They got a solid lineup. HasanAbi had Damon Albarn is on there too. But friend of the show, Phineas. Yeah, I saw that. He's on there. You know, they're doing... This was crazy, bro. Brian, what are you doing, my man? You don't got an assistant that could tell you to pull the glasses down? You know, I saw this and that's the first thing that I locked in on. It just made me so sad because he's the GOAT. He's awesome. Playlist for later. All right, let's just blast off and let's get right into it, okay? Because there's a lot to talk about today. All right, obviously. Congress is starting the platforming initiative by coming after Twitch, Discord, Steam, Reddit. Remember Brian Cox is the voice of the antagonist in the Manhunt video game in the back in the day? Oh yeah. That is fun trivia. Anyway, HasanAbi, you will react to this today, or you are not a real girly pop. The downfall of Katy Perry, collapse of a controversial empire. No. Okay. Yeah, I wonder why they're going after Twitch, even though Twitch wasn't even mentioned in the investigation. I think we all know why. Okay, it's cancel culture, and they love it, and they love weaponizing it, and they're gonna keep weaponizing it against their ideological opponents. Okay, it's very clear what they're doing. The GOP Oversight Committee is going to pull, if they can get them, CEOs of all these platforms and just fucking yell at them and play some clips off of their platform, clips that you have seen already being thrown around to try to be like, why do you have this guy on your platform? He's a radical. He's a dangerous radical. Leave Twitch for YouTube for the greater good. I mean, I think if I get banned off Twitch, I'm sure they'll pressure other platforms too. They'll try to like Alex Jones it. You know what I mean? But at what point do you think they'll realize that maybe the worsening conditions taking place all around us and the fascistic takeover is what responsible for the radicalization happening? Yeah, we'll see. All right. Anyway, I'll get to that in a second. Start your own platform to compete with Rumble. Call it Crumble, man. Get in the right headspace. Okay. Alex Jones thinks you will pay $100 billion in damages. What is this? Alex Jones suggests Hasan and Destiny should be on the hook for $100 billion in damages. The Alex Jones smear case for $1.4 billion was a ridiculous judgment amount, but it set the standard. How much will Hasan and Destiny have to pay? We didn't make the rules. $100 billion. They're in deep trouble. I mean, the reality of the matter is they're fucking hallucinating, right? They're hysterical. They're hallucinating. But also, this is an administration that leans into that sort of thing. So who knows? Who knows? This doesn't necessarily mean that it's like real or appropriate or honest, but it's kind of like when I try to explain to people, like, the law doesn't necessarily always mean the law, right? Hold on. Hasan pays off federal debt for us. Yeah. Okay. I know Alex Jones' ass is not talking about paying damages. Yeah, maybe I'll have a fucking billionaire shadow donor that will cover all of my expenses. Ha, just kidding. Therein lies the problem. Therein lies the problem. But I think we all know. What I must do. I'm pro-Trump now. It's time for the pivot. I'm pro-Trump. I'm Israel high. Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time. No one has ever done it like him. Okay? No one has ever done it like him. Where's the hat? Where's my apolitical hat? I'll get it in a second. Trump has the biggest penis. Trump's terrorist policies are chaotic but directionally good for the country. America's hot. America's hot, hot, hot. Capitalism is the best, and Trump is the best. I cried many tears. I love my president. He hated Jeffrey Epstein. He was a white hat pedophile. I believe it. I believe that he was a white hat pedophile. When he was allegedly, potentially alongside Jeffrey Epstein, like maybe allegedly diddling children, it was always for the betterment of mankind. I'm also a Christian now. My name is no longer Hasan. It is Hank. I am Hank Pecker. I legally changed my name. Yeah. Irish Catholic Dogan Piker. No, not even Catholic, bro. No. Straight Protestant. Evangelical Protestant Zionist Christian. No, I can't even risk being Catholic. Yeah, I think that America should be able to have a white utopia. That's what I believe. The real reason why you feel a lot of economic pressure on your day-to-day existence is because of Guatemalan migrants and not because of your boss and your landlords and numerous other people of worth. They are the real marginalized. They are the 1%. How dare you speak about the 1% in such horrible ways? They are the true minority, the only one that matters. I care. I love them. I'm just doing common sense. Also, QAnon is real. Ay. What is this? Speaking of 1%, she sure shifted fast after selling off Paramount. Sherry Redstone joins Israeli production banner Sipor as chair. Have you seen the crazy David Carr update? Yeah, I did. I don't even know what's going on there. That's just freaky. We'll obviously talk about that too, but let me blast off first. Do we have a blast off, meme chatters? Is your soul shriveling as you say these things? No, I'm a grifter. So obviously, as a grifter, it doesn't pain me whatsoever to reveal my true points. Actually, I'm no longer a grifter because I'm saying to you what I believe. I'm no longer audience captured. I'm revealing to you my true positions. Okay. Congress is starting its DEPLATFROM initiative by coming after, by coming after Twitch, Discord, Steam, Reddit. Bernie calls it a genocide. We hit 3 million on Twitch, by the way. That was cool. I guess. We got the CDC. We got CDC updates. KIRK killer evidence sparks further scrutiny by the right and left. Okay. Get in now. I know you covered it yesterday, but it's reassuring how much the Ta-Nehisi Coates article got motion. Yeah. You have lied. It's 2 mil. Congrats on. Wait, where is it? Is it 2 million or 3 million? I don't even know, dude. I don't know. Nobody cares about Twitch. What is it? No one cares about like Twitch followers, dude. That's not a real metric that's of importance. What is it at? Where can I see? I don't even know where I can see the. Oh yeah, it is. I have 3 million followers on. I have 3 million followers on Twitch now, which is so funny because like I never actually urge people to follow or anything like that, and I think people just do it because they want to speak in the chat. But Bestie, how did you get on Australian National Evening News, and why did they try to call you an Antifa terrorist? Did they? The interview that we did, the back and forth in the interview that we did was like quite cordial. Oh, you have 2.95 mil. It's rounded up. Oh, nice. Okay, well, hopefully we'll get it to 3 mil today. I don't know. I don't care. Efendim, bir dakika duramam. Hayır. Hayır, hiçbirini giymedim. Baba konuşma ihtimalim yok şu anda lütfen. Hayır, ikisi de değil. Hayır, şeyin içindeydi. Paket orada asıl askıda büyük ihtimalle. Hayır, hiçbiri değil. Okay. Where's the Australian broadcast? And because they are trying to make you the news, so people try to play catch up. New message from the suspect just leaked. Okay. It's in the playlist. Okay, we'll look at that. Anyway, here it is. Let's blast off. Far left himbo backs defund police and base socialist mayor Mamdani for mayor. Comrade Hasan. Blah, blah, blah. All this stuff. Shh. Hey. Baba kapıyı kapatır mısın? Hey, Kaya. Place. I don't even know why I try to do this. I don't even know why I try to do a stream. This is crazy. Okay. Yes, I saw the David update chatters. Jesus Christ. Okay. Y'all, the company I used to work for just went under, about to become a part-time HasanAbi orbiter. If y'all follow me, username is same across all platforms. Okay, well. Bro, I don't understand your country. A guy advocating for gun violence gets killed by gun violence, and it's the people advocating for non-gun violence that pay the price. Yes, none of it matters. The truth does not matter, okay? Virtually everything that I've advocated for over the course of tens of thousands of hours of commentary is anti-violence. But of course, you can find a totality of like 2 minutes, or maybe if you try really hard, 8 minutes of the utilization of a metaphor, hyperbolic language, memeing, things of that nature, and present it as like a compilation of my advocacy for violence or whatever. You can swing it in that direction, especially with all of the predisposition that the average normie has towards that sort of thing. Okay? And that is where we're at. That is precisely where we are at. And the Republicans are cynically, in a sinister fashion, using this as an opportunity to go after people that they consider to be political dissidents. I myself being one of those people, perhaps one of the most highlighted people. Benjamin S. Weiss, the Congress reporter for Courthouse News, says, lots of folks in the conservative right-wing media sphere have come after Hasan, one of Twitch's most subscribed streamers, in the wake of the KIRK assassination. Now Congress is demanding the Twitch CEO testify next month. Yeah. Do you think rates get cut today? From what I read, it's voluntary and not a subpoena to appear. I don't think they'll stop pushing for this. I'm going to be honest with you. They already did. They already got cut. I wasn't paying attention to it, but yeah, I mean, I would show up for something like that, but I don't think they would. I think they would probably much rather go after like the boomer CEOs and like ridicule them with a barrage of like shit that they have a hard time defending. Because if you put me on there, I know what I stand for. This is what I do professionally. You can't build a solid narrative, a reliable narrative in the same way if I'm the person that's there. But there's a lot of back and forth, a lot of misinformation flinging around with the Charlie Kirk assassination. So we'll see. There is also a lot of people who don't believe the text messages that they revealed. But in any case, let's get started on the Charlie Kirk suspect, Tyler Robinson, allegedly confessing in a note.
Tyler James Robinson.
This was Tyler Robinson's first court appearance since being arrested on suspicion of murdering political activist Charlie Kirk, fatally shot while speaking at a university campus in Utah a week ago.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
The 22-year-old appeared virtually from a special unit at Utah County Jail, wearing a vest.
Bro, it's not even Blue Anon just going crazy, for the record. It's not just Blue Anon going crazy. A lot of groups are going crazy. Right-wingers are going crazy on the story as well. Okay? If we're being honest, it's not just the Blue Anon guys. It's not just Democrats that are just like making up their own minds about this thing. And obviously this happens. Listen. Obviously this happens whenever there is a high-profile incident, right? Anne, yeter ama. Ne olur? Biraz dikkatli olun lütfen. Çok bağırıyorsunuz. My entire family is like literally right next to me and they're screaming at one another and I can't think at all, which is, I don't know what to say. Okay. So it seems nobody trusts any info that's been released on this guy. Yes. And part of that is because this always happens whenever there is an issue of national importance. There is an issue of global importance. And this story has obviously become like a global issue. So there's a lot of misinformation flying around. There's also, this also happens with like the partisan media landscape that exists. People make up their own minds, right? People make up their own minds about like what took place, what transpired. There's also one very important aspect here, and that pertains to complete societal collapse in some ways, the erosion of the infallibility of institutions, the erosion of the confidence people have in these institutions, partially due to people like Kash Patel being the head of the FBI, partially people being propped up into positions of power and positions of prominence in this administration simply due to their loyalty to Donald Trump rather than their competence. And that's specifically why a lot of people understandably are like, I don't really trust whatever you're saying. Even Republicans are having a hard time trusting what Kash Patel has said. And I think it's because, you know, Kash Patel seems very untrustworthy. It's an unfortunate reason, but not only is he incompetent, but he also literally looks like he's lying all the time. Okay? He could be telling you that he's drinking a glass of water and you'd be like, I don't think that's water. I just don't believe it. You know? No matter what, he could be telling you the most basic shit. Kash Patel could be like 2 + 2 = 4. And I'd be like, I don't know about that. Is that actually the case? I thought that was the case for my whole life, but now I'm not so certain. He just looks so untrustworthy, so suspicious, so nervous at all times. He looks perpetually flustered. And I think that is playing a role in why people are just like, I don't really know if I can trust you. And that paired up with his incompetence has led to a lot of people going, this is crazy. This is not real. Many people are saying the text messages that were revealed in the preliminary investigation are fake, for example, for different reasons. I'm going to be talking about what those reasons are. It's kind of funny how the right is also at odds with this, but let's take a look at the rest of the story for now.
Designed to stop him from self-harming.
Caused the death.
Charlie Kirk was a hugely influential ally of Donald Trump with a massive following online. Prosecutors allege Robinson confessed to killing him in a hidden note to a roommate left under a keyboard.
The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. Police found a photograph of this note. After reading the note, the roommate responded, what? You're joking, right? I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to...
Bro, this, like... I'm sorry. Some people are some people are suspicious over the veracity of these text messages because they're like, no fucking Zoomer talks like this. And I kind of understand that suspicion. But my suspicion over it is because he engages in cop speak on numerous occasions. And also on top of that, it plugs every hole in the investigation. Like, it is far too fortuitous. Like, he literally at one point is like, remember when I was doing the bullet casings? Lemao, I love writing memes on bullet casings that I will inevitably use in an assassination of a high-profile political speaker. It's like, that makes no sense. Like, what level or type of autism makes you do cop speak? I don't get it. It's written by like a 45. It sounds like he wrote it. Like, those text messages sound like he wrote it like he was a 45-year-old cop. You know what I mean? Hey, lover, I have tactically ascertained that there is a vehicle engaging in a kinetic situation near the drop site that I will inevitably retrieve the weapon from. Like, I'm not Mr. Everything is fake. I'm not Mr. I'm suspicious. There's a grand conspiracy here at all. And I've actually been quite critical of a lot of the different conspiracies that have been flung around in this issue. People saying he's a groyper. People saying, that this is Trantifa. People claiming that this was Israel doing the assassination. Things of that nature. But like it just sounds very, very weird. Like, the text message back and forth is so strange. Okay? Dude was a near genius, though, not a typical kid. I mean, sure, he clearly wasn't a typical kid, but the cop speak is odd, no? And not just the cop speak, but just basically almost every text message exchange that they showed is pertinent to the investigation. And I'm not alone in this suspicion. Steve fucking Bannon has also raised the same concerns. Candace Owens has raised similar concerns. Matt Walsh has raised similar concerns. Like, these are not people that I am in agreement with at all. Okay? You don't get it? This guy's from Utah and raised Mormon. This is how they all talk. They all talk like FBI agents. A Mormon white boy texting like that is probably the least surprising thing. Like I said, there is just It's just odd. It's just a strange text message back and forth. I don't. Very odd. Like my main reason for being incredibly suspicious of the text messages is because of the contents of the text messages. The contents of the text messages literally serve to plug every hole in the investigation. Like, it's far too convenient, right? I have a policy where I think if something looks too convenient, it might be a little manipulated potentially. Like, at least like have a healthy dose of scrutiny on this, right? Matt Walsh said, I am leaning very strongly towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. It's almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. This feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. Ironic, because the only way that you can present this is by talking about a television show that you have consumed, which is, I think, more, it's more revealing about your mindset, Matt Walsh. Maybe, perhaps you have watched too much TV. So I said half the right thinks the messages are fake because it doesn't implicate the trans person. The other half think the shooter is a patsy because it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. I will say the text messages are too perfectly plugging holes for the investigators. Unnatural. This feels like Breaking Bad. Guy who's only seen Breaking Bad. Yeah, I know it's not a back and forth. There are ellipses in the convo because it's cut together. The cop speak is consistent with his upbringing. The rest of how he talks is consistent with being a Reddit kid. Also, the messages seem to cover all the bases because they're cut together from a longer convo and used to justify the charges. No, I understand that. I know that. That's not like an unnatural conversation that just took place like that. I know they cut the most valuable aspects of it. What I'm saying is putting that in writing is, I mean, this is the worst fucking screenshot. Jesus Christ, these guys are so stupid. Like, saying that there is a squad car near the drop point, or, you know, shit like that. Even bringing up the fact that he like was stamping the bullets, like stamping the casings, you know, like that's fucking strange. That's a strange ass thing. Like, why did you do it? I did it because some type of hate cannot be met. Some type of hate can't be reasoned with. Like, what the fuck? It's just, he did a if I did it, you know? Like, who the fuck would talk like that? You guys are on the one hand saying this was like a, you know, exemplary kid and was a real go-getter and was able to literally successfully pull off this assassination and then escape, right? But also simultaneously, his text message conversations are revealing everything. You know what I mean? Like, he's just like, yeah, I did this because I am Antifa. Like, it's just a very convenient narrative that you can kind of point at. It doesn't go too far. Like, he's not like, I am Antifa and I was radicalized by watching leftist content creators who I think should probably go to prison because of their radicalization that they put me through. They duped me, right? Like, he didn't do that, but it's everything short of that. Do you feel me? Do you understand? It's just odd. I'm not one of these guys that just like immediately says this is fake, especially because I just, like, that's not how these things work. You know what I mean? There is obviously a level of healthy scrutiny that you can apply to official organs of justice. There's obviously always going to be like you know, some fucking around, but it's just strange. It's just strange. That's all I'm saying. It's a strange thing because it's a very convenient narrative.
Involve you.
In the text exchange, Robinson's roommate asks him why he did it.
Why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. This TikTok goes over what you're saying.
Text messages have just been released. I mean, they
Dog, did you just send me a fucking drama alert TikTok? What the hell is this? Oh.
are so egregiously bad. It's almost laughable. How dumb do they think we are? Me tell me that this is how a 22-year-old communicates with their boyfriend back and forth after they just body somebody. Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard. Whereas conveniently a note, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk. I'm going to take it. What's the point of leaving this note to your boyfriend, but then texting them to admit to it anyways? Doesn't add up, not logical, stupid. This is kind of believable, like, oh, he's keeping tabs online. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah. So no phone calls back and forth, no FaceTime, enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I ain't able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. This sounds like a book written by...
Yeah, bro. It just feels as though, how do I say this? It feels too convenient. Okay? Like, that's it. Because there are other Discord messages where you've seen the way he talks, where he's like, I'm EP, right? Like, there are Discord messages with that kind of show the pattern of how he communicates with other people. You know, talking about like fucking cat memes or talking about the weather or saying he's EP. And then here he's like, this is me. I did the assassination of Charlie Kirk because I hate, and some hate can't be negotiated with. I was going to retrieve the murder weapon by circling back, but there was a squad car that was placed around, you know? I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I'd circle back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. Like, the people saying like old man is like weird. I don't think that's that weird. I think him saying old man, he's Mormon, okay? He's Mormon, he's Utah. Even if he's Gen Z, like that part, it doesn't come across as suspicious to me. Do you see what I mean? Like I'm more so weirded out by like how much, let's just say this is exactly what a 50-year-old investigator would hope to find. Like, it's the perfect chain of back and forth correspondence between the potential suspect and the immediate loved one of the potential suspect. Not to say that it's fake. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply saying it's very strange. He's like, I have planned the perfect crime and I will never get caught. Now let me outline all the steps I am doing. A bit over a week, I believe.
A 45 to 50-year-old going to attempt to retrieve it again. And then the best part, how long have you been playing this? A bit over a week. Before, they was just saying that there was more than 20 people that could possibly be involved, that this looked like a network that was all helping out to take out Charlie. Now it's just solo dolo for a week. And I was like, oh yeah, I already knew what I was about to do. I circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got back to my vehicle. First time we're hearing about a vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. That sentence right there sounds like no 22-year-old I have ever heard in my entire life. I have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. This is conveniently and very weirdly so detailed down to the wrapped in the towel thing, and then the old man repeat. And it's just like, there's no fucking way you think or believe that anybody with a brain that knows anybody around this age is going to believe that they typed all this out while on the fucking run after just bodying somebody for the first time ever. Who wants to believe that? Right after that, he starts talking about the engravings on the bullets, and he needs to explain the fucking messages.
Remember how I was engraving bullets? That's the one. Okay? That's the one. That's the weirdest thing. That is objectively the weirdest fucking thing to say in that moment. It is so bizarre. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh woo on Fox New, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Why would he, like, what? Do you think maybe his fan was telling him what to say? No, I don't know. I don't know how, what caused him to write this kind of shit unprompted. Also, he says notices bulge ooh woo, even though the bullets say OWO, but like I think that's a distinction without a difference. I don't think it was. I don't think it's that I don't think that's ultimately that consequential. Because like many people also say ooh, right? Like that's what people that's what I thought it was. I just don't get it. It feels like yeah, Muhammad said Tyler Robinson messages read like those IDF recordings of Hamas members being like, "Did you see that rocket we shot at our own hospital? We're so evil, ooh." I mean, that's what it felt like to me too. You are old. OWO and ooh are two different meanings. OWO is surprise, meanwhile ooh is a cute way. Oh, guys, stop. I don't think that's that important of a distinction, man. I think y'all are you trying to fucking say that ooh and OWO are the same thing? It's extremely different from one another. Like, bro, your entire fan base takes that shit seriously. Let's not pretend. Okay, I don't give a shit what my entire fan base takes seriously. That's never stopped me from telling you what I think. And if something is inconsequential, I will call it out.
Are mostly just a big meme. Notice his balls, ooh woo. He only mentions that one with the trans ideology. None of the other bullets, just the one that has the trans joke. So convenient. How funny. Then mentions Fox News. I might have a stroke, all right? I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. ... I mean, people, it's like they really think we are stupid as fuck. Yeah, I wonder, why would somebody that's extreme left wing be watching Fox News for updates? Would they be watching CNN or something? Or do you guys just not think that lie through? You know, I don't know. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I think the scope was like 2K. Why the fuck would he mention that out of all times? Delete this exchange. My dad wants a photo of the rifle. Oh, that's convenient. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. He just so conveniently added in there. And these people are dating. So the person you're dating didn't understand the memes or the jokes. Didn't know your dad was MAGA, even though you're supposedly dating each other and in a trans relationship. It never got brought up where he's like, oh, what would your parents think of this? You guys AI these texts, or did you just have like some fake old guy that say he's an expert at creating text messages who actually has never talked to a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old in like the last fucking 20 years?
I just like, is definitely strange. Okay. It's definitely strange. Doesn't make quite a bit of sense. And I guess I'm not the only one who considered the text messages to be like a little too convenient. And like I said, some on the right are unhappy. Some on the right are unhappy because they think it doesn't they think it doesn't like criminally hold the trans roommate liable. Okay. And Matt Walsh's assessment on it is that, you know, it doesn't implicate the trans roommate enough, and therefore the text messages are faked, but also not faked by the FBI, but instead faked by, you know, the shooter and the partner, right? And then others just think it's totally fucking made up because the shooter is not the real shooter at all, but instead a patsy, and it's actually the shooter is not the shooter at all, but instead is a patsy, and it's actually Israel that killed Charlie Kirk because they think that Charlie Kirk was any moment now going to come out and reveal that he was anti-Israel, which would have brought about this wave, I guess, of anti-Israel sentiment to the Gen Z right, which there's already tremendous discontent towards Israel in the Gen Z right anyway. So, I mean, there's a majority opinion against Israel amongst the Gen Z right.
To which he replied, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. He went on to speak about his dad, saying since Trump got into office, he'd been pretty diehard MAGA. The exchange ends with the pair sharing concern for one another before Robinson pleads with his roommate not to talk to the media or the...
Guys, I know Bernie called it a genocide, bro. Calm the fuck down. I know. I'm going to get to it, okay? You think I'm oblivious? Like, please, you keep spamming it. We're covering something else right now.
The roommate, who hasn't been named, is cooperating with the police. Tyler Robinson's arrest followed a 33-hour manhunt. His father encouraged him to surrender after recognising his son from images released by the police. Robinson hasn't entered a plea to the 7 charges he faces, which include committing a violent crime in the presence of children and aggravated murder.
Join me in welcoming the next Vice President of the United States.
It's alleged Robinson targeted Charlie Kirk because of his political expression. Bullet casings found with the rifle used in the shooting are engraved with anti-fascist slogans.
Do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Like, we had this back. God, we're just relitigating 2016 over and over again forever. I think we are doomed. We are desperate to relitigate 2016 forever. Anti-fascism is not an organization. There is no organizational structure. Anti-fascism is an ideology. Anti-fascism is a movement. It's an act. Okay? There is no like Antifa. And therefore, there is no way to tackle it. Fascism requires organizational structure and discipline. Anti-fascism does not. Okay? People engage in acts of anti-fascism, but it doesn't work in the same way. There's no like 3%ers or the Proud Boys that are of an anti-fascist variety. There's no CEO of anti-fascism. Okay? This hasn't stopped dumbass Republicans and even some dumb liberals from going along with this narrative. And it certainly was heating up in the 2016 era, and they're basically bringing it back, right? They're bringing it back big time. But that is, of course, by design. It's vague, and I think many of these guys also understand that it's just like an action that people take, so they can say anyone and everyone is Antifa, okay? Because technically there is no real RICO charges that you could present, or real terrorism charges that you could present towards people who are anti-racist, for example, and engaging in an act of counter-protest against like fascist mobilization in their neighborhoods or whatever. Because there is no organizational structure, they can just say everyone is Antifa, because technically anyone who is anti-fascist, myself included, and many of you as well, are a part of the organizational structure that they've designed of Antifa. It's very stupid. Also, there is the other side of the story, which is, what are you if you are anti-fascist? That means, I guess, you are pro-fascist, right? It's just another thing that a lot of people basically have recognized. Like, one of the most organized anti-fascist acts was conducted by the Allied forces in World War II. That was Antifa. That was an anti-fascist action. Okay? So clearly, it's not a real thing.
Well, it's something I would do, yeah.
Anti-fascist groups are increasingly the target of President Trump. It's thought his team could soon introduce an executive order to combat hate speech. He also wants to use a law known as RICO to bring racketeering charges against left-wing groups he's accused of promoting violence.
So help you God.
FBI Chief Kash Patel was asked about that at a Senate hearing as he defended his handling of the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination.
I would ask, would it aid your ability to prosecute these matters if Congress passed into law the Stop Funders Act and if rioting was added to the list of predicate offenses for RICO?
Yes.
There's no mention in the court documents that Tyler Robinson was linked to any such groups. Prosecutors say they'll seek the harshest punishment possible.
I am filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. I do not take this decision lightly, and it is a decision I have made independently.
Tyler Robinson will next appear before court on the 29th of September.
Mr. Robinson, I invite you to join us at that time.
After sleeping on the text exchange released by the prosecutors, you guys, I just want to say I'm calling bullshit on it. I do not think these are legit, and I'm not alone. There are bipartisan calls right now that what the prosecutors received from the FBI is total bullshit. It's not making sense. Put this up, Kylie. I am still okay, my love. Now, I have a 22-year-old son. He doesn't speak this way. A little while longer yet is another quote from the letter. Till we died of old age. Grab my unseen. A bit over a week. And then he refers to a squad car. He uses the phrase circle back. He refers to his car as a vehicle. This is just, there's something incredibly fishy about this. I do not trust Kash Patel's FBI. He's a conspiracy theorist. Dan Bongino is a conspiracy theorist. They had podcasts where they trash talked the FBI for 4 years, which was their audition to get this job. Their number one thing is that they are Trump loyalists. I'm just not buying that this kid texted, ever since the election, my dad's been hardcore MAGA. If he and this roommate were in a romantic relationship, why do you have to say that? That would be assumed. Why are you giving all these details about changing clothes? I'm just telling you guys, it stinks to high heaven. I'm not buying it. I don't trust anything that this administration puts out. They immediately, here's one of the main reasons as well, aside from knowing that 22-year-olds don't text like this. One of the main reasons is immediately after Charlie Kirk's murder, there was a organized, coordinated messaging attack on the right, that this was left-wing ideology, that these were leftists that did this. And then within 12 hours, it had swollen into left-wing transgender terror cells. That's what, before they even had this guy. And here's another tell in this letter, in the text exchange. He says, the roommate allegedly says, I thought they caught the guy. And then Robinson responds, that was some old crazy dude. So let me get this straight. You're worried about the rifle that you reassembled while you're changing clothes and you're texting all these details to your.
I'm 22 and I called my girlfriend my love. Yeah, no, that part is not that suspicious. I don't think that is the part that invites scrutiny. I think the part that invites scrutiny is where he says, remember when I was actually doing the bullet casings? Ha ha. I wrote those memes on the bullet casings. It's making me lose my mind every time I hear the notices bulge ooh woo on Fox News. Remember? It's just like, what do you, like, what does that, how does that come up in any conversation at all? Like, try to put yourself in the mindset of either of these people in this back and forth, and you will realize how crazy that sounds. It comes across like he's basically tying himself back to this crime.
Your roommate, but you're also logged into your phone analyzing, and you know that some guy was picked up and then released. I don't know that I even knew that at that time. And I'm not trying to allegedly stash a murder weapon. I'm calling bullshit. I don't believe this for a second.
I agree with you. It's too convenient, given what you said. The immediate narrative was it was the leftist trans person, but he didn't fit the narrative. White, Christian, MAGA, Mormon. It did not fit their narrative. And that's never stopped Donald Trump from lying or corruption before. So why should it now?
And moving along, I want to highlight this tweet from Hasan Piker. He says, half the right thinks the messages are fake because it doesn't implicate the trans person. So there's a bunch of people that believe that this is wrong because the messages provide cover for the alleged trans roommate. The other half think the shooter is a patsy because it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. Hasan, a leftist, says, I will say the text messages are too perfectly plugging holes for the investigators and unnatural. And what I'm seeing here in Hasan's tweet, you guys, is bizarre bipartisan support. And to fight this fascist regime, it's going to require this. It is going to require people on the far right that have these podcasts and people on the far left to save our Constitution and our First Amendment. And this is the exact same thing that all of these bots and the administration are trying to prevent us from doing. Let's hear from Matt Walsh what he says about this. This is a far-right anti-trans nut job. I am leaning very strongly towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. So his big thing is he's anti-trans. It's almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. This feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. So this is the far-right anti-trans movement. He's calling bullshit on it. Hasan Piker's calling bullshit on it. Jennifer and Pumps are calling bullshit on it. I'm calling bullshit. Next up, we have Steve Bannon of the War Room. He's not buying it. Play the clip.
As is presented in Utah, I'm not buying all of it. I'm particularly not buying those text messages. It just seems too stilted, too much like a script, actually a bad script.
We've always said that this administration is incompetent. And this is the highlight of this incompetence. But what's so sad about this is incredibly dangerous. This is a wild time to live in the United States, and they have eroded the institution so much that within 9 months, I don't believe an effing word coming out of the FBI. Not one word, because KASHMONEY Patel is blindly loyal to the cult leader. And then behind the cult leader, you've got the failed drag queen, smoky eye sociopath, Little Smokey. And then it gets even darker. You get to Palantir, you get Elon Musk, you get to these very dark forces. There are people on the far right that see this. They see that people that are more powerful, with more money, with more nefarious intents than Matt Walsh and Steve Bannon, they see that they are sucking up to Trump, and they have the bank account that Trump is impressed with. And so there is a very weird time right now where we all need to focus on, because I believe we're at a precipice. I believe it's going to take some level of bipartisan voices to save this democracy. And I'm starting to see that this could possibly happen, because if the right wing is calling bullshit on the FBI that they wanted to take over, this is a window that we cannot close the door on. Here's Candace Owens.
I'll be honest. I don't think, I think Candace Owens and like Nick Fuentes and Matt Walsh and Steve Bannon would love for people like myself to be deplatformed and maybe even arrested. I don't even believe for a brief moment. I think they're just farming the discontent. I think they're farming the discontent. I don't think there's any like higher priority that they hold. Like my consistent anti-Zionism is not something that they care about. Like their anti-Israel opinions, I don't think. What is this? Yikes, brother, your take on this didn't age well. Oh my God, dude. We have more pressing matters currently. Okay. Like this is a great example of this. Jackson Hinkle, Assam Piker Destiny, you're going to jail forever, right? Like these guys are fantasizing about this.
To jail, little man. Jackson Hinkle, you're going to jail. You're going to prison. You are going to jail. I can't wait until they put Jackson Hinkle under the jail, dude. Do they even make a cell that small? They're going to have to get the cell for animals. They're going to have to get the cell for midgets and women to put Jackson Hinkle away. Jackson Hinkle, Hassan, Destiny, you're going to jail. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're going to prison forever. Hassan is being deported. Destiny and Jackson.
I'm literally an American citizen. Like I was born here. You know what I mean? He's just fantasizing about the administration just like doing this kind of stuff. But I don't even think Jackson Hinkle is in the United States.
Jackson Hinkle are being imprisoned forever. The world will be a better place.
Born Aryan sent $30.
Born Aryan sent $30. What a fantastic way to end that clip. Yeah, Nicolas Fuentes talking about deportations. Remind the viewers that this is a Nazi. I mean, you can kind of tell, I think, by Born Aryan sent $30. What's happening with the Jerome Powell thing? Yeah. We'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, this is a real push though. Okay. This is a real push that's taking place. The House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, invited the CEOs of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit to testify on the radicalization of online forum users. Okay. And the reason why they're doing this, the reason why they added Twitch onto this specifically is even though Twitch has no factor in this investigation whatsoever, whereas Reddit, due to the profile of the roommate being prominent on Reddit, Steam, due to the Steam shooters, the shooter's Steam profile, and Discord, due to the fact that the alleged shooter was on Discord. Those are three platforms that have been mentioned in the investigation. Twitch, on the other hand, has not been mentioned in the investigation at all. And if the conversation is actually about broader online radicalization, then they would obviously factor in Meta, YouTube, KIK, Rumble, Gab, and numerous other right-wing and right-wing adjacent platforms, Twitter obviously being a primary one. The reason why they are mentioning Twitch in this is because of the active efforts by those on the right, on Twitter, and all around to try and deplatform me because they say Twitch is a totally liberal, woke platform. This is what the Congress of the United States House of Representatives Committee on Oversight and Government Reform sent to Dan Clancy. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform requests your testimony at hearing on Wednesday, October 8th, 2025 at 10 a.m. in room HVC 210 of the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. The hearing will examine the radicalization of online forum users, including incidents of open incitement to commit violent and politically motivated acts. To confirm your appearance at the hearing, please contact the Committee on Oversight Government Reform staff at 202-225, whatever. The Committee on... You will have the opportunity to provide a 5-minute opening statement prior to answering questions posed by members. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is the principal oversight committee of the U.S. House of Representatives and has broad authority to investigate any matter at any time under House Rule X. Thank you in advance for your cooperation to this inquiry. Now, in the past, there have been investigations such as this one. I believe it was about like Russiagate, where people just didn't show up, right? Let's be real. The reason why they sent this to Valve is because Discord, Valve, Steam, and Reddit have been mentioned in this investigation. Twitch has not. So why are they factoring Twitch into this if they're not going to factor in all other social media platforms? I think you all know why. As I tweeted, I said, Twitch is not a factor in the Tyler Robinson investigation at all, and yet they want to bring the platform into the story. There's a sinister reason, and I think you all know what it is. There is a broader conversation to be had about radicalization that's taking place online, which would, of course, include Twitch as well, okay? If this was being done in a fair and balanced way, I totally would understand it. To have all platforms, specifically ones where radicalization very clearly unfolds in front of our eyes in broad daylight, specifically Twitter, when it comes to every single neo-Nazi shooter, for example, that would be understandable. But the reason why they're not doing that, and the reason why they're doing this instead is because this is directional. And the only platform that is mentioned in here that is not relevant or pertinent to the investigation whatsoever is because they want to use the Charlie Kirk assassination to target people like myself. Okay? That's it. I recognize this. This was an initiative that has been circulating for quite a while. This is an initiative that has been in the background due to Israel, due to my anti-Israel commentary for quite a while. And now they are using, instead of using the anti-Israel reasoning, they are using the he is fomenting political violence narrative in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, which I think is perhaps one of the worst angles of attack, considering that there is nothing I've said that is even remotely violent, especially directed towards Charlie Kirk. And also, I myself was slated to engage in spirited discourse, back and forth, debate in a public setting against Charlie Kirk. Okay? Twitch does stand out among companies, Steam, Discord, Reddit, that Oversight wants to scrutinize, especially since Comer has directly tied the testimony request of the Kirk shooting. The suspect used Discord and reportedly Steam. Right-wing folks have long said Reddit is left-leaning. Okay? And everybody on the ideological right are obviously making it seem as though this is totally relevant. Totally relevant, right? Here is Charlie Kirk was asked why he wasn't willing to debate Nick Fuentes as opposed to someone like Hassan Piker, who he was set to debate less than 2 weeks after the day he was shot. According to Kirk, he saw Hassan as an honest, genuine, good faith actor. This is true, right?
You know, it's funny. I personally do not give a platform to bad faith actors. And I had a whole open about this. And by the way, a really important thing is not to lie and to not bear false testimony. It's fine. I'll answer your question. You know, you said, oh, you know, I want to have a question about Turning Point events. And you obviously lied about your question. Doesn't surprise me because you have deceit. But you know what? Honestly, I'm asked that question all the time. I don't platform trolls. And I don't platform and I don't discuss people or I don't debate with people that are not good faith actors. You know, it's funny. I personally do not give a platform to bad faith actors. And
so, Mr. Hassan, did you see the forward dated letter saying, sorry, Charlie got dead from Israel dated September 2nd? Yeah, I saw that. I think that's just, I can chalk that up as a accident, like in the initial, when they were putting it out there. Yeah, Slasher says the government is scapegoating social media, chat, and video games under the guise of political de-radicalization as a way to censor the internet. Meanwhile, all the free speech guys cheer this on because they want certain streamers banned over personal vendettas. It is pathetic. They don't understand it. There is a reason why I have, especially in the aftermath of October 7, consistently said, whenever people go, hey, shouldn't this person be deplatformed? I've consistently said, I am not going to advocate for deplatforming anyone, especially because I know that the crosshairs are on me first and foremost. Okay? Of course, that hasn't stopped Asmongold, Tectone, and numerous others that have actively advocated not only for deplatforming, but for the government to literally take action, which would be obviously a direct violation of the First Amendment, direct violation of freedom of speech, beyond like cancel culture and whatnot. And now it's unfolding. Not that it matters. Moral consistency in this regard does not matter. Okay? When you call for violence, yes. See, everyone is going to try and make this seem as though this is a sincere request. Okay? That's it. That's all this is. Right-wingers that want to enact out a personal vendetta over a Twitch streamer that they dislike will try to turn around and say, no, dude, you've been calling for violence. You're radical. You've radicalized people. Okay? And the reason why they can't associate me with anything related to Charlie Kirk is not seemingly stopping them from continuing along with this narrative, right? Now, of course, as I've said already, ban me all day, every day. That's not going to stop the truth. And if you were to ban me, that's not going to, if you were to get me deplatformed successfully off of Twitch, I'll find a way. But even if I were to, even if my career were to be over, right? Even if I had no platform whatsoever to speak on issues that I think are important to address, that still would not change your life. If you are a right-winger who is excited about the prospect of making the government take care of someone who you find to be a nuisance, someone who you despise, make no mistake, this will eventually harm you as well. Okay? Not only will this eventually harm you as well, because of course they're going to come after you too, because this is about broad censorship. There is going to inevitably be an opinion that you have, whether it be on Israel, for example, or any number of different reasons. And the government will say, this is political dissent. We don't like it. And they will come after you too. I know it's very difficult for you to comprehend that right now because you're too excited at the prospect of imagining a world where you've taken a scalp, where you've successfully been able to deplatform this woke Antifa guy, right? Having said that, however, this is not going to put more money in your pocket. This is not going to make you more likely to retire at a reasonable age. This is not going to make your health care more affordable or free. It's just not going to fix any of the real issues in your life, the issues that I fight for every single fucking day. Your former podcast host and Dan Stalkman are the main cause of this? Absolutely. This has been an ongoing initiative in the background for the past 2 years, since October 7. And a lot of people have actively aligned themselves with right-wingers because they know right-wingers are the only ones who would actually be crazy enough to push for this kind of deplatforming, to push for this kind of initiative. But it does not matter, right? The very same people that always said cancel culture is so stupid, using like age-old things that are taken out of context to associate a person's entire worldview with like a 10-second fucking soundbite is so stupid, are very clearly utilizing that and weaponizing that entire thing, as they have done so over and over again. Okay? But that's the goal. People who don't want to fight for improving their situation need something to feel better about, so they need some small wins. No, I think that's exactly what it is. But the left wing did the same thing, but now the shoe is on the other foot. It's just how these things work. No, that is incorrect. Okay? That is incorrect. Especially for someone like myself. If you're coming to me and telling me that, you're definitely wrong. Okay? As a matter of fact, the reason why there's a lot of radlibs who fucking hate me is because of my consistent advocacy for reform, rehabilitation, and my lack of interest in hyper-focusing on culture war issues that pertain to cancellations and things of the like. Do you understand? There's a reason why there's so many like people who present themselves as leftists who will be like, I fucking hate Hasan. He's right-wing. He's actually secretly right-wing. The reason why they say that is because whenever people come to me with demands of deplatforming people, I always say, I'm not interested in that. That's a big part of it. No, that's not the reason. Okay. Well, there's also a bunch of different things that I advocate for that they disagree with, whether it be like, I don't know, American imperialism, whether it be Israel, you know, whether it be getting people to reconsider the way that they've learned about American history, for example. There's a million different reasons why someone could be upset about my commentary. They posted on IG that you wish this would happen to Hilo, like how deranged they have to be. Yeah, that was so ridiculous that no one actually picked that up because it's a completely hysterical perspective. Okay? Yeah, these guys don't realize you talked to Asman the literal day after he made those genocide comments. You weren't trying to get him banned. The exact opposite occurred. Exactly. And many people yelled at me over it. They said I was actually whitewashing and laundering his reputation. If you recall, there was never a moment where I actually advocated for deplatforming. Now, that doesn't matter, right? It's clear that that doesn't matter. Taylor Lorenz says, the government is using the shooting as a pretense to censor the internet and deplatform progressive creators, and Democrats continue to go along with it. They're going to jawbone all day, ram through KOSA, repeal Section 230, and worse, unless we fight back hard to protect online speech. A big part of this equation is anti-Israel sentiment. I promise you, if I was a pro-Israel progressive, okay, which obviously is oxymoronic, but if I was, this wouldn't be as major of an issue. 100%. There would be no calls to deplatform someone such as myself by the ADL. There would be no calls. There would be no liberals turning the other cheek when they see this initiative coming from the right. This is punishment directed for that issue first and foremost. You can try to find any way to cut it in your mind to make it seem as though there's other reasons for it. Oh, he deserves it, this and that. But people only say you're secretly a right-winger because many people prescribe to categorize beliefs instead of allowing for nuance where morals, belief, ethos determine specific responses to the real-world issues. Theory only applies so far. They're trying to make an example of you because you put Zoran and Cuomo was attacking with the 9/11 statement. Exactly. I've had liberals who have also put the spotlight on me in a negative fashion, like Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams. This is a real fear for some people. I mean, obviously, Richie Torres was the first guy who pushed for this long time ago, leading up to the election. This was before the election. I just noticed the hearing is one day after October 7th. Yeah. But you didn't do anything wrong. Why are they going after you? It doesn't matter. I need you to understand. It's not about doing something wrong. Okay? It's not about doing something wrong. It has nothing to do with that. It's because of my perspective. It's because of what I advocate for. And this is, unfortunately, something that I have considered from day one. It was an inevitability that once it got to a point where my audience grew to a certain level, my platform grew to a certain level, that inevitably people in positions of power would find that to be dangerous and would want to do everything in their power to take me out. We're there now. I will be honest, I'm shocked that it didn't happen sooner. That's it. But remember, there is this mentality that you have in your mind where you think the government, why are they doing this? This doesn't make a lot of sense, right? It's going to be 100% about the clip chimps. Have your context counter arguments ready, of course, but it doesn't matter because there is no way that the official organs of the government, like there's no way that I will be able to, even with like a big media push or whatever, be able to overcome the faucet of right-wing propaganda paired up with the official organs of the government taking the initiative to fucking slander and smear a singular Twitch streamer. That's it. That's it. Part of the reason why they're doing this is so that they can get media attention to it. Here's a corresponding piece. Laura Loomer, Elon Musk, and virtually every single right-winger since the moment of Charlie Kirk's assassination has actively put the crosshairs on myself and some other members of the left as well, or people that they foresee as being a part of the Democratic Party's messaging operation. I'm the most visible and the most accessible left-wing content creator in North America. So, of course, I would be public enemy number one. There are Democrats on this committee as well, and I am certain, there are going to be Democrats that would want to be on this committee, that would waive to get on this committee as well, if this actually ended up happening and like the Twitch CEO actually like showed up, right? Because there's also that too. Dan Clancy could just not show up. There are congresspersons on the minority side that I know personally as well, that I can talk to as well. I mean, there's Greg Kazar, there's Summer Lee, there's Maxwell Frost, there's Ro Khanna. So there's Ayanna Pressley. There are certainly Democrats on there that I am certain would do a decent job of defending the freedom to dissent openly and freely. Why don't you bring up Whitney Webb? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want from me? Shut up. Take a week off. Jesus Christ. You just keep spamming Whitney Webb over and over again. Oh my God. I have brought up Whitney Webb in the past. Jesus Christ. Your saving grace here is that ranking member Robert Garcia has said he's seen your content and knows that you're not the issue. He's also said more in some circles. I mean, there's that as well. Lamau, they didn't invite the YouTube CEO. That means they have control over YouTube. I hope Dan doesn't go in there like a naive guy. It's very odd. Oh, Rashida Tlaib is also on here as well. So there's a bunch of Democrats that I know personally on this list on the minority side, right? There's also Marjorie Taylor Greene, which ironically enough could be a saving grace on the Republican side for someone such as myself as well, because she definitely has seen and has criticized a lot of the censorship initiatives, especially as it pertains to Israel. So, of course, that doesn't matter. I think there is a higher priority to clean up and pack up any kind of political dissidence, any kind of political counter messaging. So I suspect that she won't be as enthusiastic. For people that say, dude, spam the context, there will come a point, I hope, where you will understand that context is irrelevant. Okay? For slop tubers, context is irrelevant. This is about smearing. This is about attempted deplatforming. Context does not matter. The truth does not matter. Okay? What matters is the fight you have to put up. It's that simple. Lying is overpowered, and everything here is being done in a partisan basis. The Colorado school shooter from the same day that Charlie Kirk was killed posted himself holding his gun right here on Twitter/X, where he followed multiple far-right accounts. Weird how you wouldn't call on Elon Musk to testify at an online radicalization hearing. Yeah, that's the thing. Every platform, America is violent across the board, and every single social media platform has reflected on that violence. Every single social media platform has had a shooter, a political shooter, a mass shooter, a school shooter, either get radicalized on said platform or post on said platforms. There are obviously protective measures in the legislation that try to ensure that these platforms are not held liable and therefore can continue at least like presenting some semblance of free discourse. But that environment is changing. It is very obvious that environment is changing. It's very obvious that these guys don't want that to be the case anymore. And I think a big part of that reason is Israel. Just as the TikTok ban that was passed in a bipartisan manner came at the directive of the ADL and numerous other advocacy organizations. They want to make sure that they control all kinds of political discourse, political dissidents. Tyler Robinson, as far as we know, didn't have a fucking Twitch account. He might have. And the last part of this story that I want to address is this. The overwhelming majority of violence from nonpartisan independent investigations and even the Department of Justice, the overwhelming majority of political violence and domestic terror has happened in the hands of the far right. Far right anti-government extremism is responsible for the majority, the overwhelming majority of domestic terror incidents outside of 9/11. Okay? That's it. And there have been shooters that have detailed their ambitions, channeling the right-wing rhetoric that you hear from prominent right-wing content creators, all the way from Tucker Carlson to even Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro. And yet, no such initiative has ever been taken against those commentators. And the reason for that is because it creates a dangerous environment of censorship that liberals and Republicans alike understood up until this moment. Okay? That's it. We are now moving in the direction of the government taking a heavy-handed approach in silencing political dissent. And a lot of people on the right do not understand what they are doing. Okay? Right-wing creators have been named in actual manifestos. Right-wing creators were in investigations found to be responsible for the radicalization of many far-right shooters. You say liar because you are simply oblivious. You don't know the truth, and it's okay. All right? It's strange considering you've been following me since 2019, and this is the first time you've chosen to speak in this chat. Murderer. You want to murder. It's on the news. You want to murder people. It's on the news. No, you don't have to ban this guy. So many 2019 followers chirping for the first time this week. Yeah. Unironically, when they come for you, what are you going to do? Maybe the DSA guys could provide some amount of protection. No, they can't. No one can. The reality of the matter is the American government is immensely powerful, especially when it comes to dealing with domestic affairs. And if the American government is actively taking the initiative to go after left-wing content creators, left-wing advocates, left-wing organizers and activists, there's not much we can do. The only thing we can do is hope for the best and hope that these institutions that are holding on by a thread at this point will still apply some semblance of justice. The House Oversight Committee technically has no power. The House Oversight Committee does these kinds of shows of force in an effort to bully and ridicule people. So as long as the company doesn't capitulate, but there is, of course, no protection afforded to someone like myself in that regard, as long as the company doesn't capitulate, it doesn't go anywhere. It's not dissimilar to the ways in which there are outrage. There is a manufactured outrage, right? To demand bans for content creators. Sometimes Twitch leans into that and they actually legitimize those claims, no matter how ridiculous, like in the case with Cracker, right? And sometimes they don't and it goes away. In this circumstance, it's just entirely dependent on how much the larger company, Amazon, the company that Twitch is under, sees this as a imminent threat to its bottom line. There's also a real fear from these companies, no matter how powerful they seem, about what Donald Trump might do in retaliation to them. That's precisely the reason why so many top law firms immediately caved to Trump's demands to offer pro bono service to the federal government. The reason why they did so is because the Trump administration straight up said, you will never be able to step foot inside of a federal building if you don't do this. That is unprecedented. And instead of taking on this legal battle, many of the top legal companies in this country decided to cave and capitulate. But there is a little bit of hope that I have, at least, with respect to how they have behaved, how Harvard has behaved, for example, and chosen to fight back, because that kind of response shows that these institutions are still there and they are still beholden to the truth, at least to a certain degree, and that this government is not all powerful. So it's entirely in the hands of billionaires and mega corporations and how much they choose to capitulate to demands being made by this authoritarian government. That's it. I hope people understand exactly what is going on here. Okay? I hope people understand that it's not just me either. House Republicans urge Treasury to investigate Code Pink, Palestinian Youth Movement, Breakthrough Media, and other anti-genocide left-wing orgs. House Oversight Chair James Comer and Representative Anna Paulina Luna, and by the way, neither of these guys are very serious people on the right. It would be far more consequential if it was like Tom Cotton, for example, that's pushing for this sort of thing. Those guys have a lot more institutional motion within the Republican Party. James Comer and Representative Anna Paulina Luna are not seen as like super serious individuals on the Republican side, just like Richie Torres on the Democrat side is like not really a serious person, right? Having said that, it's entirely in the hands of the Trump administration and how much they entertain this. They sent a 5-page letter to the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent asking for a formal review of Neville Roy Singham, a U.S. citizen living in China, and the networks he funds. The letter alleges that Singham acts as an agent for the CCP and finances groups that spread disinformation, sow discord, and promote pro-CCP talking points. Citing New York Times and pro-Israel think tank reports, it claims nearly $1.8 million in funding has gone to U.S. leftist organizations, including the Party for Socialism and Liberation, Code Pink, No Cold War, Tricontinental, the People's Forum, Answer Coalition, Palestinian Youth Movement, and Breakthrough Media. If you noticed, every single one of these are groups that I also work with. Okay? The committee wants the Treasury to consider freezing or seizing assets, apply FARA enforcement, and evaluate possible criminal penalties. It frames these groups as radical actors undermining U.S. national security and calls for government action. As I told you, this is precisely what their intention was. And a big part of the reason why they're doing this is because they want to stamp out anti-Israel sentiment. And if you have any opinion on this issue, if you cannot recognize that this is being done at the behest of a foreign government, the foreign government of Israel, and you think there is validity to these claims being made, you are a sucker. You are being duped. Can Amazon use some kind of power they have against Trump in the future, kind of like Qatar and Al Jazeera? I don't know. I don't think Amazon knows me all that well. I hope they don't. Isn't this just more McCarthyism? Not just about Palestine, but about any left-leaning beliefs? Yes, this is precisely what it is. And for the longest time, the reason why this kind of counter-narrative and leftist commentary was allowed on U.S. airwaves on the independent side of media, it was obviously not allowed on mainstream discourse all that much with regular frequency, but it was allowed to be on the independent side of news media, was because it did not present an institutional threat. But as tensions keep bubbling up, as the material problems that Americans are experiencing are not solved, and the discontent grows, these guys do not want people to be directed towards wanting to take action in an anti-capitalist direction. They are not fearful of fascism. They are fascists. They are, however, fearful of socialism growing. This is no longer a LARP. This is no longer an accurate assessment of history. This is happening in real time. It feels like you're giving up. What makes you think that I'm giving up? I'm just telling you what I foresee happening, as I have done so for the past decade. As many naysayers and haters of mine, both on the left and right, have said, you're a LARPer. You're not a serious threat. You're not a real radical. I have always tried to moderate my discourse to the best of my ability. But of course, if you're live for fucking 8 hours every single day, 7 days a week, there are always going to be things that you've said that can be manipulated, that can be used against you. And you can cut hours and hours off of shit like that, as a matter of fact. You're a joke. I wish I see myself as one, and I wish the government would see me in a similar vein, because if I was seen as simply a joke, this would not be happening. The thing is, I will not be the first to go, okay? It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop with people like myself. It's going to expand. and it will one day come to your doorstep as well. Utah cops are giving a presser on the alleged Charlie Kirk shooter, so let's take a look at what they have to say. We're going to Washington County, Utah.
Put that out there. It was in the court docs. I was trying to protect even that information and just saying retired law enforcement in general. So I get a call from my friend, and his said, "Hey, how you doing?" Good. And it's not, he's been retired a few years. We'll call each other. It's not unusual for me to get a call from him or vice versa. And at 8:02 p.m. he calls me. Hey, I can tell his voice is kind of shaky. So my first thought is, who died? Like who's he going to tell me that died? And then I couldn't fathom what actually came out of his mouth. So he said, "Hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is. I know the family through religious association, and he's in Washington County now, and we're working on trying to get him to come in voluntarily." During that phone call, some information was provided about Tyler potentially having some suicidal ideations, was en route to a remote area of Washington County. The parents convinced him not to do that, and conveyed that they would stand by him and help him surrender peacefully. So at that point, that phone call was 1 minute and 41 seconds. I immediately called Sheriff Mike Smith in Utah County, who I knew was at the incident command in Utah County. So for about 40 seconds, I'm telling Sheriff Smith, "Hey, I'm confident we have the shooter in Washington County. We're working on getting him to come in and surrender at my office." We didn't have him yet, and after about 40 seconds, Sheriff Smith's like, "Wait, what are you talking about?" So he was shocked, as I was, to hear the news, and so I repeated myself. He said, "How credible is it?" I said, "I trust this guy that called me with my life, and I think it's time you need to get your people." The lead investigators headed to Washington County. Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives. So that was part of the deal. Is Tyler knew it was just inevitable with all the law enforcement pressure that his picture in the news, the gun on the news. He knew it was inevitable that he would be caught. He was fearful of a SWAT team hit on his house, or he was fearful of being shot by law enforcement. So part of the negotiation and getting him to bring himself in was that we would treat it as delicate and as soft as possible to make him feel comfortable to where he would show up at my office, and that's exactly what happened. So since we weren't the lead agency, basically it was about a 2.5 hour waiting in a room, not communicating with the suspect. Our job was not to interview. Our job was just to get him here. So after about 2.5 hours, we ended up getting federal agents and state agents in, and some of my detectives were asked to go out into the community and secure 2 locations, so the parents' home and the apartment that Tyler was living in, along with the vehicle that Tyler was likely driving up at UVU. So that's about it.
Sheriff, how would you characterize that former law enforcement friend of yours?
Yeah, outstanding. He deserves full credit. I think that a lot of it is just the community relations, right? So Tyler's family trusted this individual. They knew he was involved in law enforcement at some point, and enough community involvement there that they trusted that they could go to this individual and he could contact me directly, and that we could facilitate a peaceful, calm, relaxed surrender, put it that way, right? Make him comfortable for a couple hours, make sure he has water, no communication until the lead investigators arrived. So.
What went through your mind? How did you negotiate with Tyler or his family?
So
what were your first impressions when?
So shock, right? So I like I said, I couldn't imagine the conversation that occurred in that 1 minute and 41 second conversation. But there was negotiation. There was some criteria that needed to be met for him to voluntarily come in, and I agreed to those terms.
What did he ask for?
He basically for a peaceful, gentle, comfortable transition for him to come out. Again, he knew he was going to get caught. He didn't want a big SWAT team hitting his parents' house or his apartment. He was truly fearful of being shot by law enforcement.
so that the conditions were as relaxed and comfortable and almost to the point of, you know, inviting. And if at the end of the day we accomplish him surrendering peacefully on his own, I'm gonna make some concessions to make that happen. I would describe it as quiet and somber, so not talkative. Just no. Go ahead.
There's been report this family friend potentially a youth pastor, or is that the
No, no church leadership, just an association through their religious. Yeah, I would say that, but not in leadership. Unfortunately, the bishop of that ward has been drug into it because of some of the media reporting. But that's not accurate. That's not accurate. Yeah, the bishop wasn't involved in this.
You're not releasing the identity then?
No, absolutely not.
If you can speak to it, did the sheriff's office have any interaction with Tyler Robinson in previous incidents?
I've been asked that a few times, so it's well known, it's in the media. Tyler's apartment was in St. George city limits. The parents' home was in Washington city limits. So since the sheriff's office is primarily patrolling small rural communities, the unincorporated areas of the county, if there were any calls to the residents in St. George City, the highest probability that just St. George City would handle that, not the sheriff's office. So I don't have any data that would support that one way or the other.
Have you interviewed his roommate, Robin's roommate?
No, we're not the lead investigators, so we wouldn't be doing that.
Sheriff, how would you characterize the parents of what you knew that night?
I don't know anything about them.
Were they mentioned in the phone calls?
No.
Sheriff, how do you feel about the fact that this surrender happened as it was in the police office, at police station, and kind of was peaceful, inviting as you framed it, and not like a SWAT situation or a big officer?
What do you have to say about your friend David?
Right.
Brother, my friend David, I met him one time for approximately 3 seconds. Is there something that happens around the world that you can't find a way to fucking tie back to me somehow? My best friend, someone who I held near and dear to my heart and soul.
Constant supervision and things like that, but that didn't occur. Yeah, so.
How did you feel about that?
David is a musician.
Well, obviously it was a big deal. You know, not only national but international. You're seeing,
and there's like a
people
crazy
all over the
update
world
on
for Charlie
the
Kirk.
on the
And,
investigation. They found a
to have that
decomposing
happen,
body in his car. We'll get to that later.
You know, I've had thoughts and heard comments about, you know, this kind of stuff doesn't happen in Utah. You know, unfortunately it did. But then to have the suspect be a Utah resident who literally went to the same high school I went to. I mean, we're like 30 years apart, but I went to the same high school. He happened to go to the same high school here in Washington County. So it's a double shock factor that one in Utah, and then the suspect happened to be homegrown Washington County boy. So it was just
the
before
one
9
of
p.m.
us narrative. They just keep saying that.
No. Made sure he had water, made him comfortable sitting on a couch in an interview room, and just sat on him until the lead investigators came in. No, not again. That was not our place to ask questions. It was just, we have you here. We're in a holding pattern until the lead investigators get here. So
There's a law, like more
that
shit
wouldn't
came out,
be
like so
in
much
our
more about
wheelhouse.
David. No,
We
I
wouldn't
know.
even
I saw some of the
attempt to
updates. It's
interview
crazy.
Any of them. He was a detective. He was for many years. He was a detective. So in our agency, our detectives, like some cities, you have detectives just working homicides or just working sex offenses. Ours is all encompassing whatever case comes next, and you have the smaller caseload. You're going to get whatever case that is. About 3 years. Oh, very, very, very much. Like I said, concessions were made to make that happen. So if, again, peaceful surrender, make him comfortable. He's accused of a horrific crime. So it's kind of odd to be in that, again, accused of a horrific crime, but then we are treating him very civilly, very humanely, and that's just part of the job. We do that on a regular basis, try to make people comfortable so they're relaxed and not bombard them with negativity or hammer fist or stormtrooper type approach. We wouldn't do that.
Sheriff, how many total phone calls were made between?
There were several follow-up phone calls that night. One was between my command staff and my friend, just them letting me know, hey, he is in the building. We have him in an interview room, and there's been several follow-ups since then. Just me checking in on him, and
all the way from that first call to say we're here. Phone call.
Correct.
Prior to him turning himself in, did you guys have any clue that maybe he was in the Washington area?
No, not even a hint. And that was part of the shock factor, right? Is he could have been anywhere. You know, most people that are involved or accused of things like that, they'd want to get out of the area as soon as possible. So the fact that he came home basically was part of the shock factor, I think. Just that.
What do you think the rhetoric would have been if the killer was actually left-wing or, God forbid, not white? I mean, you know what it would have been.
Shot by the police. Period. That's it.
I'm going to be honest. It probably would just be more of the rhetoric you have already heard from the right-wingers, because they didn't know anything about the shooter and they immediately ran to blame the left. And they're currently taking steps to actively undermine left organizing in this country.
Cousin with the last name Robinson, he happens to be an optometrist in town. And his office has been receiving threatening phone calls just because of his last name. So to put somebody in that kind of burdensome situation when they had nothing to do with it, no relation to the family, just think about how the actual individuals involved in this incident are feeling right now.
Are you placing any deputies at their house?
So that's not our area of patrol, so the cities would handle that. If that request came in, but I don't have any insight there.
Sheriff, can you describe the handoff that occurred for Tyler Robinson to the authorities that came down from the north?
Yeah, they parked in my parking lot. Oh wait, the lead investigators. So by the time they were in town, Tyler was sitting in an interview room with his parents when they arrived. So they were already in this building when the lead investigators arrived.
And how did that handoff go down? Was he handcuffed?
No, he was sitting on a very comfortable couch with a water bottle in his hand, not restrained. He was again cooperative, somber, quiet.
Sheriff, since then, what has this whole ordeal been like for your county?
I've all of a sudden received a lot of media requests. So that's what's changed in my world.
So the parents were in the room.
Correct.
What is this?
Correct. That was part of the negotiation to get him here, is that the parents would be with him when he arrived.
Can you explain the last moments that did they hug?
I don't have any detail on that. Sorry.
And he was turned over to FBI or state?
It's a joint investigation between the FBI and the state of Utah primarily. Anytime anything this large scale happens, it's all hands on deck. So we're going to need a lot of, just covering the campus and securing the crime scene up north. We've had, active shooter incidents down here recently where every law enforcement wearing every uniform in the county is going to go to those types of scenes.
And just to be clear, he was not handcuffed when he was...
Correct. He was not handcuffed. So. Office. Yes. So since the lead investigators were 3 hours north of us, it took them a while. So that was again, I describe it as an agency assist. We went and just secured the homes. We didn't search the homes. We didn't communicate with anyone within the homes. It was just, we were just locking things down until they arrived. Yes. Yep. I don't have any comment on that.
How would you characterize the interactions between the parents, Tyler and Tyler, in the moment that they were sitting here?
They were together. That was it. I can't point to any emotion or body language or anything to that. They were just with him. So.
Was he recorded in that room?
All of our interactions in that room are recorded.
I know there was some discussion of him being potentially suicidal instead of surrendering when he was in the holding room here. Any concern about that?
No. Okay, we can sit here and stare at each other all day, or we can be done. Good? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All day, because then you'll be spying on me and sneaking on me all day, right?
The officer sounds very Mormon. I mean, he is. All right, well, we didn't really learn anything new from that, but weird energy. I mean, he's a cop, dude. What do you expect? All right, but going back to the suppression, I think I extensively covered it at this point. The Oversight Committee says breaking news: CEO of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit have been called to testify in front of Congress. They don't actually have to show up. They haven't in the past, but my assessment of the situation, I think, is they'll probably drop me as a sacrificial lamb instead of genuinely trying to push back against this. They're gonna throw you under the bus, big bro, for sure. We shall see. Maybe they'll ask Gaben when Half-Life 3 will come out. Sure. Are they asking every social media guy except Twitter? No, the other social media companies that they're demanding show up to this because they're angling this as like radicalization in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. The other social media platforms are ones that have been mentioned in the investigation, right? Reddit, due to the roommate being on Reddit. Discord, due to the fact that the alleged shooter was on Discord, and Steam as well. Twitch is the only platform that they added on to that, even though it was not mentioned in the investigation whatsoever. There's no evidence that the shooter was on Twitch. He could have been. I mean, he could have been on every single platform, right? But the reason why they are doing that, in my opinion, is because of the reason why they're doing that is because there has been an active deplatforming initiative concocted by not just the right wing, but also people who present themselves as liberals, specifically Destiny and Dan Saltman, working alongside the ADL and numerous other advocacy organizations, doing mass calls to advertisers, as you guys know, mass calls that quite literally had unsubstantiated and false information in it, like active slanderous claims in those spam emails that they blasted out to every single person, every single company, with the hopes of getting their advertisers to pull back from Twitch, creating material pressure against the platform to take action against me. Now, there's obviously there's obviously a level of material harm that any platform will take on in an effort to stand on the principles that they abide by, which is, this is a platform where we're not going to take the initiative to ban certain people that are not in violation of the terms of service. But clearly, if it gets to a level where there's like this much political pressure, then the company Amazon is most likely not going to sit there and defend it. There's a high likelihood that they will succumb and offer people like myself or whoever they demand as a sacrificial lamb. I feel like you get so many articles. Wouldn't there be some sort of uproar about you getting kicked off? Yes, but that doesn't really mean too much. If you recall, there have been certain institutional pressure from organizations that have some semblance of legitimacy that Twitch has caved to, the ADL being one of them, but up to a certain degree. Obviously, a million New York Times op-eds are not going to be able to change the trajectory when the federal government is making these decisions. So we shall see. You say stream on TikTok, but obviously TikTok is also being sold. Every single major independent, every single major quote unquote independent social media platform has been taken over. Anyway, there was also this Theodore Jedediah Cruz.
Yeah, as Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, just said, right now they don't have any evidence of an organization. Obviously, they're still looking into this. But on the bullet casings, I don't remember there being a transgender one on there. I remember him saying there was one that said, if you can read this, you're gay. It was referencing internet memes. But on what you just said there about investigating,
there is. Hold on a second, Caitlin. There is a transgender
if there is funding.
Hold on, Caitlin. Caitlin, there is a transgender.
Go ahead.
There's a reference to. Do you see my bulge, which is, I'm told, is an online meme for transgenderism? And Director Patel testified that the murderer here was living with his romantic partner, who was a transgender man transitioning to being a woman. And
incredible stuff from Theodore Jedediah Cruz, by the way, classic. So, as I have spelled out earlier, there is a lot of back and forth. There is a lot of back and forth in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. And this was the last thing I was going to show about pressure. Media taps Twitch star who told viewers that kill Republicans for comment on Charlie Kirk's assassination. Hassan Parker was previously suspended from Twitch after the suggestion people should kill Florida Senator Rick Scott, which is, of course, not the case, as you guys know. And this is part of the reason why I keep telling you, like, context doesn't really matter in this regard. Do you understand? Context and clarifying these sorts of things do not matter. that wasn't even a joke. Like what I was saying in that situation was not a call to assassinate Rick Scott. I mean, it clearly wasn't. So, and it's one that I've clarified as well, but they still keep pushing it. Okay. And of course, the reason why they put kill in air quotes is so that there's a little bit of plausible deniability. Okay. Several mainstream media outlets platform pro-communist commentator Hasan Piker, who was previously called for people to be killed on Twitch to weigh in on the assassination of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk from a left-wing perspective. The reason why they're doing this is because they couldn't find anything that actually sticks with respect to me, like saying anything even remotely violent about Charlie Kirk. So they're just sticking to the old notes. Okay. Piker had been scheduled to debate Kirk at Dartmouth College later this month, but Kirk was shot and killed last week during a campus event at Utah Valley University. The two have debated multiple times before at Politicon events. In the days following Kirk's death, outlets including Vanity Fair, Politico, and the New York Times interviewed Piker for his reaction and what the tragic killing might mean for political commentators moving forward. In an interview with the Vanity Fair on Friday, Piker was described as immediately traumatized after seeing the video of Kirk being shot, but he went on to criticize the ways people have begun eulogizing Kirk for whitewashing the incendiary, explosive, and dehumanizing language that Kirk had used. Again, this is what they're mad about. They're mad that I have a difference in opinion with Charlie Kirk, okay? Which is crazy. You are no longer making an assessment off of you don't have a valid claim here. You're just upset that I'm revealing my position. Like, of course, I was supposed to debate the guy, you know? What do you mean? Oh, you didn't actually grieve it in the way that I want you to, okay? You haven't demonstrated sufficient grief. That's an insane assessment to make. It's just that I think people venerating a person with what I consider to be morally repugnant political ideology is going to have unforeseen secondary consequences as far as normalization of this ideology, Piker said. We're seeing that in every aspect of society already, and this is very frustrating. Though he criticized Kirk, Piker condemned political violence across all publications, telling Politico on Thursday that he never advocated for such a thing and never would. He added that he feared political repercussions in the wake of Kirk's death, though did not elaborate on which side. I think it's pretty obvious what I was talking about on which side, okay? The side that political repercussions are going to be coming from is the side that has all control and is enforcing its administrative control over dictating what platforms say and do. He went into more detail with the New York Times on Friday, claiming that Republican lawmakers were taking advantage of the confusion surrounding the shooter's motivation to foment calls for vengeance. But that confusion, I think, is being utilized by many, including people in the positions of power, like the administration and many other prominent Republicans in Congress, to enact some sort of vengeance or political persecution of all political dissidents that have spoken out against either Charlie Kirk or even the Trump administration, Piker says. The New York Times also ran an opinion piece by Piker on Saturday titled, "I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. Here's what I would have said." In it, Piker tied Kirk's death to what he described as lax gun laws, civil decline, and social challenges linked to capitalism. The social challenges include rising rents and homelessness, the destruction caused by climate change, titanic levels of inequality, and too many others to name here. Our capitalist way of life, always accumulating, never evening out, leaves more and more people to deal with these problems on their own. And what's interesting about this was that this wasn't just about my assessment on what material circumstances led to Charlie Kirk's assassination. This was about the desensitization that many Americans feel towards unlimited violence that they see, okay? And many Americans that engage in ultra violence, whether it be school shootings or mass shootings or even gang violence, as Charlie Kirk tried to talk about, okay? This was a broader context. It wasn't just limited to Charlie Kirk's assassination, of course. In a comment to Fox News Digital, a New York Times spokesperson defended speaking to Piker as a way to better understand Kirk from different perspectives. The Times has published dozens of news articles and opinion pieces about Charlie Kirk after his assassination to help readers better understand him and this social and political era. Kirk and Hasan Piker had debated each other before and were about to do it again. They saw value in talking to each other, and they said they weren't afraid to engage in open debate about issues and ideas, the spokesperson said. That is actually a very good response. That's a shockingly good response from the New York Times to basically say, like, the fuck are you talking about? These two dudes obviously did not have interest in doing violence to one another and wanted to do the spirited debate that you guys claim you want to take place. Fox News Digital also reached out to Vanity Fair and Politico for comment. Piker has openly supported communism as an honorable goal in the past, as a history of using violent language to stream against political opponents. Earlier this year, Piker apologized after being suspended from Twitch for urging people to kill Senator Rick Scott while on stream. Republicans are not tackling providers. They're not actually going after false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. Fraud is not happening at the point of the recipient. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, he said. Now, this is what I mean when I say Fox News can't get away with just like pure libel. Okay? Someone said, you're going to jail. Yeah. Dog, I didn't even get a fucking phone call from the Secret Service for this, because everyone with two working brain cells, even with this quote, can understand that I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans. Okay? Something that I also apologized for as well. This is not like a call to action, a call to assassinate a fucking sitting Republican, okay, an elected. Fox News' digital side is very different from its editorial side, okay? And therefore, they have to show the full quote, which is why, you know, they put the quote within the context. Across X, videos also resurfaced the Pikers using incendiary language to call for bloody massacres of capitalists and Republicans. Yeah, kill them, kill those motherfuckers, and murder those motherfuckers in the streets. The streets soaking in fucking red capitalist blood, dude. Piker said regarding property owners who choose not to rent out empty homes. Okay. Once again, a quote from 2018, where I was talking to, at the time, a friend of mine who is no longer a friend of mine, who is a landlord himself, and I was LARPing. This is not a sincere policy demand. This is not something that I advocate for. And if it was something that I sincerely advocated for, I suspect there would be more to it than just a 10-second clip from 2018. Anyway, nobody else knows about the Oompaville thing. Hasan, you should watch the new Oompaville vid. Dude, please stop. Yeah, I say in a video game, but that doesn't matter. It's like obviously not a sincere position that I hold regardless, okay? It's fucking so stupid. Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there. You need to be gutting them, Piker said in a video, presumably following the 2022 Georgia Senate debate. Okay? Yeah. Left-wingers need to be more cutthroat. Liberals need to be more cutthroat in a debate. Wow, I can't believe he means, like, he wants Nancy Pelosi to fucking cut someone's throat. What are we talking about? It's very obviously a fucking metaphor. Okay? In any case, they still at least add the context to a certain degree. Okay, at least they add context to a certain degree, but that's not enough for people to run along with it and to go crazy over it. Okay, so this is the best they got, and it's really fucking silly and really stupid. But one thing I will say is the commentary surrounding Tom Tillis receiving death threats was obviously so fucking stupid that even Fox News didn't put it in the compilation, okay? Because it's so obvious that I'm reporting in that moment about like the discontent and anger that people fucking feel when they run out of options. It is a very important part of my criticism in general. It's one that I actually reflected on in the New York Times op-ed as well. So even the fact that even Fox News was like, yeah, that one's like a little too silly. They just moved on from it. Did they reach out? I'm sure they did. I don't usually respond to comments for stuff like this. Fox News Digital reached out to Piker for a comment, but did not immediately receive a response. I can't imagine this is going to be a story a month from now. Right-wingers have the attention span of infantile goldfish. I feel like the masses won't care about a meeting on political radicalization on social media. It'll be just roaches of the world. Yes, but I do think that this is a part of a broader initiative, and therefore it is up to the administration. If they actually push for it more aggressively, it will become a bigger problem down the line. Now, here's the thing. Okay? I need you to understand something. It doesn't even feel like Trump has his heart in this. Okay? It doesn't even feel like Trump has it in him to make this a broader issue, considering that he skipped the vigil, and every single time they ask him, because he's such a self-important, narcissistic madman, he literally doesn't think he's involved enough in the story, so he just moves on to the fucking ballroom. Or you find him doing dances at the Yankee Stadium on the night of 9/11, only a day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. It's very obvious that he doesn't give a shit about this beyond the fact that Steve Miller and J.D. Vance want to use as an opportunity to prosecute all political dissidents and erode the First Amendment. That's it. So his heart is not even in it. And Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance are not necessarily as popular as Donald Trump. So clearly, this is, it's It's up for debate exactly how successful this initiative will be. Previous hearings have been a pretext for boosting a right-wing algorithm. Exactly. Every single one of these previous hearings have always been around how the right is suppressed. And it's interesting because it's funny. I literally debated, I think I debated Charlie on this issue as well. The notion that like these social media platforms are woke. Back in 2016, that was all the rage. That's what people used to say all the time. And they used to say that even though Ben Shapiro and numerous other right-wingers were dominating these platforms, and they just still kept saying that. They designed a media narrative that the right was constantly being undermined by these supposedly woke, transgender, DEI, Antifa social media platforms. Like, I'll give you one example. Facebook used to be public enemy number one for Republicans, right? When are you getting banned for fuck's sake? Oh my God. Chatter, I need you to understand something, and I don't think you ever will. You don't have to watch me, okay? You do not have to watch me. I don't know why people put themselves through this experience, okay? And if you are putting yourself through this experience, why don't you at the very least see if you can, as a game, okay, see if you can pick up on some of the things that I'm talking about here where you can find an area of agreement. Just a game for you, okay? I know you have it in you. I know you can make up your own mind, okay? It just doesn't make any sense. I don't agree with everything you say, but I think it's important to hear and make a decision on my own. Thank God. I can't believe that's like the bare minimum that I expect from people, and it's just so sad that people can't even do that. They're just like, nope, don't care, not doing that. I have already been primed into fucking hating you, and the anger and resentment that I have in my heart and my soul from all these other fucking content creators who have positioned themselves as antagonistic to your worldview is so powerful that I can't even make up my own fucking mind here. Okay? That's it. Make up your own mind, man. You're an adult. I'm in here. I'm accessible. And it's not something that I my position, I'm very stubborn. My position is not something that I shelter people from. I just openly will say exactly how I mean, exactly how I feel. I think everyone has biases, okay? Myself included. And I think it's more honest to openly state what your biases are. Do you understand? I think it's infinitely more honest to say, I'm looking at this objectively. I'm looking at the actual data. I'm looking at the actual facts. Having said that, this is my position, right? A lot of people don't do that. And so many people have been farmed by individuals that present themselves as apolitical, right? People who basically say, oh, I'm apolitical. I'm actually looking at this completely from an unbiased perspective. They betray the truth by not revealing their position. Some do it to become better propagandists, and others do it because they're fearful that you will find out what their position is and you will no longer watch them. Michael Jordan talked about this when he said, Republicans buy sneakers too. There are a lot of content creators online who are terrified of revealing their political perspective, both on the left and on the right, for a bunch of different reasons. I'm not one of those people. Not gonna lie, I used to hate you, but I've come around after your stance on Palestine, and now the hypocrisy of right-wingers who are trying to cancel you is sickening. I am a firm and committed believer that if you spend enough time in this chat, if you actually came here with an open mind, you will realize that you most likely have been duped. You most likely have been lied to about what I believe and what I don't believe. And that's the reason why you have this kind of resentment. That's why there are so many people. That's why this community keeps growing in spite of the endless amounts of smears. Okay? The reason why is because people, for every 1,000 people that see a clip out of context and like outrage farming coming from supposedly apolitical vessels online, there are 100 people that go, you know what, I'm going to tune in and check it out on my own. Okay? Now, of course, there are content creators that have made it their life's mission to actively come after me. And for some of them, it's political. Some of them, it's an ideological disagreement, whether it be the reality that they want to defend Israel and feel bad, and they can't cope with that after developing a progressive audience, or whether it be because they were purely spite motivated and spite driven, because they feel as though I never deserved the position I got to. Okay, it's very stupid. For some, it's just engagement farming, and that's it. I thought you spent the entire stream shouting at chatters before I started watching because that's all I'd seen in clips. Yeah. In any case, let's get back to the situation at hand. Megyn Kelly breaks down the controversy surrounding Candace Owens, Bill Ackman, Israel, and Charlie Kirk. Tucker Carlson also had some statements that he made last night. A lot of people who are anti-Israel are coming out to say Charlie Kirk was also secretly moving in the direction of being anti-Israel. Okay? Now, I don't know the veracity of these claims. Do I believe that Charlie Kirk was annoyed by all of the pro-Israel advocates that were major donors to his organization? Absolutely. Do I believe that Charlie Kirk recognized that the landscape was shifting underneath his feet, especially as it pertains to Gen Z right-winger opinions on Israel, and he was trying to desperately manage that back and forth by highlighting anti-Israel Republicans such as Tucker Carlson or anti-Israel libertarians such as Dave Smith? Absolutely. Do I believe that the gray zone reporting is correct, especially as it pertains to how angry Zionist advocacy organizations got when they saw Charlie Kirk even offer any talking time to the likes of Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith, even if it was from Charlie's own estimation for the greater good from his perspective, right? The idea that like there is ideological diversity within the right, that's a good thing for the right project, okay? For the right movement, for the conservative movement in this country. But he was very frustrated because he was a firm and committed supporter of Israel. That much is clear, okay? He was always a firm and committed supporter of Israel. No, he did not say they were ethnically cleansing Gaza. He said the famine was fake. He said the genocide is fake. He has always been antagonistic to the pro-Palestinian position. He said Palestine is not real. He's made jokes about how I used to often say, if you, to gay people, like if you were gay in Palestine, Hamas would throw you off a roof. Well, there are no roofs in Gaza anymore because those stupid Muslims decided to fuck with the Jews. So I know he said Israel's intentions were to try and ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. That was immediately after October 7, and that was on the Patrick Bet-David show. Please. He said it to Patrick Bet-David, and I think he said it early on in 2023. His position after that was pretty obvious. You can recognize that Israel was going to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and also simultaneously think that is a good thing. Okay? Anyway, all of these things can be true at the same time. Charlie Kirk could have been incredibly annoyed for very good reason with the envoys of Israel that were donors of his that were demanding complete fealty in return for their investment. This is stuff that one could expect just by having one conversation or just by encountering one conversation with a pro-Israel person, okay? The fucking sheer arrogance, the sheer sense of entitlement, and demands for unconditional loyalty partnered up with the how dare yous, you are Hamas and you are anti-Semitic, is instant, okay? It's instant. So all of those things are most likely true, okay? The example I will use is of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton and George W. Bush despised, on the record, despised Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel in general, like Israeli politicians in general. And yet, they obviously kept up the unconditional loyalty and support to Israel. So the notion that these people fucking hate how annoying Israeli envoys are is still true, just like what their actions in the direction of unlimited loyalty to Israel is also true. Okay? Having said that, I find myself in this unique predicament where on the one hand, I think that it's not totally and utterly insane to assume that Israel would engage in a high-profile assassination on U.S. soil even, okay? Like, that much is true. Israel has done increasingly more ridiculous things, okay? They have no care or consideration for international law, or they feel unstoppable, right? And they are desperate right now because they are a global pariah. But even then, the thing that I take issue with is the notion that Charlie Kirk was getting cold feet on his support for Israel and was going to publicly turn on Israel. And that was going to create a faucet of anti-Israel sentiment amongst the Gen Z right. The reason why I take issue with that is twofold. One, Charlie Kirk does not command the attention of the Gen Z right in the ways that you think he does. He is not capable of hypnotizing them, okay? And perhaps even more important than that is that Charlie Kirk was not going to sidestep the Trump administration. That is the most consequential aspect of this speculation. The notion that Charlie Kirk was going to sidestep Israel or go against Israel publicly is silly. And the reason why it's silly is because Charlie Kirk was not going to go against Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is the number one dick rider of Israel, maybe number two after Joe Biden. Okay? There was no way that Charlie Kirk was going to come out and actively go against, no matter how much he hated or despised Israel's advocates that are close associates of his. He was never going to go against Donald Trump. And the evidence for that is Jeffrey Epstein. Charlie Kirk made a major deal out of Jeffrey Epstein leading up to the election and certainly after the election. And once the Jeffrey Epstein story put the crosshairs on Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk talked personally to Donald Trump and openly explained to his audience that he had gotten a boss call from Donald Trump and he was no longer going to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. So while Charlie Kirk, when talking to Megyn Kelly, for example, openly expressed his frustration with the pro-Israel donors that were smearing him as an anti-Semite, there is still no evidence that he would have turned on Israel publicly because Donald Trump is not turning on Israel publicly. Okay? So there is totally a world where Charlie Kirk was trying to keep the loyalty of the anti-Israel right in an effort not to lose all of that audience to the likes of Nick Fuentes, someone he avoided deliberately, right? And in an effort to do so, he brought Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith on to Turning Point USA Conference. He brought Marjorie Taylor Greene on, or said he wanted to bring Marjorie Taylor Greene on. And this caused major panic amongst pro-Israel advocates. All of this is real, okay? And it's not even hidden because there were articles written about the discontent that they felt with Charlie Kirk in the aftermath of allowing these conversations to take place. There were Jewish publications, there were Israeli publications that wrote about Charlie Kirk and how menacing it was and how dangerous this was. Laura Loomer is a great example of this as well. Laura Loomer, who famously, a couple days prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination, put out a tweet saying Charlie Kirk is betraying MAGA. Charlie Kirk is betraying the movement and betraying Donald Trump after Donald Trump gave him a platform. All of that came very publicly in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk even allowing Tucker Carlson to speak. Okay? Do you understand? But once again, as Sina Tusi also points to, what's striking isn't the conspiracies, it's the scale. Candace Owens' video on Charlie Kirk and Israel from yesterday has 7+ million views. Forget the Beltway or legacy media. The grassroots conservative base is openly fracturing on Israel in a way unimaginable even a few months ago. Okay? They are lying about Charlie Kirk, and they're using this, like Candace Owens, Matt Gaetz, Tucker Carlson, and numerous other content creators, numerous other commentators, high-profile commentators that have a lot of that have a lot of influence, who have their ear to the ground, who obviously have to respond to the animosity that the base feels, are riding the anti-Israel sentiment. So much so that this is actually shifting the administration's priorities, in my opinion, away from the Trantifa shooter narratives back to having to deal with how this wasn't an Israeli operation that assassinated Charlie Kirk at all. Okay? Tucker Carlson said that Charlie Kirk told him at TPUSA Student Action Summit last July to highlight Epstein's connections to Mossad. Distinguishing between Netanyahu and the state of Israel, Carlson claimed that Kirk hated Netanyahu and his war against Gaza despite loving Israel. Roger Stone also confirmed it, so did Matt Gaetz. I have personal knowledge as to many of the claims Tucker is making here. They are 100% true. Roger Stone says, I have personal firsthand knowledge that everything Matt Gaetz and Tucker Carlson are saying is true because Charlie Kirk told me. Charlie was both a public and private advocate for my clemency when I was framed in the Russian collusion hoax. We became close and he provided me with spiritual advice during a crucial time in my life. I believe the questions surrounding his death remain unsolved. Mike Cernovich says, after what Megyn Kelly said, now what? Going to call her mentally ill too? Say she's using a death for clout? Call her obsessed? Now what? Propaganda bots. What we are seeing is truly a seismic shift amongst the right. Those who are close to the administration that obviously have to demonstrate unlimited loyalty to Trump and therefore unlimited loyalty to Israel. Those who also personally love Israel, okay, are saying all of these claims are fabricated. They're made up, okay? The truth in this situation is somewhere in the middle. But it is obvious to me that the administration people are actually losing the information war. Do you understand? And the reason why the administration people are losing the information war, like Laura Loomer or Ted Cruz or any number of different people, is because Israel and Israel's opinion, the public opinion on Israel, is lower than dirt. It's shit from the butt, okay? It's fucking over. You can do as many polls as you want. You can conduct as many polls as you want, but it is ridiculous to assume that things have not shifted in a dramatic fashion. The things that I am seeing in the aftermath of a political assassination of a high-profile figure that they're hailing as Martin Luther King Jr., but for white folk, I never would have expected from the right. I never, ever in a million years would have expected this kind of narrative framing from the right when the opportunity presented itself for them to perfectly capture the attention and go along with the administration's wishes and never bring up Israel whatsoever, and instead focus on the Trantifa narratives. Okay? But once again, what's interesting about this is, and I want to know if there is, does anyone have the old Laura Loomer post? They keep presenting it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I don't ever want to hear Charlie Kirk claim he's pro-Trump ever again. After this weekend, I'd say he has revealed himself as political opportunist, and I have had a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the backs the next. TPUSA was only able to thrive thanks to the generosity of President Trump. She said this after the Turning Point USA conference had a bunch of high-profile speakers, such as Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith, that were able to speak out against the state of Israel and its genocide. Okay? So the discontent from the pro-Israel MAGA side wasn't even hidden. Laura Loomer is, unfortunately, a moral compass for this administration. It sounds insane to present someone who once famously got banned off of every application, including the goddamn weather app, basically, for being so Islamophobic, a person who tried to start an ISIS fan club at her college campus and got expelled for doing so. That person has the administration's ear, okay? That person has the administration's ear. She's been able to successfully revoke visas, for example. So looking to Laura Loomer at times like this is because she is so because she's so crazy and has no no interest in like stopping herself from coming across as demented, she'll just openly reveal her position and the position of many others. Okay? Laura Loomer has been able to successfully get a bunch of federal people fired. Laura Loomer was able to get Marco Rubio to revoke medical visas to Palestinians that were paid for, their travel and their medical expenses that were paid for through charitable contributions, even including people in this community, as a matter of fact. Our contributions helped transport people from Gaza to the United States of America to get medical aid. Laura Loomer was able to stop that process. So just remember that. Just simply saying she's loony, Laura Looney, betrays the amount of influence that she has over the administration. But yes, let's see what Tucker Carlson had to say, and then we'll see what Ted Cruz had to respond to it with.
He did not like Bibi Netanyahu, and he said that to me many times, and he said it to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's no question that Bibi's defenders on the internet will call me a liar or a kook, but that's a fact. And enough text messages exist that I think it can probably be verified in pretty short order. Not that it needs to be, because that is true. Shortly after that speech, there was a very intense attack on Charlie, and to some extent on me, not that I really noticed. But on him, I have no donors. He had $100 million worth of donors. And so, because he was involved in a different project from just yapping on the internet, which is what I do for a living, he was dependent to a great extent on his donors, of course. It's a nonprofit. And they went after him and tormented him. Not all, of course. Many were supportive, but the ones who were offended by my speech, and there was a small, very intense group who were, tormented Charlie Kirk until the day he died.
Ted Cruz responded to this and said, "I'm getting really tired of Tucker and his cronies falsely claiming Charlie agreed with me that Israel's a terrible and the problem in America is all the damn Jews. I knew Charlie well, and indeed, the very last conversation we had was how deeply concerned he was about the rising toxic wave of anti-Semitism on the right." You want to know something crazy? I believe that too, okay? Because in many respects, and I think this is because I understand Charlie Kirk's position and the Turning Point USA's position on this, he was seeing himself as the connective tissue that would hold together all of the different right flanks, including anti-Israel right-wingers and pro-Israel right-wingers. So this actually corresponds to much older conversations that I had in private with Charlie Kirk, all the way from 2017. Not sure if he actually had changed his perspective or not on this stuff, but like there was a time and place where it was very obvious that he was worried about Nick Fuentes gaining prominence. Okay. Now, do I think that this was because he was like a person who deeply resented anti-Semitism? No, fuck no. Okay. It was because he understood the importance of maintaining some pro-Israel support at a time when the attitude was shifting. So when he had this conversation with Ted Cruz, I'm certain that this was a genuine concern, but it wasn't a genuine concern about like anti-Semitism. It was a genuine concern about the like losing out market share to the likes of Nick Fuentes. Do you understand? It was about losing the conversation completely to anti-Israel forces. Is this right-wing sectarianism? Lamau Charlie is the prophet. It's crazy how much contention there is around Kirk's worldview and standing, considering it's very thoroughly documented. It feels like a bunch of people competing to absorb his audience and evoking his legacy to legitimize their own perspective. Absolutely. You are 100% correct. That's precisely the reason why Nick Fuentes, who is the greatest example of this, went from pursuing Charlie, hunting Charlie, all the way down to now celebrating his life and his accomplishments and talking about how much he actually respected him and how much he revered him. It's all for market share. It's also partially the reason why Nick Fuentes, I believe, is not even entertaining the narratives that Israel was somehow responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, because that kind of misinformation, especially for like any kind of misinformation that you could somehow tie back the Jews that has any sort of fucking relevance in the broader audiences will always be weaponized by anti-Semites. So it's shocking. It's shocking that he's not using this right now. You know what I mean? Not to say the suspicions of Charlie Kirk's assassination being brought back to Israel would be always anti-Semitic, of course. That's not even what I'm saying, okay? The reason why he is desperately trying to move the attention back to the left is because he understands that he has a real opportunity. He has a real opportunity to try to eat away at Charlie Kirk's market share and become the new face of the Gen Z. Forgive me for being a bit tired of the right will succumb to soon to infighting narrative after like half a dozen tries over the past few years. You usually don't follow that narrative. What has changed here? I don't believe the right is going to succumb to infighting on this issue. Because in order for them to succumb to infighting on this issue, they would have to be sincere and committed to an anti-Zionist position. For many people on the right, I would say their sincere anti-Israel position oftentimes comes from anti-Semitism. For many others, their anti-Israel position is simply a response to the market moving on and anti-Israel sentiments growing. It's a way to capture market share. It's a cynical way to do it. It's a self-interested way of doing it. Okay? And if there is no real, genuine, firm commitment to anti-Zionism, okay, an anti-Israel sentiment, they'll just discard it in a moment's notice in order to in order to gain prominence in the right. Grifting, okay? Getting real tired of Tucker. So let's hear what Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson had to speak on. Oops.
I think it's fair to say he was the kindest. I mean, for real, and in private too. Even people he was really mad at, he would always say, "Well, I understand where that person's coming from." It's like, wow, his decency was a challenge to me, who struggles to be that. Why was that so offensive to people?
Because it was power. It's so much more powerful, frankly, than negativity and anger.
Yeah.
It's infectious. It's a contagion. It's like a magnet for people, whether they like him or not. They're drawn to him, and he was converting people. So he was a huge threat. That's really, like, I've been asking myself this question a lot over the past week. Let's take the accused shooter in this case.
Yes.
And let's say, okay, it was motivated exactly as the authorities say. And he thought Charlie was, quote, too hateful. And this is a guy who's into furries and he's into trannies and he's living with one and, all the things. Why would Charlie have been targeted by this guy for that? Why would it be Charlie? You say all the same things. I say all the same things. Most of the people in our space and in conservative or independent media say those things. Why? Why Charlie? And sadly, I think it's this factor. It's this magnetism from him, this positivity, this aura, like that, this angel-like aura around him that was so incredibly threatening, way more threatening than the rest of us, because it was powerful and it was winning people over. It was converting people at a rapid rate, and not just any people, but young people. The people who had never been converted before, the people for whom people who talk like you and talk like me had never even tried. They weren't even players on the field. They were seeded in the whole battle. And he said, no, we're not seeding them. I'm going to start at 18 to speaking to them in a way that they can hear and understand me. And I'm going to practice it. For the past 13 years, he practiced. He went out campus after campus. And in the beginning, he wasn't as good as he was in the end. He was good, but he wasn't as good. And so it was a skill he developed over time that made him more and more threatening, more and more effective. And you look at the numbers just in the presidential election. It's not an overstatement to say that Donald Trump has Charlie to thank for his election in November 2024, swinging the youth vote by 9 points. We've never seen anything like it in the past 100 years. You don't swing the youth vote toward a Republican, nothing in modern presidential politics. So he was a really integral, hugely important player, even though he was so...
Once again, if Charlie Kirk was this impactful in changing the minds of the youth, then the Gen Z attitude towards Trump would not have swung in the opposite direction in the first 6, 7, 8 months of the presidency, okay, Charlie Kirk was still around to see the attitude shift dramatically back in opposition against Donald Trump. So my point always is he certainly played a role, especially on TikTok. He got an algorithmic boost on TikTok because TikTok and the Chinese government wanted a stay of execution at a time when they were threatening a ban. They gambled. They offered Donald Trump this fantastic opportunity to be in front of as many young people as possible, and that certainly played a role. Having said that, however, these are still very much systemic forces at play. The resentment that the youth felt towards the Democrats were not born out of Charlie Kirk's acumen, his political acumen, his SJW slam dunk compilations. That's not the reason. It would be nowhere near as successful if the Democrats were seen as truly invested in bettering Gen Z's future, truly invested in improving people's material conditions. They were not. And Donald Trump was seen as an alternative to the people who were looking at these institutions and recognizing that these institutions don't help them. It's that simple.
So understated and projected zero ego. So you didn't see him like that. He didn't have sort of the swagger of that in most of his public appearances. He was quick to subjugate himself to whomever he was talking to, but he was way more important than he ever let on. And I think that's why he was perceived as such a threat. That's why him saying the things others would say carried an extra layer of threat, yet both to this shooter and to Charlie's many detractors. And I just want to add as a period to this, as a footnote, I guess, to this, Tucker, you have a lot of it too. And it is the reason why Charlie is not the only one who's been threatened or was threatened to cut ties with you or not platform you. I too have gotten that, especially since you've been more outspoken on Israel. And
wow, shocking. I can't believe it. Even if you sidestep a little bit from full tilt loyalty to Israel, all of the Israel dick riders will come after you and yell at you and call you a fucking anti-Semite. Oh, who could have predicted that? Who said early on in the month of October in 2023 that a big part of the reason why a lot of people were going to turn on Israel was because of the rapacious, relentless, arrogant nature of those who were doing advocacy for Israel, the entitled attitudes that they openly demonstrated, the how dare yous, the you're an anti-Semites. This kind of shit pisses off Americans, okay? I said it over and over again. This is repugnant to people. Even if someone were to be kind of in favor of Israel or were afraid. Oh, I forgot you were the first one to have a hot take on Israel. Is that how I said? Is that what I said? I'm actually describing an incredibly obvious thing that I pointed to after Megyn Kelly's own experiences and own recollection, making fun of Megyn Kelly for being too stupid to realize that until, 22 months into Israel's ongoing genocide. Do you not get that? I'm saying it's the most obvious thing on the planet that Americans were going to get frustrated by, the constant fucking blood libel accusations, anti-Semitism accusations, and the constant attempts to fucking deplatform people for expressing their discontent with this seemingly unlimited loyalty to that the administration has to fucking Israel, whether it be under the auspices of the Democrats or the Republicans under Donald Trump. That's it. I said over and over again that the institutional control that Israel advocacy organizations that masquerade as Jewish advocacy organizations, the institutional control that they have over declaring people public enemies and demanding they get deplatformed was going to be fucking annoying for people. And they're so horny to control messaging discipline that they won't ever let anyone sidestep away, even remotely question Israel at all, while simultaneously speaking from the other side of their mouths and being like, of course you could criticize Israel. Of course you could criticize Israel. But if you do, you're a fucking anti-Semite. And also, who knows what we'll do to you. That's it. And this is bipartisan, okay? This is fucking bipartisan. It's a total bipartisan situation. There is a real crisis with the ways in which a lot of Americans in powerful positions have identified Israel as an incredibly important asset to American State Department interests, okay? It's wrong, but it doesn't matter. And there are plenty of people who have been primed and socially conditioned into believing that as well, regardless of how liberal or progressive they may present themselves as. That much is also true. I think we here in this broadcast are fairly familiar with a figure that I was closely associated with, that I had a podcast with, who, once again, has never let go of an unlimited vengeance quest that he has been on, to a degree where it just is so unsustainable, so insane, so unstable that he's like ruining his own fucking career, ruining whatever goodwill that he had cultivated over an extended period of time on YouTube, throwing that all aside because I dared to tell him, hey man, you're coming across a little bit too much like you're pro-Israel here by likening Jewish Voice for Peace to capos, Nazi collaborators, calling them tokens, or crying about how fearful you are that someone is saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That was 2 fucking years ago, okay? Some people are so primed and so unable to let go of this association that they've designed for themselves that they make it their lives' mission to fucking to destroy anyone who has ever spoken out against Israel. It's ridiculous. It's completely fucking ridiculous.
Couldn't care less the amount of pressure they put on. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. This is madness. Why would you want to silence such a powerful, important voice just because you disagree with them on one subject, one on which we've all watched you sincerely evolve as you grapple with principles you've been
Nick simply respected that Charlie would go into large crowds and preach the name of Jesus. You can still respect him but not like him. He never liked him because of Charlie's disposition towards Israel. It's that simple. He doesn't have some nefarious ulterior motive like people seem to want to think. Dog, he literally was like, I'm fucking your baby, Turning Point USA. I'm infiltrating your organization. He called him Satan's spawn. Just think for a brief moment. I'm obviously an ideological opponent to Charlie Kirk. I'm a leftist. I'm a socialist. I'm radical, right? Or at least that's the way that people want to present me as on the right. If I were to say a fraction of the things that Nick Fuentes has said about Charlie Kirk, how many of those compilations would be circulating online right now? Fox News would be calling for the death penalty for me. They would be saying, like, Hasan killed Charlie Kirk. It's obvious. The fuck are you talking about? People can take what you say out of context too. Come on, dude. People do take what I say out of context all the fucking time, and I'm sure that happens to Nick Fuentes as well. But, like, let's be real. He's pretty open about his opinions on this shit. I mean, you're talking about a fucking Holocaust denier who was directly asked, like, do you think Hitler is a bad guy? And he was like, oh, I'm neutral on Hitler. Like, what are we talking about? And also, he has spent very little time. I mean, he spent every waking moment he can to try to fucking blame me for this anyway. When once again, Charlie Kirk did not fuck with Nick Fuentes, did not want to be around Nick Fuentes for a multitude of different reasons, right? I'm sure that part of that was because he was fearful that he would lose his audience to Nick Fuentes, okay? He would lose his audience to the anti-Semitic, anti-Israel right flank, for sure, for fucking sure, okay? But the other reason why is because Nick Fuentes pursued him endlessly, stalked him fucking endlessly. His fan base stalked him endlessly, okay? And harassed him endlessly. He didn't have this opinion over someone like myself. And yet Nick Fuentes is still turning around and saying, I'm responsible for his death. Why do you think he's doing that? Because he wants Charlie Kirk's audience. And he knows he has to venerate and show respect to Charlie after years and years of shitting on him. It doesn't matter. I don't know why he's coming at you, I'll say that. But if you listen to what he actually says, it makes sense. People just want to meme and compartmentalize instead of being open-minded. Fuentes, of all people, isn't even blaming Jews for Kirk. Oh, man, I'm so glad that the neo-Nazi has decided not to blame the Jews on this instance. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because he has a higher ambition of becoming a person of notoriety. Okay? Perhaps there is a higher ambition there for Nick, a career ambition there for Nick. That's it. And he's using the opportunity in the spotlight very well, if I do say so myself.
Espousing for years, like America First, like what's happening to Christians, like what's best for us and our kids here. How do I keep them safe? That's my number one priority. And I've been just absolutely disgusted and recoiled from people who have tried to pressure me on it. It, of course, never happened.
Yeah, ask Nick Fuentes fans why the ADL has put the beat on me since October 7 and not on him. ADL used to come after Nick Fuentes all the fucking time. Why is it that when push came to shove and it actually became an issue of importance, America's unlimited loyalty to Israel was finally being called into question, the ADL notoriously dropped all of its coverage of Nick Fuentes and focused on me? Why is it that Jonathan Greenblatt goes on fucking CNN every goddamn night and tackles someone such as myself? Nick Fuentes can turn around and say, oh, Hassan loves the Jews. Hassan loves the state of Israel, or whatever the fuck he wants to say. And there is truth to that. I have no issue with Jewish people. I'm not a fucking anti-Semite. But that is a far graver threat, at least in the eyes of the ADL, to be someone who is not an anti-Semite, to be someone who actually combats anti-Semitism while simultaneously taking an anti-fascist position against the state of Israel and Zionism in general. Anti-Zionism, not anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism is the real problem for the ADL. And that much is fucking clear.
But I know from speaking to Charlie, he felt it too. You've heard it from Charlie that he felt, and there is a layer here of nefarious pressure to have certain narratives go only one way.
Yes.
That must be called out and must be fought.
Well, I should have said in my open that when Charlie was denounced as anti-Semitic and, quote, dangerous by the American Jewish Committee, you were too. That was a press. I don't know if you've ever even seen it.
The other thing that I always find so funny is like with the noticers, right? Like, they remind me of the fucking incels that think they're making this like brave position where they say like women want to fuck hot dudes and they don't want to fuck dudes that are not physically attractive. This is not a brave position, dumbass. Okay. And the same goes for people who are like, noticing. Wow, there's a lot of Jewish people in Hollywood. Wow, what a fucking revelation, dude. It's the additional things that you add on to that is the fucking problem here. Okay. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Oh, we've noticed it. Ooh. Lots of Jewish people in Hollywood. I'm noticing. You're a fucking idiot. That's not true at all. I've seen plenty of ugly motherfuckers being married. I know. I'm just saying that, yes, physically attractive men have a easier go at it than physically unattractive men do. That's it. It's not like a fucking incredible revelation. That's my point. Unfortunately, they're going to put you in an edit, big bro. I mean, what? I'm going to get mogged? Is that? They're going to put me in a fucking mog edit? Here. Who are you mogging? I mog you. I am the mogger. I am the one who mogs.
And I just remember when I read that at the time thinking, okay, these are like two of the most pro-Israel, basically pro-Israel people like on the internet. I don't understand. So maybe we should have this offline, but let's just have it now. I don't get that. Why would you attack? There are definitely people who hate Israel who are not anti-Semites, or people who hate Israel who are anti-Semites. There's a whole range. And then there are like people who have like, religious reasons for wanting to blow up Israel. Those are all threats. Why would they be attacking you and Charlie? And honestly, I feel like me. I mean, what is that? Why attack people who are pretty reasonable, who don't want to get into a fight on the topic, who just want to like have their country thrive? Why denounce them as dangerous anti-Semites? What is that?
And let me just underscore for your audience what I had said. I mean, the sum total of what I had said when they started coming for me, just to show the absurdity of this. I had said on Piers Morgan that Israel was losing the PR war, that they had lost the Democrats and the independents and were starting to lose the Republican Party in America. Yep. And it was time to wrap it up, which was a quote from Donald Trump, who had said it.
Yep. And it's true, because it's the truth. Now, of course, Donald Trump can say that and still dick ride Israel into oblivion, doing fucking throat goat gymnastics on Israel's penis, as he has been, and he will continue to do so. Okay? That's it. And what I don't understand is how these fucking morons on the right, cannot figure that part out, How can you be like, I hate Israel, is the worst country. Oh my God, they're doing a genocide. I'm so mad. Or even if you hate Israel for Jewish reasons, right? Because like it's a Jewish nation state, fuck them, whatever. No matter which way it is, no matter how much you are frustrated with Israel, what I don't understand is how the fuck are you not mad at Trump? Because I hate Israel and I hated what Biden was doing. Obviously, I didn't have a cult-like leadership loyalty to Joe Biden regardless, but it certainly didn't help. How the fuck do people not realize that this administration is so far up Israel's ass. Also, who had that fucking 3-minute streamable link on the landlord's clip, by the way? Someone was talking about it before earlier and I didn't click on it. Lil F, not gonna lie, I don't see it on my end, but perhaps little F's are happening. Oh, you got it? Thank you. Thank you. Wait, that's the short version. There's a longer version of it, no? Isn't there a longer version of it? Like there's like a 3-minute version of it as well. That shows the additional context, I thought.
A year earlier when he was still a candidate. Time to wrap it up. That's what I said about Israel. And then at Turning Point at the Student Action Summit with Charlie, we talked all about Epstein in my appearance there. It was all about Pam Bondi, frankly.
Right.
And we talked about whether he might possibly be an asset for someone. And I said he might be. And Israel, yeah, would make sense to me. Didn't know, but that's one of the things we should consider and look at. And that will conclude the list of things I said about Israel. That after 2 years of going on the air and defending them every week, turned some weird crowd into, she's an anti-Semite. So, I mean, F these people, because it's a lie. It was even more of a lie about Charlie, who had said even less than me. He had said nothing, like absolutely nothing. And they use those terms about him because he was on the other side of me when we had that discussion, and because he hosted you, and because he had the nerve to...
I'm gonna keep it $1.50. It's because this is the reality. It's because they are fascist, okay? And they have a formative opinion that revolves around ethnic and religious superiority, and they're fucking racist. It's very difficult to comprehend this when you look at it with an American lens, because Jewish history is exactly the opposite of that kind of sentiment. It's the complete opposite of that sentiment. It's centuries of being dominated, being singled out to be the primary villain, unjustly being cast aside, experiencing pogroms, right? But Zionism is a fascist ideology that revolves around ethno-religious supremacy, okay? And therefore, Zionists will carry that level of arrogance to their conversations with those in the fucking out group, okay? It's that simple. Thank you. I got the link from Merv XA. This is another part of the reason why I get so fucking annoyed with fascists, that fascists both on the pro-Israel side, the Zionist side, and fascists on the anti-Israel, neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic side, okay? Because it's just untrue that Judaism as a religion has been propped up as with values of ethno-religious supremacy. No group is a monolithic force in general. It is fucking stupid. What? Amala Ekpanobi just posted a video about you? What the fuck? I don't care who that is. Why? Why are you especially pairing me up with Destiny? Jesus Christ. Why do you guys have to consistently send me random ass people online that are fucking farming your attention? Please stop.
Invite Dave Smith in a debate because he allowed one side to be represented and he had the Israel side fully represented too. So this was just such an unfair accusation. And I don't know why these very ardent advocates don't accept friendship when you offer it, when you've proven that you are genuinely a friend. I've said openly, Tucker, I don't want to debate. I'm on their side. There's no reason to put somebody on this show so they can convince me that Israel's right. I'm on their side. I agree with that. But in response to those comments and then ultimately having Marjorie Taylor Greene on where we criticized AIPAC, I mean, who defends a lobbyist group? They treated me like I was Mehdi Hassan. Not everybody, but like the loudest Israel defenders. And to turn around and call Charlie Kirk an anti-Semite is such a disgusting smear. And you're right, he's young. He was young and wasn't used to being attacked like that by people who supported him and people whose donations are actually really important to the ongoing existence of his organization. And it took a lot for him to say no to them. And it took a lot for him to be honest about the fact that his opinions had evolved. And let's face it, Charlie was like an unofficial spokesperson for the youth of America, in particular, conservative youth. And I don't know if people have checked, but they no longer support Israel. And everybody under 30 is against Israel. Charlie was 31. And so as a friend, he's saying to them, as same way I, as a friend, am saying, I am telling you, you've lost Dems, independents, and you're starting to lose Republicans.
Like, in some ways, I feel like cynical grifters and charlatans aside, in some ways, I do feel as though these people are also trying to save the Republican Party to a certain degree, where they also recognize that this is untenable. The unlimited support to Israel is untenable. They're obviously saved by the fact that the Democrats are completely unable of Democrats' complete inability to capture the attention of broader audiences by presenting themselves, even on a partisan basis, as anti-Israel advocates. So when both parties are pro-Israel unconditionally, it doesn't really make too much difference. It just creates more discontent in the base for both parties. But Megyn Kelly is like very clearly trying to, just like Tucker Carlson, just like all these fucking people, is very clearly trying to continue capturing the attention of younger audiences in an effort to not lose complete control over their influence networks. Because for many people, I mean, here it is. This is Gumby also posting this. Kirk's target audience was college-age kids as well as slightly older Gen Z, for whom Israel is overwhelmingly unpopular. I'm sure these numbers are slightly higher for conservatives, but he would have been insane not to have put some distance between himself and Israel. And I obviously agree with this Matthew Petty take as well. I could honestly see a scenario where Charlie Kirk was signaling to anti-Israel conservatives that there was some room for them as loyal opposition. This freaked out the pro-Israel backers who demand 100% alignment, and that created the appearance of a split. Color me a lot more skeptical that Kirk was disgusted by Netanyahu and also secretly converting to the Catholic Church. So do you think that that's why they killed him? No. You know what's really funny about this is that there is a version of this within liberal Zionism and ultra Zionism, right? Liberal Zionists are trying to take control over the narrative so they can actually salvage the reputation of Israel in the Western world, whereas most of Israeli society has completely dropped that, and they're just like, fuck you, what are you talking about? You're a pussy, you're a Hamas lover, you're a Palestinian lover, you're an Arab lover, get the fuck out of here. It's my way or the highway. Anyway, this is precisely what I said in the immediate aftermath of the discourse moving in that direction.
What happens, what's going on here with Candace, Bibi Netanyahu, and Bill Ackman, because it kind of leads up to something that happened between Charlie and me on this show about a month ago, August 6th. Okay, and the audience experienced this with me, so I'm just going to set up what's happening so everybody understands. Bibi Netanyahu went on Fox News on September 11th, the day after Charlie was shot, and commented on the loss of the man he said was his friend. And here's that in SOT 1 in part.
He was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization.
Like, I'm gonna keep it $150. This attitude is also inviting a lot more suspicion. Like, these motherfuckers, just like everybody else, immediately turned around and made Charlie Kirk's assassination all about whatever their pet project was. Obviously, for Bibi, his pet project is genocide and the continued support of the American government, even if the entirety of the American population is anti-Israel, right? But like, when he came out and like made multiple statements and really highlighted how much Charlie Kirk was a friend to Israel, it obviously invited even more suspicion because people fucking hate Benjamin Netanyahu and people hate Israel too. So then they were like, that's weird. It's a weird thing that you're doing right now. Why are you doing that? Don't you have a fucking genocide that you're busy with right now? What the fuck is this?
A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place. But he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel.
Okay, so Candace, who's been critical of Israel in this conflict, did not appreciate.
Charlie, have any opinions on Christian being spat on? Come on, big dog. You already know how it is, okay? We know. Remember that convo that took place? Remember that fucking convo that took place between what is it, Officer Tatum or whatever, and Benjamin Netanyahu, where the guy was like, yeah, I mean, there was only one spitting incident, so I'd say it was pretty good. People think it's overblown, this notion that like Israeli society broadly fucking hates or disrespects Christianity and Christians. Like, there was only one spit today, big man. And by the way, Candace is still on this shit with 227,000 people watching, which leads me to believe that perhaps she's farming it a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna keep it $1.50 because I feel like if this was a big investigation, she would be leaking the text messages.
Dangerous. Charlie Kirk, an anti-Semite. He was not an anti-Semite. He was the opposite, and he was not dangerous.
Yeah, the major irony here is that a lot of these conspiracies would have been put to bed if I were able to talk to Charlie Kirk and fucking debate him on the issue of Israel, specifically from the perspective of the Gen Z, which is why I'm so fucking mad about this narrative that's like exploded about Charlie Kirk turning on Israel any day now. Like that was my fucking point. That was the argument. That was the wedge that I was going to use to separate the administration from the base of support.
This is actually not the most important issue to me.
So fucking
I can talk about. I don't need to come to Turning Point. I can take a year off, no problem. I hated seeing how much he was suffering, the hassle he was getting from people, and I was being attacked too. By the way, it was a huge effort. I wasn't fully aware of it actually because I don't go online that much, but there was a huge effort by people, some of whom I know and have helped, and like Seth Dillon.
Who did you tell? What do you mean? It was very obvious that we were going to be fucking talking about Israel. The entire thing was like Gen Z focused.
I like Seth Dillon. I had him on a couple of times. I had dinner with him to show support. Seth Dillon was out there demanding that Charlie Kirk take me off the roster, pull me off stage because I had said things that Bibi didn't like or that he didn't like or whatever. Shocking that someone whose whole persona is wrapped up in the idea that we all get to speak, and if you don't like it, make a more compelling case, that person and many others like him were advocating for me getting pulled off the stage because they don't like what I'm saying. This is a trend, and one that we should be really concerned about. It's not just about Israel, by the way, at all. The trend is really simple. People with power don't want to hear disagreement. They don't want to be challenged, ever. That's why we have free speech, to acknowledge that even those of us or people with less power still have a right to talk because they're human beings. You don't own them. So time after time, Charlie would call me or come to see me and let me know, wow, or show me text messages. These people are really mad that you're speaking. And I would always have the same thought, like, I feel pretty moderate, actually. I've never been an Israel hater. Obviously, I'm not an anti-Semite. I just don't want more wars, and I don't want a foreign country humiliating my country and telling us what our laws have to be. I mean, this seems like pretty basic America First stuff, and he would say, I totally agree with you, but they want you off the stage. And I would always say, no problem. And he would say, no, it's important. It's a matter of principle. I want you to be there. Great. By the way, I'm not accusing anyone of being involved in that
React
murder.
Channel era? Yes.
Mutter darkly or imply anything.
Chatters.
There's a lot we don't know.
While this is irrelevant to us in the grand scheme of things, understand that this is a very relevant fissure within the base of support for a lot of Republicans. Okay? She has 231,000 people watching, going over Tucker Carlson's commentary. She literally had 7 million people in the first day of her Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel conspiracy theory. This is it. This is what the conservatives are talking about. We can watch a million fucking Ben Shapiro videos. It's got no motion.
Pressuring, threatening, intimidating Charlie to then flip in 1 second after he dies and say, pretend it never happened, like they were just great friends. That's weird to me. It's very weird to me. We wouldn't be here if they didn't do that. They could have said anything, by the way. Like, Josh Hammer, I know how you were messaging him. Like, release the messages, buddy. Just release all of your threads with Charlie in the 48 hours leading up to his death, okay? Let people see it. They did it at first regarding me last year. They insisted, and I said, Charlie, I couldn't even come up for air.
Why aren't they calling out Laura Loomer, who already released the messages and her discontent for Charlie Kirk? This is another thing that actually invites scrutiny from my perspective to the commentary that they're engaging in. Not a single one of these people is actually shitting on Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer is a major advocate for Israel. She is a massive Islamophobe. So why the fuck are they not talking about Laura Loomer that much? Is it perhaps because she is seen as an insider and has a lot closer of a relationship with Donald Trump than these people do? Is that the reason why they're afraid of touching the Laura Loomer angle
then
here?
became the fastest people to try to eulogize him and to say, look no further. He effectively died for Bibi Netanyahu. It's wrong, and we have to stand up to that narrative. Matt Gaetz jumped into the ring and basically just doubled down on what Tucker Carlson said. He tweeted this. I have personal knowledge.
Now you're grasping at straws here. Nah, man. If I was in Candace Owens' shoes, okay, I would 100% tackle the narrative from the perspective of Laura Loomer. And the reason why I would call her out a lot more, instead of like going after Bill A. Packman, I'll go after Laura Loomer a lot more. Why? Because she's crazy. And she is willing to just openly fucking say shit, okay? She has no self-restraint whatsoever.
I really regret my last correspondence. And then I would have been like, okay, that was really authentic and real. Instead, they were like, we had a wonderful time. I wasn't, what? Oh, love Charlie. Just loved him so much. Something is weird about that. Spiritually, it's evil. That's what it is. It's evil. And in case you needed any more, another person to tell you that he was being intimidated and they were bullying him about who he could speak to, here's Megyn Kelly. She joined Tucker Carlson and she says this very quickly. Take a listen.
Charlie is not the only one who's been threatened or was threatened to cut ties with you or not platform you. I too have gotten that, especially since you've been more outspoken on Israel. And I couldn't care less the amount of pressure they put on. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. This is madness. Why would you want to silence such a powerful, important voice just because you disagree with them on one subject, one on which we've all watched you sincerely evolve as you grapple with principles you've been espousing for years, like America First, like what's happening to Christians, like what's best for us and our kids here. How do I keep them safe? That's my number one priority. And I've been just absolutely disgusted and recoiled from people who have tried to pressure me on it. It, of course, never happened. But I know from speaking to Charlie, he felt it too. You've heard it from Charlie that he felt, and there is a layer here of nefarious pressure to have certain narratives go only one way.
Yes.
That must be called out and must be fought.
Love that. Like, Megyn, that was amazing. Thank you. I think all of us right now are just feeling we have to speak. Okay. So if you know something about what was going on, if you have something, send it all to me because I'm organizing. Okay. I'm getting a lot of tips. By the way, many of you guys spoke about the individual who very quickly, I think 4 minutes after Charlie was shot, went and took the camera down and moved his chair and stood up and took the camera down literally 4 or 5 minutes after he was shot. I want to let you know I was able to figure out who that person was because I recognized one of the individuals and I reached out to that individual and I said, you know, I've known you for a long time and I would like to see the footage. I would like to see the footage and I think the world would trust me. If there's nothing weird that happened on that day and there's about 4 or 5 cameras on that day, I'm not going to publish the footage, but I want to see it with my own 2 eyes so I can stand on this platform, so I can sit here on this platform and I can say to the world, no funny business happened. Truly, we can all go home. It was Tyler Robinson and he acted alone and there was nobody else there. And this kid just, I guess, after having a life where he didn't bother anybody, just woke up one day and chose violence and then decided to explain every layer of what he had done that day via text messages. I want to be able to look people in the eye honestly and say that. So I want to see all of his footage. So I am working to get to the bottom of it. Okay. I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories floating in about the security guard and people thinking he was making gestures. I know that security person. He's a good guy. It would shock me. I usually get a vibe about somebody. Not that guy. Not the guy that they say he's like rolling up. He tends to do that, roll up his sleeves. I don't buy that one. Okay. I don't buy that one. And, but here's the thing. That's my gut. My gut has led me in the right way. I want you guys to know that once I look at all the footage from every angle, if I'm putting in this formal request and they said they would speak to the lawyers, I think the world will trust me to say there was no funny business and this is exactly what happened. So I've put in that request and I want you guys to know that. And I mean business. I'm getting to the bottom of this. And lastly, I want to say to this like new flex operation mocking pastor, regarding which, by the way, the first time they went after Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, a source told me, and I would love to get this confirmed, I'm going to find this out, that $150 million
A woman's
was spent on
intuition is
that,
special. I
and it came
trust
from Bibi
her.
Netanyahu. I would like to figure out if that's true. But anyways, obviously investigating this, and I'm not going to let it go, okay? You're not going to emotionally use some jujitsu, and I'm referring here to Roy or Rob McCoy, who says, I'm Charlie's pastor, and here's the truth, or whatever it is, to look the other way right now, okay? You're not going to tell me that I have to feel too bad to investigate who shot my friend in front of my face. So stop the nonsense. This is what Charlie's pastor passed around to all of the people that were intimidating Charlie leading up to his death.
I'm not Mr. I'm noticing dog whistles here type person, but low key, like she hit the hard Jew on that jujitsu.
Are lies. No, he didn't find his voice saying anything about Bibi Netanyahu. Candace investigating things? Yeah, that's got to stop. Here's what he wrote. Okay, what's his name? Rob McCoy. He wrote, Charlie Kirk was my friend and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace and never publicly spoke poorly of her, though he disagreed with her. He never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this. I only wish at this tragic time of mourning, she would be the friend to Charlie Kirk that he was to her. He would never have treated Candace or her family in such a way had, God forbid, this tragedy been hers. A friend loves at all times, and he drops a biblical proverb. Now, let me say this, okay? I hope that Charlie would have been the sort of friend that I'm being. Okay, he would have never. Why? Why wouldn't Charlie Kirk have investigated if I had been killed and we were being so obviously lied to? I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. I think Charlie was a real friend and he would not have dropped it. He would not have let it go. Least of all, because he was being emotionally manipulated by a guy who curiously kept his mouth shut when Bibi lied. You knew, if you were really his close friend and pastor, how he was feeling about Bibi Netanyahu. You knew, if you're his close friend and pastor, exactly the names of everybody who was intimidating him and how poorly they are misrepresenting the things that he believed. So why don't you focus on being more honest as a pastor and giving as much information as you can possibly provide so that we can continue this investigation? If you can't do this, I'm going to have to ask for your silence. Okay? Be quiet. I mean that. Nobody is going to stop me from investigating what happened to Charlie Kirk, because it feels to me, okay, that this is a conspiracy, a federal level conspiracy, which means that there's going to be somebody else, so maybe somebody close to Charlie that could be involved in this, right? And when I am satisfied that there is no conspiracy, I will communicate that. But at the moment, no, I am feeling the exact opposite. I don't trust anybody. There's a lot more information that I wish I could share, but I'm going to tell you guys, it's going to get uglier. And these absolute demons are trying to justify saying you shouldn't investigate until the funeral, until the state funeral, until, as I have heard, people are trying to buy their way. Okay. I've given this much money. I want to say some remarks about Charlie Kirk. Okay. Stop. Okay. Just stop. A real friend would investigate someone's murder, and they would not stop until they felt good about the resolution and the answers that they were given. And I'll let you know when that is, Pastor. Okay? All right. Before I get into some of your comments and see what you guys are thinking about all of this, I want to remind you about the wellness company, because you may have,
oh my
maybe
God.
you didn't.
Oh my gosh. She's fucking farming that shit, bro. This seems too good to be true, but I think Israel will be more fucked because of this. Yes, bro. Yes. I've said this already. Lying is OP. That's number one. Lying is motherfucking OP. Okay? Number two, conservatives especially, but liberals too, but certainly conservatives are way more malleable to misinformation and false narratives and like grand conspiracies than critical thinking. And that is precisely the reason why this is the possible worst thing. I can totally see unironic pro-Israel people like Deborah's and Barbara's that were pro-Israel until this very moment. People who tune into the Candace Owens broadcast and go, oh my God, I cannot believe that Israel did this 100%. I love Charlie Kirk and Israel killed my Charlie. I can totally fucking see people developing resentment towards the state of Israel off of this shit, which is so crazy. I guess you got to take it whichever way you can, right? I don't know. Yeah, look, wrote about the Israeli right rushed to weaponize Charlie Kirk's assassination, casting them as a martyr in its anti-left, anti-Muslim, Judeo-Christian battle. Violence is the right's natural currency, whether as perpetrator or as victim. Your consistency on the infringement on First Amendment anti-BDS stuff all the way back in...
Ladies and gentlemen, little flying by the...
What is this?
It's when I got fired from MSNBC for using the term rape in a satirical tweet that I did years before. And people were like, there was, and I felt like,
God, I was so fat.
I mean, MSNBC has the right to fire me if they want to fire me. I mean, it's their company. I thought it was wrong.
When the eventual purge comes, that's what I think that.
I mean, that's like the functional equivalent of cheering on, saying that unvaccinated should not go to the hospitals, right? I mean, like his whole brand has been an unwavering, principled stance, regardless of who the players are.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if Greenwald, but that principle was a bit shaky around the Nathan Robinson Guardian thing too, among some other those substackers, like taking a little bit of victory laps or look at a little bit gleeful at leftists getting banned.
Well, all right, let's.
Well, the thing about that is like Glenn is ridiculous in this issue because like. He knows for a fucking fact that I have been a massive advocate for, BDS protesters and how much of a disgusting erosion of the First Amendment laws that we supposedly have in this country. Whenever you have to sign like that, you've never you have to sign like loyalty to the state of Israel and that you've never actually said Palestinians are human to be a fucking teacher in Texas. Like I think that's insane. And look at that. All the way back in 2021, baby. All the way back in 2021. Nice job on the sound upgrades you've done, though. I think that the audio's tweaking on Sam's end because this is just off of the majority report. Because, yeah, I've always been a consistent supporter of the First Amendment because I'm an anti-Zionist. There is not a lot of room. There is not a lot of room there. You can't be fucking anti-Zionist and also be in favor of free speech violations.
That is why they took him out. That is your theory that you are presenting there, Mia. And I will say this, it's like Tucker said, to have so many donors, what I do know is the donors became very rotten at the end. He relied on his donors. They were making threats. Some of them, up until the very last minute, were making threats against him. Financial threats, I'm referring to, obviously. Some people are lying and saying that I said this donor tried to kill him, or it's so ridiculous. Financial threats, that's a threat, okay? That is a threat. Michelle E. writes, you and Charlie are both so inspiring and have taught me a lot. I think it's amazing what you are continuing to do for Charlie. God bless you, and God bless Charlie. Love and prayers from Scotland. Also, thank you guys. I see you defending me when people are lying and saying that I said stuff that I didn't say. Their new thing that went around is today I woke up and like all of like Bill Ackman's cronies were like, would you like to comment? The New York Post would like to, I said, literally, New York Post, you guys are just feds. And I don't really feel like commenting. I don't care. The people are awake. We are awake. Okay. We see what is happening and you're not going to distract me. Write your stupid articles. Call me whatever you need to call me. People are listening and they can hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay. The entire world needs to wake up right now. And I believe that Charlie Kirk's murder has provided us an opportunity to do so, to stop the left and right BS and to focus on the people that actually hate us and rule over us at the same time. Scott writes, what is your view on the questioner on trans violence? The questioner on trans violence. Did you watch his remorse video? I was not convinced. I believe.
Okay, she's taking in call-ins at this point. I kind of ship you and Candace. I don't know why, but I can see you vibing. Y'all are fucking nutty, dude. Oh my God. Candace Owens is one of the most relentless voices of white supremacy in the United States of America. Hasan's chat figuring out what we feel when they say they're woke. What? Like, there's just no fucking agreement on anything. Also, Tommy Vitor has a really good take on this as well. Very curious if Netanyahu realized how angry he made large swaths of the MAGA world at his gross attempt to hijack the memory of Charlie Kirk. It was a huge unforced error that did real damage. Fucking Roger Stone talking about it too. There's also shit like this. It's scary seeing this kind of sentiment reach this kind of virality. Yeah. Stu Peters, who is a literal anti-Semitic, fascist, neo-Nazi, white supremacist, all that good stuff, says Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk, and now the Jews have literally overtaken his show. Like, they are the people that are using this as an opportunity to farm more like Israel discontent are not holding back. Like, they are just going crazy mode with it. And the reality of the matter is, a lot of the people that are pro-Israel pro-Israel on the right, have over the course of the last year or two have lost all of their motion. It is not an accident, okay? It is not a fucking accident. I said this before. This is unironically something that I think Charlie Kirk also recognized, which is precisely why he was just like desperately trying to hold on to some kind of like loyalty pledge for Republicans that are anti-Israel. And it's also ironically what is causing even more discontent amongst the base. For a lot of Americans, critical examination from a materialist perspective on America's foreign policy ambitions with Israel is far too difficult to fathom. You know what's much easier? Saying it's the Jews, okay? For the past 2 years, I have actively and desperately tried to show everyone I can the truth, knowing full well that Americans are much easier. Americans can go along and get on board with a conspiracy about all of this happening because of Jews. Jews are a monolithic force, and all of this is happening because Jews have hypnotized America or whatever. Little old American politicians getting duped by Jewish hypnosis, and that's the reason, or Jewish blackmail, and that's the reason, this or that. It doesn't require critical thinking. It actually corresponds to preconceived notions that already exist out there. You can also point to certain things like you can invoke suspicion off of pointing certain things like, oh, well, look at how many Jews are in Hollywood. You know what I mean? That sort of shit. And if someone already has this notion in their minds, like the perspective that, like, you know, the unrealized, unexamined notion that like Jews control the media is seen as an innocuous statement in many parts of this country, and then they see all of the fucking Israel dick riders being like, we're doing this for Jews, we're doing this for Judaism, how dare you criticize us, you're criticizing Jews, you're an anti-Semite, you need to get deplatformed. What the fuck is the expectation? What is the expectation from the average American? You think they're going to look at all of that? You think they're going to look at that and be like, well, you know what? I'm going to dig deep here and assume that actually the real reason why all this is happening is because our politicians don't care about us, and they would rather extract as much natural resources from all around the world and control and dominate entire swaths of the population in resource-rich regions such as the Middle East by basically using a settler colonial operation such as Israel to do so as easily as possible. You think that's what they're going to think? You think that's the reason? No, they're going to go, oh, Jews, I knew that they controlled the media, and here it is, they control the government. Okay? That's it. It's much harder to convince people. It's much harder to convince people of the truth, especially when there are no honest people that are being highlighted in this process. And a lot of these like fucking idiotic advocacy movements are way too predisposed with coming after people like myself. They're fucking stupid. So, you know, you did this, all right? You designed this. You designed this future for yourself. It's disgusting.
That is not a both sides problem. My friend is dead because of left-wing political radicalization. And if you want to cut that out, then be honest about it and look yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, he just keeps saying like left-wing radicalization. They just keep doing it. Got those numbers to historic lows just like you asked. Democratic mega firm SKDK drops Israel as a client. It's so crazy, man. It is so fucking crazy. Anyway, Patrick Bet David, streaks soaking capitalist blood. Hassan Piker and Destiny blasted for extreme Charlie Kirk rants. Ironic because none of the rants here are about Charlie Kirk at all. I mean, I guess Destiny's rants are, but none of the things I've said are about Charlie Kirk at all. Okay? I'm not even going to watch that though. I'm just going to listen to, I'm just going to help you guys listen to the ABC News Australia back and forth, right? It gets a little heated at the end. I don't know if they kept it in.
Hassan
Let's
Piker,
take a
welcome
look.
to 7:30. Now, you were live streaming when Charlie Kirk was killed. Can you describe that and also what your immediate thoughts were about what the consequences would be?
I was live streaming, covering the day's news as I do every day. And at first I didn't believe it. And then we immediately started scouring the internet to find if there was any footage from the incident, because I knew that there would be people filming. And we found some. And then there was, complete confirmation after I saw a close-up incident shot. Oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh my God. And obviously I was horrified and watching that unfold to someone that you were supposed to sit next to publicly. But the last bit they rat fucked you, it's all good. Guys, come on. There's gonna be criticism. Okay? People are gonna see all of the fucking narratives that are being presented by the right. It's appropriate for me to in a public setting. It's appropriate for me to fucking a couple weeks talk about that too. It made it even more real. Someone that I knew, someone that I was not exactly friends with, but a counterpart on the ideologically opposite side.
As you're watching that, you've got a lot of people live commenting. How do you manage what they say?
Yeah, I mean, we are very desensitized to violence, I think, in general. So there are always going to be people that especially under the guise of anonymity online, people to just say things without really thinking about it, being careless. And I wanted to stamp that out immediately. First, because I feel like it reflects poorly on them, it reflects poorly on everyone involved, but also because I think that instantly I knew that this was going to be something that the administration will use against those that they've declared political dissidents. And unfortunately, my fears were realized shortly after, when Donald Trump came out only a couple hours after announcing Charlie Kirk's untimely demise, and make a statement about how they were basically going to start prosecuting and persecuting political dissidents, the left, as he said.
Since then, we've had J.D. Vance, other senior figures in the administration say that they're going to go after what they call terror networks, who they say are behind this. What are you expecting, or what do you fear from them?
I don't know. I don't know what that political prosecution is going to look like, considering that we have a First Amendment in the American Constitution that actually makes the government attempts at doing things like that wholly unconstitutional. So I don't know. It's not like this administration is shy about eroding constitutional protections or going after people's civil liberties. So who knows where they might take it? I just hope that the broad American appetite for anger and vengeance will be soothed by how fast they get distracted elsewhere.
Is it actually safe to be in the public sphere right now?
I mean, I have a policy of not letting fear dictate my life, and I'm going to continue abiding by that policy because, like I said, time and time again, this is an unfortunate but all too common side effect of this field that I'm in. And I don't just do rallies, political rallies. I don't just do public events where I go out and speak or even debate people. I also go to protests. Protests where I get shot at by the American police. So I'm no stranger to putting myself in harm's way, and it's unfortunately something that I have to do in order to do my job properly. So I'm most likely going to continue. I'm just waiting out this initial period of unrest and anger and resentment, and taking extra precautions. But I will probably go back to business as usual, hopefully when the temperature is lowered a little bit.
Charlie Kirk's language included offensive statements about Muslims, about black and brown people, about immigrants, about transgender people. But since his death, he's been praised for his openness to debate. What do you think about that praise from people like Ezra Klein, from the New York Times who said he was doing politics the right way.
I think it's dishonest, simply put. And it's not necessarily because Charlie Kirk wasn't open to platforming people which he disagreed with. I myself am one of those people. So technically, it's not incorrect to say that he is willing to debate people. But to state that he was doing politics the right way without actually reflecting on his political output, I think is dishonest. The medium itself obviously was utilized for cutting propaganda for the Trump administration. But also, what I found to be distasteful was the lack of quotes or the lack of recognition for Charlie Kirk's ideology. It makes it seem as though the New York Times is outright endorsing Charlie Kirk's opinions and ideology by omitting it, because it leaves the readers who may not be aware of Charlie Kirk's worldview with a totally different outlook on Charlie Kirk's political advocacy, one that the New York Times is either subscribed to or one that liberals, prominent liberals like Ezra Klein, seemingly don't care enough about to even mention.
But for you, those extreme statements didn't make you want to stop doing public debates with him?
I think it's not a matter of what things people say, but more so from my perspective, at least. And everyone has a different attitude about platforming, but from my perspective, it's more so a matter of how much political influence this person wields. So for Charlie Kirk, I mean, he was the regime's guy. He had a lot of influence, both over the Trump administration and a lot of influence over a lot of young conservatives in this country that were a part of his massive advocacy network, Turning Point USA. So in that regard, it's not necessarily debating someone whose ideas are beyond the pale, but instead it's more so about trying to stop the bleeding in terms of letting these kinds of dangerous ideas spread without any sort of contention, without any sort of pushback whatsoever. Once a person gets to a level of notoriety and a level of legitimacy, it's impossible to avoid them. I think closing your eyes and plugging your ears and just hoping they go away simply is not going to work. So at that point, I think it's valid, no matter how strange or horrifying or dehumanizing their rhetoric might be.
You've written about meeting with him a few years ago, saying he was much more genial than you expected. What did you learn about him that day?
He was he was very professional. He was very cordial, and he wasn't shy about trying to develop a personal relationship with even someone like myself. But I didn't really entertain that because I did find his opinions, which were much more moderate at the time, back in 2017, as opposed to what it became by 2020 and onward. But even then, I did not understand the productivity of hanging out in a cordial manner with someone who I opposed so vehemently because of their worldview. Having said that, reflecting on our private correspondence at the time, I realized, like I'm telling you right now, his opinions definitely changed quite a bit. I recall a time where he was talking about writing a piece potentially on how he found it morally repugnant to compare Black Lives Matter to the KKK. And what's interesting about that is today's Charlie Kirk and today's media environment in this incredibly divisive landscape. When I say that, you would assume that maybe he was actually highlighting the KKK as a good thing and BLM as a bad thing. But at the time, he actually was saying, look, I have disagreements with Black Lives Matter, but the Ku Klux Klan is an entirely separate organization that is just totally and utterly morally repugnant. And I think that was interesting for me to find out, because I had forgotten about this conversation, but it was interesting for me to find out and really reconsider how much the American right has shifted on a lot of issues.
Can you explain why Charlie Kirk resonated so much with Generation Z?
Just TikTok. I think TikTok was fearful of a ban, and they recognized that if they give Trump something, that if they give Trump more access, or if they give him or his main guy, Charlie Kirk, an algorithm boost, which TikTok seemingly did do, and this is Trump's own statements on TikTok, that they would probably get a stay of execution, which they did. And I think the reason why he had a lot of staying power with Gen Z was, as opposed to how little influence the organization Turning Point USA had prior to Charlie Kirk's TikTok initiatives, was both because of the algorithmic boost that they most likely got, or they were in front of a lot more people, like real eyeballs that they were getting, real attention they were getting from a fairly young platform.
Gen Z.
And also the structural issues that my generation and the generation after mine have been experiencing. And the Democrats at the time and their inability to address these structural issues with reasonable legislation created a lot of anger. The very same type of anger that led Donald Trump to win in 2016 was still there. And it was not addressed by the administration at the time. So people looked for that exact same alternative that would be a destructive force to these institutions that very clearly were not helping people mitigate the affordability crisis that they were experiencing. Very clearly not helping people buy houses. A lot of people in Gen Z, I think, recognize that they're never going to retire at a reasonable age, that they're never going to be able to own a home, and that hopelessness and that anger was palpable. That's the reason, I think, why they chose to take a shot in the dark in the direction of a dangerous and unstable and incompetent fascist like Donald Trump. So it wasn't all Charlie Kirk. It was more so environmental factors that played a big role in this. And the reason why I say that is because the Gen Z opinion on Donald Trump swung dramatically back in the opposite direction, because they very quickly realized that Donald Trump is also not invested in fixing any of these problems that he was tasked with solving.
I want to ask you about your own rhetoric. I noticed that Elon Musk has been posting about you.
Yes.
And I don't know the context of these particular statements, but here's a quote from you about landlords who don't want to rent out their properties. You said, kill them, murder them, let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood. Doesn't that make you part of the problem with violent discourse?
This was in a conversation that I was having with a landlord friend of mine, and it's, of course, hyperbolic, and it's not meant to be sincere. This is not sincere advocacy. It's not a real policy that I would ever advocate for, and that's precisely the reason why when Republicans were desperately looking for any sort of incisive language that they could present, they went back to a very obvious instance of LARPing, an insincere statement that is obviously hyperbolic from, I believe, 2018.
My question stands nonetheless. Doesn't that kind of language contribute to the atmosphere of violent, even lethal violence in the United States?
I don't believe that my insincere statements that don't reflect on any of my beliefs whatsoever in 2019 has led to any sort of real world violence whatsoever.
Just talking about what people are being exposed to online, Australia's about to introduce a social media ban for people under the age of 16. Given the violent discourse that we're discussing, could that be a solution?
I don't think so. I don't know if a walled garden approach would perhaps be a little bit better and a little bit more productive in terms of dealing with the early stages of the journey that people go through online. I'm certainly not opposed to something like that. But as far as an outright ban of social media, I'm not so certain that this would be appropriate or productive, because I feel like sheltering the youth from a way to communicate with one another and a way to learn what's going on around the world is probably not the best idea either.
Hassan Piker, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Could vote today on a resolution to censure Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and strip her of her committee assignments in response to her comments criticizing Charlie Kirk just after.
I realized the much longer conversation featured heavily my opinions on Israel and Israel's genocide. And unless I missed it, they totally took that stuff out. I also, when she asked me about like what actually is responsible for the violence, I said, rhetoric aside, rhetoric can actually increase tensions, but what certainly is responsible for the violence, especially in a place like America, is the unlimited violence that we dish out overseas and the unlimited violence that we see at the domestic level. And oftentimes that is born out of our loose gun laws. And I thought they would have at least kept that in, because I knew that like Australians understand that, you know what I mean? Like Australians understand how fucking nutty Americans are with the guns and shit. So don't know why they took that out, but I mean, it's most likely for time. The Israel thing probably because, you know, I don't know how they operate over there, but the gun stuff they probably took out for time, because that's something that I think the Australian audience would have appreciated. People have lost any remaining faith in ABT after the terrible coverage on Palestine.
His assassination. Chad Pilgrim is live on Capitol Hill with the latest on this effort. Good morning to you, Chad.
Aisha, good morning. Republicans believe Ilhan Omar has gone too far again. She called Charlie Kirk reprehensible and reposted a video condemning him. Nancy Mace wants to censure Omar. This comes amid calls for calm.
This is the only time to do this. We have played nice for far too long. I mean, we've been so nice. Now is the time to push.
It's crazy that the only time Congress ever censures someone is if they're just objectively correct. At least in the last, like, did they even end up successfully censuring Marjorie Taylor Greene for saying like Jewish space lasers caused wildfires or whatever? Like, I guess that's the only time where they have, if they did, I can't remember. That's the only time where they went after someone for like being insane. But I don't think they did. Like, the last time they did this kind of censuring was over Rashida Tlaib saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's crazy. Censuring is a joke and it's a fucking political tool, but it's just annoying that they're flexing like this so aggressively. I hate it.
Back harder than we've ever before, figuratively.
Censure is the second highest form of punishment in the House. Just
censure
below
failed
expulsion.
by one vote.
Omar
One vote is crazy, by the way.
Been in trouble before. The House voted to remove Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee after she made anti-Semitic comments. That was in 2023. Omar dismissed Mace's efforts.
I mean, if she wants to lower the bar on what a censure looks like here, she can go at it.
Do you have any regrets about the comments that you made about Charlie Kirk at all?
I did not make the comments that she's accusing me of making, so.
Omar has not apologized. Fellow squad member Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said Republicans are abusing their power. The House has censured 4 Democrats in the past 2 years.
It's ridiculous. Like every single one of these things, every time a Republican in this House is offended, they file a censure resolution. I'm not here to be fighting over whatever people's like schoolyard thing is for the day.
Republicans want to get Democrats on the record opposing the censure. The GOP will argue that Democrats are not doing enough to rebuke violent rhetoric and lower the temperature.
Yeah. By the way, the violent rhetoric is just saying objectively what Charlie Kirk's opinion was. How is that fucking violent rhetoric, dumbass? Like, it's crazy that Nancy Mace just like made up quotes and was like, why don't you apologize for the things that I made up about you? Like, she didn't even quote anything that Ilhan Omar said. Fun fact, Nancy Mace is trying to censure me over comments I never said. Her res does not contain a single quote from me because she couldn't find any. Unlike her, I have routinely condemned political violence, no matter the political ideology. This is all an attempt to push a false story so she can fundraise and boost her run for governor. I think one of the craziest things, is that these guys, I could totally see them being like, oh, this is violent rhetoric. And then unironically be like, well, you're just posting these statements, these quotes in context that Charlie Kirk has made. And that comes along with the recognition that that rhetoric itself is actually inherently violent, and then try to get a censure off that way. Like, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing, bro? Anyway, the censure failed. Ilhan Omar also dunked on, where is it? We would love to see you get deported back to Somalia next. By the way, while she's doing that, this is the other side of the story. While she's doing this like failed censure motion, she's actually stating, once again, censurable opinions. Like, that statement in and of itself is totally worthy of a censure. It's objectively racist. Like, what do you mean? Once again, demonstrating the total asymmetry of who gets to say whatever heinous shit they want in Congress. It is so fucking annoying to watch this unfold in real time every goddamn day. When is it, what is it going to take for liberals to be like, enough is enough, man? Enough is fucking enough. They're dabbing on us. They're dunking on us. Do you think we, the left, are losing the fight against the conservative narrative about the left being violent? Surely the average person isn't ignorant of that reality. No, they are.
Next one is...
Wait, what is this? They mentioned D in the committee, by the way. She didn't quote anything Omar has said. They mentioned Destiny in the committee, by the way, and ignored the statement using the First Amendment.
A few weeks before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, CNN runs widely viewed interview with Destiny, describing Charlie Kirk as spawn of Satan.
Without objection.
And let's see here. I think the next one is, gosh, I'm having trouble finding it, sir. I will submit it for the record later. The rest of these, I have another 30, so I'll just submit those.
Speaker,
Mr.
Chairman. Gentleman from New York is recognized for what purpose?
Point of information with respect to everything that Mr. Biggs just read. So what? It's all free speech.
First Amendment is alive and well in this great country, and thank the good Lord for that.
Next one is...
Yeah, that's right. Of course, bro. This should be laughed at. What are you talking about? You can't say a guy is a fucking spawn of Satan? What are we talking about? The irony, of course, is that Destiny has said incredibly violent shit, about all conservatives in general. He can't stop himself from going crazy mode. And there are certainly way less defensible quotes, but even then, it's still defensible on First Amendment grounds, okay? What the fuck are we talking about? I say this as someone who hates Destiny. You know this. Half of the fucking, almost all of these clips out of context are coming from his fucking community. The reason why they're pulling Twitch, most likely, the reason why they're pulling the Twitch CEO or trying to pull the Twitch CEO into this fucking committee hearing is unironically the attempts of Dan fucking Saltman, who has been working with ADL and all these other advocacy groups to try to get this to happen for a very long time. The only dumbass that bid on that was obviously Israel's biggest attack dog, Richie Torres. No one took it sincerely, but finally, he was working with Republicans as well, for the record, on trying to get this done. And finally, he got what he wanted. But it's, of course, ironic because now those very same demons that he used to try to fucking go after me are going after his boy as well. They're going after Sex Pestiny too. They're talking about no, I know they said they wanted me to be pulled in front of Congress. That is what they have been actively working on. He's flown to DC and shit to try and get it done. He's been talking to Republican congresspersons. The problem is, the problem here is that these institutions are so malleable and they're such pussies that they just don't want any fucking negative attention or association whatsoever from the Republicans. No company is ever going to turn around and defend anyone that is currently drawing the ire of Republicans, okay? That's it. Nexstar Media, which owns around 24 ABC affiliates, says it will preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely tonight due to his commentary on the Charlie Kirk assassination. Mr. Kimmel's comments about the death of Mr. Kirk are offensive and insensitive at a critical time in our national political discourse, and we do not believe they reflect the spectrum of opinions, views, or values of local communities in which we are located. Andrew Alford, president of Nexstar's broadcasting division, said. And it's dude, what the fuck are you saying? The president is literally, the vice president is saying it's war. We're going to tackle the left. We're going to tackle the left. They killed my best friend. Okay. They're just making shit up, saying that all Democrats and all liberals are going to get fucking destroyed, using Charlie Kirk's assassination to make the case. Meanwhile, the dumb fuck libtards in positions of power, are asleep at the wheel, or I guess they personally don't care. They actually agree with the conservatives. Maybe they're not as liberal as you think they are. These guys don't understand. Fascists will always turn their crosshairs on you, okay? There is no collaboration with fascists. Unless you are a die-hard fascist yourself, you're fucked. Continue to give Mr. Kimmel a broadcast platform in the communities we serve is simply not in the public interest at the current time, and we've made the difficult decision to preempt the show in an effort to let cooler heads prevail as we move towards the resumption of respectful, constructive dialogue. Dog, if you want someone to do a fucking, if you want someone to do respectful dialogue, like demand the president do so. What are we talking about?
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom.
That's what they fucking clapped him over? That's it? Highlighting how little Trump gives a fuck about Charlie Kirk? That's it? It's just, like, he didn't even make, like, I thought he made an edgy joke or something.
For the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years, and it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
Brother, the one time Jimmy Kimmel is, like, kind of funny because of Trump's funniness, and ABC is caving. ABC yanks Jimmy Kimmel's show indefinitely after remarks about Charlie Kirk. Brother, this is why I said these guys are going to get extra vicious. They're going to come for everybody. They're going to come for people that conservatives just hate, right? This is their own. This is unironically right-wing cancel culture, but the difference here is that the government is actually leaning into it. Whereas, like, liberals were not, you know, going around being like, we have to cancel this show or that show. Like, or even if they ever brought it up, nobody really gave a shit, right? Like, no right-wing corporation ever gave a shit and was like, yes, that's right. Due to the unimaginable pressure that we're getting from fucking liberal politicians, we're canceling the Milo Yiannopoulos show or whatever. Like, the irony in and of itself is that the irony here is that, like, the cancel culture pressures and this kind of, like, SJW behavior is done from a place of powerlessness when you recognize how little power you have to actually change the systems. You actually want free healthcare. You want to have a better job. You want to have better benefits. You want to be able to take time off whenever you see fit, build a family, own a home. But you know you can't get those things. So you just focus on, like, things that are immediately in front of you. This fucking asshole pissed me off. Remember when he cried? Remember when he cried during COVID? Like, that's the gripe that conservatives have with this guy. Okay? And therefore, he was always a target. And now that the Charlie Kirk thing happened, they're using that as an opportunity to go after him. He didn't even say anything wrong here. He didn't even say anything even, like, remotely off base. But what's frustrating about this shit is that all of these powerful media organizations are straight up caving and capitulating to dear fucking leader, bro. Yeah, Nexstar CEO praises Trump administration as local TV giant announces $6.2 billion merger with rival. The initiatives being pursued by the Trump administration offer local broadcasters the opportunity to expand reach, level the playing field, and compete more effectively. What the fuck are we doing? And now CBS is owned by Larry Ellison's son, and he's bringing in Barry Weiss so they could do better pro-Israel propaganda. I don't know how the fuck that's going to work. And on top of that, on the other side, as mainstream media is fucking dying, they are actively putting the clamps on independent media. I covered this already earlier with the whole, like, bringing in the Twitch CEO. It's fucking bullshit, dude. And what's crazy about all of this is that a lot of people are just sleepwalking. Like, a lot of people are just like, oh, from a partisan perspective, it's great. It makes me feel good that Jimmy Kimmel is fucking banned. Okay, great. See, someone in the chat immediately said, not sure who lies more, Jimmy Kimmel or Hasan. If you are truly confused by that, he got banned, which we shouldn't have. I love the hogs, okay? I love my little piggies. Mods, don't fucking pull the trigger finger so fast. Like, you can do that for this fucking dipshit, but you don't have to do that for like a honest to God hog who's like, oh, I hate Jimmy Kimmel and HasanAbi Piker, right? But it's so funny. Dog, at a certain point, you got to realize you are an incredibly small man, an incredibly small-minded, narrow-minded person if you think this is going to improve your life in any meaningful capacity. I tweeted about this earlier. Someone was like, oh, yeah, it's over. Oh, Hassan Piker might be gone. This guy's so excited, right? Comrade Stump. I said, imagine how narrow your worldview is that you think a Twitch streamer being deplatformed at the direction of the free speech anti-cancel culture administration after 2 years of Zionist organizations demanding it happen is somehow going to improve your life. Do you see? That's it. Like, if given the option of free healthcare and then Ben Shapiro and everybody else gets to fucking maintain their platform, or no free healthcare, but they get deplatformed, I wouldn't give a fuck about deplatforming those guys. What are you talking about? It's not even a fucking question. The entire reason why they're doing this is because they're throwing red meat in front of you, you fucking idiots, to make you feel like one of your dreams is being realized, because they realize that you are brain-broken, small-minded morons that will literally go, oh, hell yeah, he banned transgender athletes from the NCAA, so that you can't realize that you're still getting fucked over by a person who promised no new wars. He's the peaceful candidate. He's going to end all the wars, and he's going to fix the fucking prices. None of that has happened. That's what he won on. He won a narrow victory over that. People have been running around making it seem like this is a Reagan-style sweep after a year and a half of negative real wage growth that was experienced is unprecedented under the Biden administration. And dumb fucks don't even understand that they are not getting their wishes, but it's making them feel like they are because Jimmy Kimmel got banned. Like, you're a fucking loser, brother. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit about Jimmy Kimmel, okay? Who gives a fuck about Jimmy Kimmel? But, like, if you think that this improves your life in any capacity, you are a huge pussy, okay? You are a ginormous pussy and a fucking loser. You have nothing going on in your life. Nothing. Like, how the fuck is this a big W for you?
What was going on earlier today when I saw this pop up on Twitter? This is the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, on a far-right podcast talking about what Kimmel's comments were. Let's roll that tape.
You know, when you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. Obviously, look, there's calls for Kimmel to be fired. I think, you know, you could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. And again, you know, the FCC is going to have remedies that we could look at.
Joe, are you comfortable with the FCC playing this role?
I don't think this is a legal issue. I don't think this can be pointed to the FCC or the Trump administration and say, well, this is about them going after Kimmel because of what he said. Personally, I think it's more of a cultural issue. And I got to tell you, look, I'm about as moderate a Republican as you're going to get. I'm from New York. I have not been comfortable watching late night television for 15 years because when you have conservative leanings and you're constantly mocked and you constantly feel like you're doing something wrong, you shut it off. You don't watch it anymore.
It's so hard. It's so hard. No, oh my God. I want to say things that I can't say. There's a lot of attention on me right now. Oh my God, but I'm thinking it. You are the biggest pussy on the planet. Turn off the television. You are the biggest pussy on the fucking planet. Oh my God.
Clip.
This is so much worse than the most gender fluid, septum piercing having, turf bang having, multicolored haired college freshman with a philosophy degree could ever come up with. Like, this is literally like, I can't watch television because my feelings are hurt. Are you fucking kidding me? Turn off the TV. Oh my God. That is sincere advocacy. Oh, I'm too scared to watch Jimmy Fallon. I can't say anything because I'm worried that motherfuckers are going to be like, he needs to go banned. But I cannot comprehend how big of a pussy one is to not even feel a sense of shame to say that out loud on national television. Oh my God.
Executive branch officials. I don't have to respond to Congress, that kind of thing. He's fighting that out in the court. We've seen that before. What's unprecedented, however, is the way Donald Trump is using official power from the FCC on to go after universities, law firms, and media companies that he disagrees with on policy or on politics. That is new. We've not seen that from any president before.
This is actually cancel culture. I mean, that's what this is. The chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, added on Benny Johnson's podcast that the broadcasters, including ABC, have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. Elsewhere in the interview, Carr attacked Kimmel as talentless and suggested the late-night comedian's comments displayed some sort of, quote, desperate irrelevance. Is that what we want the FCC chairman to be doing?
It's a very slippery slope, and there's a pattern. We keep talking about it like it's not happening, and it just keeps happening over and over and over again with folks he disagrees with. I'm a Democrat. I'll say what happened to Charlie Kirk is disgusting. We should have a court. If he did it, he should be prosecuted to every extent of the law. We shouldn't have to say that. That's just common sense. But we also should say the First Amendment matters to everybody, whether they agree or they disagree. And I just think that what we're going through right now is unprecedented. It's unseemly. And I think that it's really getting out of hand because it's just happening more and more and more with folks who disagree.
We do have the clip that Jimmy Kimmel said Monday night. Obviously, this is not the entire 8 or 9 minute monologue. This is just one clip of it, but this is what he said.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Now, the way that Fox covered what he just said there was Kimmel suggests Kirk assassin was one of the MAGA gang, despite reports of leftist leanings. I don't know that I think that is an accurate description, but they have the First Amendment to write what they want to write.
The job of the FCC is not to regulate and police content. It's not, do we like this? Does this make us comfortable or uncomfortable? Right. I don't like anything about what Jimmy Kimmel said, frankly. I agree with Joe. I find his comments reprehensible, but it's not the FCC's job to say, do we like this or do we not? And the FCC, of course, is a government actor. And I'm thinking sort of off the top of my head here, but if ABC wanted to fight this, clearly they don't because they've made the decision to dispatch or suspend Jimmy Kimmel. If they wanted...
If you found those comments from Jimmy Kimmel to be reprehensible, again, you're not cut out. You're not cut out for this environment. That is crazy. What is happening? Wake up. Wake up. This is not about a sincere request to return to normalcy and commentary. The worst part about it isn't even like the procedural influence that is unprecedented and directly in violation of the First Amendment. Okay, that's a problem for sure. But the broader problem here is that they are actively doing this. It's not just Jimmy Kimmel. They're coming after everyone that they personally perceive to have even a little bit of smoke for Republicans. That's it. How the fuck are you not aware of this? Like, this is some real fucking fascist bullshit. If you think those comments about Charlie Kirk are reprehensible, just listen to Charlie Kirk once or twice and let's see what you think about his takes then.
I think the point is, though, that, again, when you alienate a part of the population who at some point just stops watching, then you have no incentive to keep whatever left of that audience there is. And then, it just kind of goes down the drain.
Let me ask you a question, Joe. Do you think that we are holding late-night comedians to a standard for speech and decency that we do not hold our elected leaders, including the President of the United States, to?
I guess who's we? I mean, you're talking about audience watchers or citizens?
The American people, the government of the United States as of now. Are we demanding that our late-night comedians behave in a more upright and more conciliatory and sensitive way than we demand that our president act?
Well, I think it's not so much demanding. It's if you don't like what Kimmel's saying, you turn it off. If you don't like what Trump is doing, you don't vote for him. So I think that's the power you have. And so I don't know that there's any kind of
but we're not turning off Jimmy Kimmel. There's being pressure applied to have him canceled.
That's ABC's choice, though. They don't have to cancel him.
But they feel the heat. That's when they do it. Like everybody who gets in the line of fire of this administration feels the heat, and they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. We don't want any heat here. This is the big boys, and they all back down.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Look, we've seen law firms back down. Many law firms settled. I was surprised. I was disappointed by that. We've seen many colleges, including Columbia, settle, right? And it's, I think, noteworthy and alarming to note how many free actors in the private sector have decided to give in to settle rather than to stand up and fight. There are some counterexamples. There are law firms that have fought.
This is
Harvard
what I've
and
been
other
trying to
universities
explain to
have fought,
people.
but
Like,
that's a decision that every private entity has to make for itself based on the bottom line.
There's also a plethora
conciliatory
of district
statements
court judges all across the country that are more than
capitulation.
happy, though, to fight again, to push back against Trump administration actions.
Ira, they've lost most of those
straight up
lawsuits, though, the Trump administration.
a new
Deservedly.
era of
All right,
fascism.
thanks one and all. Appreciate
Corpo
it. You can follow me
fascism.
on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, and on the TikTok at Jake Tapper.
I'm telling you right now, we are in the era of corpo fascism, woke fascism, homo fascism. Okay? That's where we're at right now. Like, these guys will behave as though these guys will just fucking complain and cry and lose their shit.
Really shocking news just
Unbelievable.
breaking here tonight. As the FBI director today was accused of an Epstein cover-up, Kash Patel repeatedly testifying he can't release the documents. The courts, though, have said otherwise, as Trump tonight is facing protests and questions about Epstein, even on his trip to London. And tonight, a sheriff's warning to Tyler Robinson's romantic partner, the sheriff telling friends and family of Charlie Kirk's alleged killer to, quote, lay low. That sheriff is my guest. Let's go out front. And good evening, I'm Erin Burnett, and out front tonight we do begin with this very late breaking news. Jimmy Kimmel's late night talk show has been pulled off the air indefinitely. Pulled off the air indefinitely. ABC is just making this announcement about Jimmy Kimmel Live just hours after the Trump-aligned chairman of the FCC went on a podcast threatening to take action against ABC and its parent Disney about Jimmy Kimmel. Specifically, over these comments by Jimmy Kimmel 2 nights ago. What Jimmy Kimmel did, I'm going to play it for you, but I'll tell you what he did. He suggested that the suspected killer of Charlie Kirk might have been a pro-Trump Republican.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize.
Bro, one of ours isn't even Jimmy Kimmel's assessment. It's the fucking governor of Utah, Spencer Cox's own statement, by the way.
Of course, he didn't celebrate it.
Like, that's literally
anything like that.
So it's not even out of pocket to say one of ours. Okay? Because Tyler Robinson was one of theirs. It's true. It was white on white violence. What the fuck do we mean?
So why does that warrant this? Right? Again, it wasn't even a celebration, and I know people are very torn on that and what is free speech or not free speech. But here is what the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, just warned.
You know, when you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy.
Bro, this kind of shit was so whack when SJWs were doing it. And it's somehow even more whack when it's the Republicans doing it. Even harder because the Republicans are using like institutional muscle to do it. It's not even like hysterical college campus freshmen now being like, oh, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to see this. It's just like bald ass dipshits that work in positions of power going on Benny Johnson's show talking about how we got to use this. We got to use our institutional muscle here to fucking flex on Jimmy Kimmel.
What's happening with Kimmel's show, though, comes in the context, of course, of the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. CBS announced it was canceling that. Colbert was a longtime and vocal critic of President Trump.
Ari Cohen has become like
that this was due to financial reasons.
One of the goats, dude. Like low key. I never fucking thought that I would be on board with like Fire, which I always thought was like somewhat a little too conservative coded. Even though they were like it's crazy. They hyper focused on like they hyper focused quite a bit about SJW shit. No, I know he tweeted about me too. No, he is somewhat of a goat actually. No U.S. citizens should be detained by law enforcement at the border or anywhere because of their protected speech. ICE and CBP are the enemies domestic that federal officials swear an oath to defend against. And it's so funny because people were like, platforming terrorist propaganda isn't protected speech. You are certainly no constitutional scholar. I'll say that much. Like, that was my favorite thing to read at the time. That was my favorite thing to read at the time of like blue checkmark dipshits being like, no, it's actually a good thing that he was detained. To a fucking First Amendment and defamation lawyer. Like, that's his fucking job, bro. That's his life's mission. Anyway, Ari Cohen, a hero in these times, okay? Never thought we would get here. I always thought that, like, Fire was very conservative coded because they kept on talking about fucking campus controversy all the goddamn time. But they also would release reports on book burnings regularly. They did. They would, Like Fire regularly brought up how much conservatives are actually suppressing freedom of information, freedom of speech, and how much they were like actively going after whatever kind of books can be, whatever kind of books can be read in like libraries and stuff. But ultimately, in this day and age, heroes and more necessary than ever before, we need, like, when it comes to the speaking on the humanity of immigrants, we need like OG Cato style fucking libertarians. And when it comes to defending the First Amendment, we need these libertarians. We were at Campus Org until like 3 years ago. Yeah. Ari Hive, I worked there, law. We were at Campus Org until, yeah, but like it just focused way too much on how fucking annoying SJWs are on college campuses. Like that was his entire purpose. But like it's very clear that they're moving on to bigger and better things because their needs. There is a tremendous need here for them to work. Ari Cohn, counsel at the Fire Org, reacts. The government pressured ABC and ABC caved. The timing of ABC's decision on the heels of the FCC chairman's pledge to the network to do this the easy way or the hard way tells the whole story. Another media outlet withered under government pressure, ensuring that the administration will continue to extort an exact retribution on broadcasters and publishers who criticize it. We cannot be a country where late-night talk show hosts serve at the pleasure of the president. But until institutions grow a backbone and learn to resist government pressure, that is the country we are. Oh my God, I'm nutting, dude. That's my goat, Ari. Please save me. Ari, save me, Ari. What do you think of Jimmy Kimmel? It doesn't matter, okay? For all intents and purposes, I am Jimmy Kimmel's most loyal servant. I am his fucking Fedayeen going forward, okay? I don't give a fuck about Jimmy Kimmel until this very moment. Now he's my goat. Do you understand? Because what is going on here is far more consequential than my own personal distaste for like Jimmy Kimmel's jokes or whatever, okay? What's going on here is this administration playing out its agenda of suppressing whatever they see fit, okay? Not even just dissent at this point. I fucking love Jimmy Kimmel, okay? That is my goddamn goat going forward, okay? Comrade Kimmel. It's so ridiculous. And a lot of dumb fuck liberals do not understand that an administration that decides we are going to pull the plug while utilizing the FCC's powers that it does not have against Jimmy Kimmel's like not even remotely offensive statements. What the fuck do you think is going to do to everything until everyone is just like on their hands and knees like the DPRK lady about fucking Kim Jong-un? You know, millions must suffer, I guess. Nah, that's bullshit, man. He didn't say anything even remotely edgy, which, by the way, even if he had, he has every right. He has every fucking right. Make no mistake. Make no fucking mistake. This isn't even about like the public pressure, okay? I mean, that lady is the GOAT, for the record. I love her. And she got a wonderful new flat that Kim Jong-un gifted to her for her many, many years of voluntary contributions to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and also Marxist-Leninist Judaist principles. She is a beacon of light and journalistic excellency. Having said that, okay, that was cool. She cried, I crowed, we all crowed when we watched her get into her new flat. So, no, she's not dead. No, she's not dead. How dare you? Stop. Don't do jokes. Normies are watching. Jokes. Excuse me. I'm telling you, man, this shit is fucked. This shit is fucked. How can people not realize it? I mean, I know you guys realize it because I have been ringing the alarm bells on this shit nonstop. And I've spoken to every fucking media outlet that will have me speak on it. But I still think a lot of liberals don't get it. They just do not understand what's going on. They're fucking sleepwalking. Okay? They are sleepwalking, dude. This is not about Jimmy Kimmel. This is not about his statements. This is about how much this government wants to enforce its power over major media corporations and how much major media corporations are fucking capitulating to it. This is the same with Amazon and Twitch as well. Obviously, it's coming for me too directly, as I told you. All right? What the hell are we doing, man? What the fuck is going on? This is ridiculous,
Elizabeth,
dude.
it also comes in the context of, I mean, I mentioned Colbert, right? And now we're talking about Kimmel. But you have Trump talking about lawsuits that settled in his favor by news organizations. Yesterday, making it clear not only does he add all of that into this, his victories, but also that he wants to go after others. Here was the exchange as he's on his way to England that he had with ABC News, longtime, top of the top ABC News White House correspondent Jonathan Karl. I'll play it.
She'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC.
He was talking about free speech there. I mean, Elizabeth, where does this all lead, right? I mean, this is, I understand we were in a domino situation, but this one is seismic.
This is seismic. And if you had told me a few weeks ago that Stephen Colbert's show was no longer going to exist, I would have said you're crazy. If you had told me yesterday or an hour ago that Jimmy Kimmel Live was going to be pulled off the air indefinitely, I would have said, in no world is that going to happen. So we are really in unprecedented times. And trust me, the people at ABC did not want to pull Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Oh my God, bro. No, it's not like the strangeness of this is not that, oh my God, I can't believe it, that Jimmy Kimmel got pulled off the air. The fact, the way it got pulled off the air is the fucked up part. It's government intervention. Hello? Wake up. And not only is it government intervention, it's government intervention and capitulation by corporations to fascist to fascist demands, no matter how fucking stupid they are. No. This is really fucked. Insane, brother. What are we doing? We're at the mercy of fucking losers and freaks. These schizophrenic monsters put the beat on you because they decided they didn't like your commentary one fucking time because you cried too much about COVID or whatever. And then they're like, nope, one day the administration will actually force a major corporation, after years and years of fucking being like a online guy, being a famous newscaster, they can just come after you and decide that the corporation will just let you go. This is the most snowflake, fucked up SJW style shit I've ever seen in my life, dude. What are these guys doing?
You know, the show would have been taping within the next hour, so people would be there. Yes, this is very abrupt, very abrupt.
And this is all about jawboning. It's all about public pressure. You know, actually revoking FCC licenses is extremely difficult. I wrote about this last fall when candidate Donald Trump was talking on the campaign trail about wanting to punish stations by taking away their licenses. And throughout the history of the country, ever since we've had broadcast television, license revocations are extraordinarily rare. Once you've got one, you're pretty much guaranteed to keep it. So the threat is not that the FCC is actually going to take away a license. It's about the public noise. It's about the shame and embarrassment. It's about Brendan Carr going on podcasts and embarrassing ABC. You know, there's a term for this. It's jawboning, and that's what we've seen happen today in a very real way. Trump vowed retribution on the campaign trail, and he's getting it. He's getting it against entertainers and comedians. But Aaron, for every reaction, there is a counter reaction. Stephen Colbert has already been joking about getting hired somewhere else. Those jokes mask a very real intention, right? Yeah. Where will he get picked up instead? If Kimmel parts ways with ABC, and again, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Kimmel's contract is coming due soon. Kimmel will probably end up somewhere else. And if big, old-fashioned mainstream media companies don't have the guts to employ these people, then we're going to see startups start to flourish. You know, we talk about the Substack era with people launching newsletters and live streams on YouTube. We're going to see more of that if these old-fashioned media companies can't stand a little bit of pressure from the president.
Yeah, well, I mean, but it is stunning to see such a thing happen and to show this world that we're living in. Van Jones is joining me now on the phone. So, Van, you know, all of a sudden you see this headline, Jimmy Kimmel put on hold indefinitely by ABC News after the head of the FCC goes on a far-right podcast and says we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Like, understand something here, okay? The response from this company is supposed to be, oh, yeah? Try me, suck my fucking cock, okay? What are you talking about? Where is your fucking backbone? What the fuck do you mean you're going to fold to the Trump administration and the FCC being like, sorry, we're taking away your broadcasting license? Suck my dick, dude. Suck my fucking dick. That is what the response should be. That is what the fucking response should be. What are we doing? What are we doing? I cannot believe it, dude. Wait, what? Oh my God. Okay, thank you. Oh my God. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. It has nothing to do with Jimmy Kimmel. I do not give a fuck about his comedy or his humor. It just adds insult to injury from my assessment, from where I'm standing. The very fact that he was like funny for the first fucking time. And not only was he funny on this bit, it wasn't even remotely offensive. The notion that this is like the worst part about this, in my opinion, is not just the administration that's being like, oh, we're going to fucking threaten you with government power. Okay. That is an interference on free speech. That's bullshit. That's a violation of free speech. That's not just cancel culture. There's a violation of free speech. In the past, Donald Trump would say, oh, I don't like the way you're presenting me. Okay. You would go, tough titties, bitch. It doesn't fucking matter. Who gives a fuck? Now, when Donald Trump says, I don't like the way you're presenting me, and companies go, oh my God, I'm so scared, instead of trying to fight back, we arrive at this situation where like the more they get, the more people cave, the more companies cave, the more they give an inch. These guys will take a fucking mile. What are we doing? Liberals, defend something, anything. Defend liberalism. Defend the First Amendment. What are we fucking doing? At this point, I see this as enabling the administration, because that's precisely what this is. You are enabling this administration. The chair of the FCC explicitly threatened them, specifically the affiliates, hours before they made the decision. The president has said he wants Kimmel and Colbert off the air. Gidiyor musunuz? Okay, bekle bir dakika, dur geliyorum. Bir saniye, gel öpeyim.
Honestly, pretty stunned. I mean, what happened with Stephen Colbert, what's happening right now with Jimmy Kimmel, this cannot be a pattern in the United States. We've got to stand up and allow the media to be independent.
Well, it is unfortunately a pattern now. We're gonna queue up again in just a second what Brendan Carr, the FCC chair, said on that that right-wing podcast earlier today. But first, just because you made the point, Congressman, that what Jimmy Kimmel said was not celebratory or hate speech, which it wasn't. And again, I will make the point that there are some, including people like Ted Cruz, who came out yesterday and said even that speech is protected in the United States. So I'm not trying to put up that would be some sort of an excuse. I am just pointing out that's not what he said. I want to play again for anyone just joining to understand what it was that Jimmy Kimmel said that prompted the FCC chair to say we could do this the easy or the hard way. Here's Jimmy Kimmel.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Now, Congressman, I'm just going to take a step back and say, after January 6th, you had, many on the right saying, no, it's an act, it's Antifa, right? These speculations about who's to blame for what, and it's not what it looks like, they are everywhere on every horrible act, okay? And Jimmy Kimmel just came out and put that in his monologue. I think anybody would say that's obviously not hate speech, but obviously people on the right, Brendan Carr, didn't like it. When you see that Jimmy Kimmel is gone because of that, does that even hit harder home to you?
Look, I'm honestly, this is very concerning. I think first, Jimmy Kimmel is a late night host. He's a comedian. We have the First Amendment in this country. Folks have the right to say what's on their minds, and certainly in a monologue on a late night show. And I think anyone that's going to listen and watch that clip, I mean, it's pretty clear that this is a direct attack on free speech. And it's one thing for all of us to unite and talk about political violence and denouncing political violence. It's another now to target people who you may not agree their opinion with, or that you don't like what they have to say. What's happening right now in these attacks on universities, attacks on people in their job because we don't like what they say, or we're policing every word. This is an extreme example now, and another direct attack on the media. And I think one thing is important to be said at this moment. Yeah. Donald Trump has been, in a systematic way, attacking the media, causing harm, impacting the way people believe and interact with news gathering, what people are saying. And he continues and continues to tear media and media institutions down. That overall will harm our country. It's going to harm our world. People need to be able to trust the media. And what this ABC's actions here at this moment, I think we have a lot of questions about what happened.
So is there anything Congress can do about it. The FCC chair goes out on a podcast. He says, do it or else. It gets done. Is there anything you can do? You're the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee.
Look, I will tell you this. I have a lot of questions, and I won't be the only one. I think there's no question that there are going to be some conversations.
Open President with 100 bones.
Very quickly about this and this pattern that continues on from the president. And you cannot have the FCC making and pushing these political decisions, let alone on a podcast, on a podcast that you're sharing an idea with another right-wing commentator, and then all of a sudden you're implementing this, which is a huge impact. I mean, there are, as you know,
Dude,
I mean, millions of people.
You know what it feels like to me? It feels like Trump is hitting the same route that he did with the Epstein stuff, basically coming out every single fucking day and being like, I'm a pedophile, I'm a pedophile, I'm a pedophile, right? Like, oh, I love Jeffrey Epstein. Like, basically doing that, but this time for I'm a dictator, I'm a dictator, I'm a dictator, I'm a dictator, I'm a dictator. I'm doing dictatorial shit. I'm doing authoritarianism. I hate free speech. You need to fucking listen to me. I am becoming a dictator. It's fucking bullshit.
And just speculation, his opinion. Again, as I've pointed out, Ted Cruz, your colleague Don Bacon, all came out and said even hate speech in their view would be protected, right? It was a bipartisan protection. Again, that's not what this was. This is just pure opinion, but I want to make the point.
How is this any different
so
than
much,
liberal cancel culture?
I appreciate your time.
Dog.
I want to go straight now to
What
Anna
the fuck
Gomez,
are you
because
talking about? Point to me a time when the fucking liberal administration turned around and said, we're going to revoke your fucking broadcasting license because we don't like a joke you made about Joe Brandon. I hate the goddamn liberals, but you need to understand. Be fucking serious. This isn't a bunch of like conservatives organically getting together and getting offended and then demanding that ABC cancel Jimmy Kimmel. They've done that already. They've done that. It didn't work.
Using the weight of government power to suppress lawful expression, not because it glorifies violence or breaks the law, but because it challenges those in power and reflects views they oppose.
All right. So, Anna, let me just try to break this down a little bit, because you're sitting here, obviously, as somebody who, you're a commissioner of the FCC, right? You work with Brendan Carr. So he goes out on this podcast, okay? And he says something very specific. I'm just going to play again the explicit threat that was made. Here he is.
They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or, there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
The easy way or the hard way, right? There's no, frankly, obviously, there's no even attempt at ambiguity here, right? It's just a blatant, bald, direct threat. What do you say to that? What do you say to Brendan Carr? I mean, he's your colleague. You guys are on the FCC together. You work with him. He went out and said this.
So I think we really need to make very clear that the First Amendment does not allow us, the FCC, to tell broadcasters what they can broadcast. Personally, I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, but I understand Jimmy Kimmel is a satirist and a comedian. I saw the clip. He did not make any unfounded claims, but he did make a joke, one that others may even find crude. But that is neither illegal nor grounds for companies to capitulate to this administration in ways that violate the First Amendment. And we must be careful not to allow the government to punish critics simply because of content. This sets a dangerous new precedent, and companies must stand firm against any effort to trade away First Amendment freedoms.
So Anna, when Brendan Carr goes out and said the FCC, that we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and talks about revoking broadcast licenses, okay, for people out there who don't understand the machinations of the FCC and exactly how it works, if ABC had not caved and had kept Jimmy Kimmel on the air, and Brendan Carr went ahead and actually went forward to do this, to try to revoke a broadcast license for ABC, goes to the FCC, you're a sitting member, you are there are others. What actually would happen?
So the FCC does not have the ability to revoke licenses just because we don't like what is being said on a particular broadcast, especially by a satirist like Jimmy Kimmel. So I don't think this commission could have legally revoked a license based on this particular episode. What we keep hearing by this administration is that broadcasters have to serve the public interest. And it's undefined what we mean by the public interest. It is true that we have a public interest obligation to serve communities, but it doesn't mean that anything we don't like is against the public interest. And what I think we need to do as a commission is we need to issue a rulemaking where we say, here is specifically what we mean by serving the public interest. Because just saying it's against the public interest because we don't like particular content is not enough. And I think it's very important to note, we don't have, I'm sorry, we don't have an exception to the, no, I was going to say, we don't have an exception to the First Amendment for broadcast licensees. They are still protected by our First Amendment, and free expression is non-negotiable. It marks the line between freedom and
By the way,
oppression.
as far as I've seen, they're not even mad at the Trump part of what Kimmel said. They're mad at him for saying the shooter might be right-wing. Fuck them. They do not get to decide who stays on air and who doesn't for whatever fucking jokes that they're making or whatever statements that they're making. They can suck my cock, okay? That is fucking bullshit. That's bullshit, dude. I cannot believe it. I can't believe that this is what we're doing, man. This is what we're doing. Are we fucking for real? Are we serious right now? Is this what's going on? Bro, this is so goddamn annoying. I saw this happen in Turkey. Oh my God, this is literally what's going on. Are you a Kimmel stan? Holy hell. No, dumb fuck. Do you not understand? I don't give a shit about Jimmy Kimmel. I'm standing on the principle of the First Amendment. The very fact that this administration is actively going after people because of things that they said on television and utilizing the FCC in an inappropriate manner is completely and utterly unacceptable. It is illegal. It is unconstitutional. Are you fucking dumb? This has nothing to do with Jimmy Kimmel. Fuck. Don't even fucking come at me for that and be like, oh, you like Jimmy Kimmel so much. Don't try to fucking bastardize what's unfolding in front of our goddamn eyes, dumbass. An administration that does this to the most inoffensive, unfunny guy like Jimmy Kimmel, what the fuck do you think they're going to do to anybody else? This is how they control the flow of information, by causing every mega corporation that owns any of these fucking media channels to capitulate to their whims, to be at their mercy, to be at their disposal. You don't have to be a fan of Jimmy Kimmel to be a fan of the First Amendment. I'm a fan of the First Amendment. And if that requires me to fucking behave as though I'm the #1 fan of Jimmy Kimmel, so be it. Are you kidding me? What is this shit, dude? We are Turkifying this stupid fucking country at an alarming rate. What resources does he have? Can he sue the FCC or ABC? I mean, Jimmy Kimmel now has beef with ABC most likely. But what ABC should have done from the start was to straight up say, suck my dick to the FCC. Because if you don't do that, they are going to keep doing this. They're going to keep eroding. They're going to keep testing out the limits, the public appetite. To the ones who bend the knee, it'll be profitable. To the ones who don't, steamrolling away. This is what the Nazis did as well. No, you're wrong. The existing court structure still at least offers some kind of protection, as it did to Harvard, for example. There is no reason to obey in advance. There's no reason to obey in advance. And as a matter of fact, when you actually allow the administration to steamroll over you, then you are creating an environment where they will continue doing so without any fear of repercussions whatsoever. Only when they realize that there is a lot of smoke for this shit, only then can you potentially stop what is coming. Okay? How ridiculous, how incredible, how insane. Look at the difference between Columbia and Harvard. Columbia caved and they got owned. Okay? Harvard didn't and they won. There is no reason, at this point, there is no reason to obey in advance. There is no reason to obey in advance. Because when you do, you're creating the environment. You are creating the environment, the landscape for the administration to get a little bit of a taste of this kind of cancel culture with no pushback whatsoever. And they're going to only escalate. Nice Bathroom says, imagine going down for one Kirk comment, but championing a genocide for years doesn't get a peep. Of course. But those two things are in line with one another. You've been called a terrorist and been accused of inciting violence. Do you not have a defamation case? I know you're not litigious, but fucking call them out on this shit. No, because defamation is a little bit different. The First Amendment is broadly defended. People like it, okay? People like it quite a bit. A major mega corporation engaging in a First Amendment defense against the FCC for this kind of erroneous pursuit is very different than like a public figure going after other public figures for defamation, okay? Especially defamation that pertains to like my foreign policy perspective. You know what I mean? That's like in a country that is as Islamophobic as this one, right? I can't stand this, man. I'm so frustrated. This is really bad. Obviously, it's also extra bad because like I myself am in the crosshairs of this administration, so I do feel a sense of closeness to what's happening here because I see it. I see that it's imminent, okay? And I am going to read this new article that came out from Ali Breland. The Proud Boys love cancel culture now. Inside the far-right network that is working to get people fired for what they say about Charlie Kirk, okay? I didn't want to leak this. I gave some quotes to Ali about this last night, but he informed me that the Proud Boys, when he was interviewing me for this, in order to get a quote from me, he informed me that the Proud Boys are actually actively coming after me, okay, and that they have been looking for anything and everything they can, alongside many of these other conservative groups. Obviously, it's just funny because it's the Proud Boys, right? Like they did January 6th. But apparently they are looking for anything and everything they can in my background to get me deplatformed, which is really funny because like when you say the Proud Boys are coming after me, one would assume they're trying to like violently and physically apprehend me and kill me or something. No, they're using their instead of their trigger fingers, they're using their Twitter fingers. Okay. When Enrique Tarrio picked up the phone, the first thing he wanted me to know was that he was pushing through a 4-day hangover. This was on Monday, and he had just returned to Miami from Westfest, an annual pilgrimage to Las Vegas in which Proud Boys from around the country gather for hard drinking and general debauchery. Basically a frat party, he said. But with that out of his system, Tarrio, who has long been one of the far-right group's key leaders, found himself stirred by a more pressing preoccupation: all the people he wants to get fired. Over the past several days, Tarrio told me, has activated an extremely effective network of Proud Boys to scour the social web, find posts celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, identify the individuals involved, and persuade their employers to fire them. Oh, God, they are fucking soy boys, dude. Such pussies. Oh, my Lord. Fed activity. In many of these groups, people celebrate over growing tallies of firings in which they refer to as scalps. He told me, it's funny because this was a tactic that was used on us from 2017 forward. We got deplatformed, debanked. He told me it sucked for us. I always said I wouldn't do it back to anybody, but since then, I've been incarcerated for something I didn't do, Tarrio said, referring to his conviction of seditious conspiracy for his role at the Capitol insurrection. Yeah, those are the guys that are after me, by the way. On January 6, 2021. So I'm in a different mindset now. An eye for an eye right now. In 2023, when officials announced that Tarrio had been sentenced to 22 years in prison, they emphasized that no organization put more boots on the ground on January 6th than the Proud Boys, who were, under Tarrio's direction, at the forefront of every major breach of the Capitol's defenses, leading the on-the-ground efforts to storm the seat of government. In January, Tarrio was released from prison as a part of Trump's blanket January 6 pardons. In recent days, Tarrio told me, he and the rest of the Proud Boys have been mostly focused on targeting employees in government and higher education. But his white whale is far more prominent. The left-wing influencer Hasan Piker. Tarrio told me that his campaign to get Piker kicked off Twitch wasn't about anything in reference to Charlie. As my colleague Spencer Kornhaber recently wrote, Piker condemned the shooting and anyone who attempted to justify it, though he has at times used his own violent rhetoric in the past. Piker was temporarily banned from Twitch earlier this year when he said people who truly oppose Medicare fraud should kill Senator Rick Scott. Still, okay, come on, Ollie. I gave you the full quote. Jesus Christ. I guess, it's fine for brevity. Still, Tarrio seemed to sense that the post-assassination cultural climate would be friendly to an attempt to go after Piker. I was banned from Twitch, he told me, and I didn't say half the shit he did. Tarrio told me that he and the other Proud Boys have teamed up in a group chat with other right-wingers who all want Piker to get kicked off Twitch by running a bigger and more sustained version of the other active mass firing campaign. They have been circulating Piker's past controversial statements to companies that advertise on Twitch in an attempt to pressure the streaming platform, he told me, which, of course, is something that I worked on, or is something that I've been dealing with for the past 2 years. Once again, not exactly sure if Ali put that in the article when he asked me, but I did talk specifically about Destiny and Dan Saltman's attempts to do this exact same thing over Israel. Okay? So I've been dealing with this for the past fucking 2 years, from Ethan Klein, from Destiny, from Dan Saltman, and numerous other right-wing groups that are now also involved. What the fuck do I do? Asmongold is another dipshit that is also engaged in this. And the more they attempt this and the more it doesn't happen, the more insane they get. I thought you greatly disliked The Atlantic. I like Ollie Brelin. He has covered me in the past. That's why I chose to give him a quote. The Atlantic is far from my favorite publication. Let's be real. You know. Yeah, Richie Torres, Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, Ethan Klein, Destiny, Asmongold, Dan Saltman. What the fuck are ADL? What is happening? What the fuck is happening? Elon Musk. It's gotten to a point where it feels like if you're not like, I mean, fuck it, bring some goddamn Marxist-Leninists in there too, and throw them in the pile too, you know? Just what a rotation of people who have decided that ideologies aside, we can all get together, shake hands, and take out the true evil in American society. Yeah. Remember when you were called controlled opposition? Yeah, that's why I laugh at dumb fucks who are like, Enrique gets 20 likes on his tweets. I mean, yeah, he's gone. He's irrelevant. It's not him personally that's doing this. What a wild list, dude. It's fucking Hasan derangement syndrome. Don't you think it's not worth it to still fighting? What? Why would I fucking, what? The CEO of Twitch is set to be interrogated by Congress alongside other CEOs in an effort to suppress leftist speech online. Ethan Klein's H3 subreddit can't figure out if they like this. The consensus is we wanted fascist censorship, but it was only supposed to be for Hasan. You would think this moment would be a wake-up call that Ethan had been pushing an inherently fascist agenda when he screams about how dangerous, un-American, extremist, tanky leftists need to be deplatformed and silenced. But no, they think it's Hasan's fault for existing. Yeah, you got it, guys. H3H3 foot soldiers, you got what you wanted. Why aren't you celebrating? It doesn't make any sense. Isn't this what you wanted? What do you think was going to happen? I don't understand. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? You're getting what you wanted. I disagree with that. They love this. They're not conflicted. These are the few dissenters. Hasan and other radical propaganda should be banned from Twitch. However, this being a government action and not an action taken at the platform's sole discretion opens an extremely ugly precedent. Also, those Republicans won't stop with people like Hasan and use this to go after any and all people, even slightly left of MAGA. This is not a good thing. They didn't realize that when they were fucking propping up Asmongold as an alternative, highlighting his active attacks against me. What happened? I told you, if all you spend your time on, Dan was telling Lonerbox he regrets it because he didn't actually think it would ever happen, and that Destiny and you are both targeted by politicians now. Oof. Yeah, I saw that too. What happened to all those trips to D.C., lobbying Republican congresspersons for them to come after me and deplatform me, for them to go after Twitch? What fucking happened? How many times did I say that this fucking administration was going to inevitably do that to everyone? I didn't think the leopards would eat my face. How did this happen? Part of the reason why it's happening also is because I have to 1v99 motherfuckers on this, okay? Every goddamn day. From all different walks of life, all different backgrounds. Like I said, from Andrew Cuomo to Eric Adams to the fucking ADL to Jake Tapper down to the fucking Proud Boys. You got the Proud Boys and the ADL shaking hands on this shit. And now you know who else is shaking hands on this? Nick fucking Fuentes. You got literal neo-Nazis up in here being like, hell yeah, brother. Time for the deplatforming. McCarthyism is here. And it was championed by a lot of self-described liberals as well. Wake the fuck up. If you're conflicted in this moment, wake up and realize who the fucking real enemy is here, okay? Jesus Christ. I have, in spite of the unimaginable amount of fucking resentment that has come from all of these different like self-described liberal places, have not once even shied away from openly admitting who the real problem is. It's Donald Trump and his administration, and these fucking idiots are still holding on to petty grievances. It blows my mind. I'm split on this. On the one hand, I want bozos like Mike from PA and Hasan to be held accountable for their rhetoric. On the other hand, I know that no matter what the context of what is shown is, Republican Senate will use this as a justification to further paint the left as dangerous and attribute these morons to political violence where it actually wasn't attributable to. I think some of you guys are losing the plot if you're cheering this on. This will literally only hurt left-leaning and progressive political commentators while fascists and right-wing radicals will continue to dominate the airwaves. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're finally realizing it. What happened? I thought Asmongold was just like kind of MAGA. It was fine, right? when you guys were fucking hyping up every dumb fuck Republican on the internet that wanted a crumb of clout, like that fucking sex pest lawyer guy that you guys thought was the most esteemed legal mind anyone's ever seen. What happened? What the fuck happened? The fact that the Republicans are in charge means we shouldn't trust them to handle any investigation in a fair, balanced, and trustworthy way. But as long as they are in power over the government of the United States, they're also the only hope to enforce just the most basic standards that Twitch has been flagrantly violating. That's one of the main issues with tackling escalating anti-Semitism or escalating calls to violence online. These are problems that cross traditional left-right boundaries, but they still get funneled into the insanely divided and polarized landscape of American politics right now. Yeah. Dan Saltman just told Hasan Piker he played no role in lobbying Congress to enact censorship on Twitch. Here's Dan Saltman talking to Lonerbox about how he set up a meeting with multiple Republican congressmen to talk about cracking down on Twitch. I am not sure if Hasan is trying to blame myself or, in parentheses, Jews for this, but for clarity's sake, I have not talked, emailed, or DM'd or had any communication with anyone involved with this, directly or indirectly. They chose to investigate Twitch all by themselves. I had no idea this was coming or even in the works until it hit the news.
You want to talk about the mission?
What's your progress going forward with Twitch?
In comparison to
I have congressional meetings set up. Okay? That's like with more than one dude. Republicans, obviously, shifted.
What's a congressional meeting?
Well, I guess it's when there's with multiple congressmen, and it's like a fact-finding mission for them, where they go and they. Oh, stop the video. Sorry.
Super hard right now.
Okay, all right. So a congressional video is where not a congressional video. A congressional meeting is where there's multiple of them, and they have their aides with them, their chiefs of staffs with them. And then they're trying to find out, like, okay, explain this to us, everything from start to finish. And they're taking notes, and then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that, based on the information of what you give. What would you like to talk about? You want to talk about the mission?
What's your progress going forward?
What happened? What the fuck did you think was going to happen, you obsessive pervert? The only reason why they're feeling the stress right now is because the very same people that they thought that they could align with are now coming after Sex Pestiny. You understand that, right? Yeah. Mike from PA is right. This is a total lie. Dan Saltman and various Destiny orbiters have been working behind the scenes to work with some of the worst fascist Republicans in an attempt to target Twitch and Hasan. He only regrets it now as Destiny himself gained their attention by mocking Kirk's death. I am not sure if Hasan is trying to blame myself or Jews for this, but for clarity's sake, I've not talked, emailed, DM'd, or had any communication with anyone involved with this directly or indirectly. In addition to that, I don't think the government should be telling companies who to ban. Hasan Piker should have been banned many times over, and he wasn't. I do think that Twitch should be brought before Congress for their illegal ban of Israeli signups, as well as the CEO's blatant discrimination and protection decisions affecting Jewish people. The best result moving forward is not Hasan being banned. It's a new executive team and a clear set of rules that will be actually followed moving forward. If they want to be a free-for-all like Twitter, fuck it. But you can't be banning people for 2 weeks for calling someone fat if you go to that route. They're still talking about people getting banned for calling someone fat. He was literally tagging the FBI and Laura Loomer in his tweets targeting me. And now he's turned around and he's like, oh, I didn't realize it was like that. Yeah, the only reason why he didn't realize it was like that is because they're coming after Destiny too, you fucking idiot. Good job, you fucking moron. Are you happy? Amazing. This is why you don't ally with fascists. You don't align with fascists. You lie with pigs and you get covered in shit. Okay? Very different attitude right now on this issue than he had earlier in the day, even when he first actually fucking talked about how awesome it was, how much he celebrated. Didn't this fucking asshole also post the congressional order to have Dan Clancy, the fucking Twitch CEO, appear in front of Congress? He was celebrating it a couple hours ago. Only when he realized that it's like Destiny's in the crosshairs too, does he turn around and he's like, oh, I didn't want this to happen, actually. This loser literally ruined ad revenue for anyone who's queer, Venezuelan, or even remotely attached to things that this platform thinks is political. He ran such a huge campaign. It literally hurt so many people who aren't as rich as you. It was such a catastrophic failure. Everyone hates this motherfucker, even people who hate you. Yeah, there's a reason why, like, the FaZe K-Song, for example, lost his revenue at the time because Twitch was like, oh shit, if anything is political, if anyone is even affiliated with a country that is considered a part of the foreign terrorist watch list, and K-Song is Iranian and had Iranian as a tag, he lost his fucking revenue. And now queer creators can't even mention that they're queer without risking and getting demonetized and getting labeled. What the fuck did these guys think was going to happen, dude? Congratulations, by the way. You did it. We did it, Joe. We did it, Reddit. And it's so crazy because, like, this is the most foreseeable consequence. And guess what? I warned about this non-fucking stop. I warned about this over and over again. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Philip DeFranco didn't want to cover it. All these apolitical fucking slop tubers also didn't want to cover it either. What will it take for people to realize that this was an incredibly dangerous game to play? Yes, these guys fucking hate me, okay? These guys fucking hate me for Israel. And not even, he doesn't even give a shit about Israel all that much. I think he just, like, literally hates me because Destiny hates me. No, Philip DeFranco didn't refuse to cover it. I'm just saying, like, this is the type of shit that normally Philip DeFranco would cover. But he didn't. Nobody covered it while it was happening. Nobody actually applied any sort of internal pressure from the commentary sphere. And look at where we're at. We fucked around and we're all collectively finding the fuck out. What is the it happened? I just got here. The administration threatened to pull licensing from ABC unless they pull Jimmy Kimmel off the airwaves. And ABC fucking capitulated. And not only did ABC capitulate, this morning we found out that after all of the endless advocacy from these dipshits, the Republicans have decided to add Twitch and the Twitch CEO to the pile-on in the post Charlie Kirk violent rhetoric galore for one reason and one reason fucking only. We know what reason that is. It's because this dipshit went and fucking lobbied Republican congresspersons about how Twitch has a real anti-Semitism problem when it didn't.
Like to talk about. You want to talk about the mission?
What's your progress going forward with Twitch?
I have congressional meetings set up. Okay, that's like with more than one dude. Republicans, obviously, shifted.
What's a congressional meeting?
Well, I guess it's when there's with multiple congressmen, and it's like a fact-finding mission for them, where they go and they. Oh, stop the video. Sorry.
Super hard right now.
Okay. All right. So,
as much as I agree with everything you're saying, all these content creators would have been covering this the whole time. The Trump admin still would have done full fascism. No, dude. I know that they would have, but at the very least, they wouldn't have fucking put the crosshairs on Twitch, for example. At least one avenue would be safe from the additional scrutiny. They redirected the attention to Twitch for their own personal ambitions, for their own personal vengeance quest. Do you not understand? Of course, the admin would inevitably come after someone like myself, but there is no reason to accelerate it, you know? There's no reason to work alongside them. These fucking idiots gave them the clips to post everywhere that the fucking Proud Boys are now using. The article that we were reading before this is Enrique Tarrio, famous leader of the fucking Proud Boys. Look at what he was tweeting. Hasan is calling for someone to attack Hila because she served in the military over a decade ago. Thanks, Twitch. Now this dumb fuck is sitting around acting like he didn't know it was going to happen. It's faster than you thought. Yes, it is.
a congressional video is where, not a congressional video, a congressional meeting is where there's multiple of them. And they have their aides with them, their chiefs of staffs with them. And then they're trying to find out, like, okay, explain this to us, everything from start to finish. Mm-hmm. And they're taking notes, and then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that based on the information of what you give. What would you like to talk about?
Moody versus Net Choice 2024, the Supreme Court ruling had the result of companies not being required or their rules/committee guidelines being regulated to be enforced to the letter, as that would violate First Amendment rights. Congress and states can't force a company to follow their guidelines if they don't want to. Of course, there are a million different First Amendment violations here. You cannot get the FCC to fucking, you cannot get the FCC to regulate like this over the content of Jimmy Kimmel's joke. The administration is also obviously trying to apply pressure in congressional hearings to Twitch for a very specific purpose, to throw a little bit of fucking red meat in the direction of the dumbest morons on the internet. Boner Box be sitting there like he didn't know what the fuck a congressional meeting is. Yeah, don't even get me started on that guy. Oh, man. I guess this is it, you know? You made your fucking shit sandwich. Now you got to eat it, right? Fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. Awesome. now used to social. Just come. Make no mistake, television broadcasts are growing increasingly right-wing. Larry Ellison owns Skydance, and that's why Colbert got fired. I know. The problem is television is somewhat inconsequential. What we're talking about here is Twitch. And it's not just Twitch. It'll be TikTok. It'll be all of the platforms that don't actually capitulate to the Trump administration. Okay? Do you understand? The ones that you got Charlie Kirk killed? What? That's why I'm so fucking pissed off. The chairman went on CBS and admitted he has no idea what's going on, but his other members know more. Amazing. You misspelt your tweet. Anyway, I'm going to get back to the fucking Proud Boys and their smear ops that they're engaging in. Stupid fucking idiots. I'm not even, dude, I'm not even mad that this is like personally targeting me, okay? That is frustrating. But the major reason why I'm frustrated here is that this is leaning into the severe restrictions on political dissidents and erosion of free speech. These guys understand that there is a threat here for discontent, and they do not want discontent to exist. I cannot believe it, dude. Aligning with Republican congresspersons for this? The fuck do you think was going to happen, dumbass? Your butt buddy is like infinitely more violent in his rhetoric towards Republicans than I am. And now he's experiencing the fucking repercussions. Tario told me that he and the other Proud Boys have teamed up in a group chat with other right-wingers who all want to get Piker kicked off Twitch by running a bigger and more sustained version of their other active mass firing campaign. They've been circulating Piker's past controversial statements to companies that advertise in Twitch in an attempt to pressure the streaming platform, he told me. That's one more federal agent that's coming after me, Piker told me over the phone late on Tuesday night, joking about Tario's reported history as a federal informant. Tario previously told Reuters that he did not recall ever having worked undercover in this way, but today he told me that he never denied it. He added, as a matter of fact, I said it on my podcast. In May, Customs Border Protection briefly detained Piker, a natural-born U.S. citizen, when he returned to the country from an overseas trip. He did not seem particularly concerned by the Proud Boys campaign against him. Piker said he has weathered attacks from groups with a lot more institutional persuasive power than the fucking Proud Boys. I also asked him about the comments that got him booted from Twitch earlier this year. It wasn't a call to assassination, Piker said. It was an attempt to say Rick Scott shows that Republicans don't actually care about Medicare fraud. The Proud Boys' efforts are a part of a larger campaign to punish Kirk's critics. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I think it's because it's The Atlantic. The editorial control was placed on this article. Okay, sorry, that 100%. I think Ali's a great journalist, but I don't see some aspects of my revelations here. The reason why I didn't seem so concerned about the Proud Boys campaign against myself is because I told him that I was dealing with the ADL on a daily fucking basis, okay? Due to my anti-Zionist advocacy. But of course, this is The Atlantic, so I suspect that they cut that part from my quotes. Anyway, the Proud Boys' efforts are part of a larger campaign to punish Kirk's critics and those who have celebrated his killing, called him out, and hell, called their employer, Vice President J.D. Vance said on Monday while guest hosting an episode of The Charlie Kirk Show. Trump wants more, he tweeted out. Great news, America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is now canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers. On fake news, NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. President DJT. I'm going to be honest, I never thought it was going to be this whack. I did not, for even a brief moment, assume that modern American fascism was going to be this fucking lame. Like, I knew it was going to be awful. I knew it was going to be harmful. I knew that there was going to be a lot of horror. But I did not think that it would be conducted over petty grievances and narcissistic desires being enforced. Like, I'll give you one example. Big Balls. I didn't think that Big Balls getting beat up by two teenagers, one teenage girl and one teenage boy at the age of 15, was going to be the testing ground for a military deployment on an American city, the Capitol. I didn't think so. It's so fucking lame. I didn't think that the president's favorite podcaster being killed would lead to the opening up of the floodgates of the erosion of the First Amendment. He is the Horst vessel of this admin. Charlie Kirk is being presented as the Horst vessel of this administration. Something that we pointed to literally the first day. We are entertaining the dumbest fascist takeover of all time. Shitty parades, lame takeovers, etc. 30s fascism aesthetics to draw people into, but this didn't even got that. Yeah. Isn't it fucked up that even Charlie would probably disagree with this cancellation of Kimmel? I mean, yeah, he wasn't exactly the biggest fan of the First Amendment, but I think even he had the wherewithal to fucking understand that this doesn't look good, that this is not going to be reflected on positively. Maybe some of the dumbest fucking MAGA tyrant boomers are going to love it because they hate Jimmy Kimmel because Jimmy Kimmel made me feel bad during COVID. I hate that pussy. But like for the large majority of the public, they're either going to be like, the fuck are you doing? Or they're going to hate it. I don't give a shit about Jimmy Kimmel. And I hate this decision. ABC and their partners fired him, not MAGA. Man, what kind of fucking delusional cope are you on? The Trump administration literally threatened ABC by using the FCC, a government regulator, saying that the FCC was going to pull their fucking broadcast license. What are you talking about? Wake the fuck up, bitch. The reason why you have to lie to yourself like this is because you also recognize that this is lame as fuck, okay? This is bad. And you recognize that too. This was supposed to be a question mark, lol. Okay. Well, come on. Stop acting like a majority of people not liking something is a good point to make in these situations is irrelevant. No, but it's the only thing that creates pressure because clearly no one gives a fuck about like abiding by constitutional norms or the institutions, okay? The infallibility of institutions. So clearly the only thing that we have at our disposal is our numbers, okay? A way to experience, a way to showcase our discontent. So even if people don't like Jimmy Kimmel, it doesn't fucking matter. Dude, I've been watching every day for years. This is the weirdest day. I know. Well, it's happening. Just past 1 a.m. here in Windsor, President Trump comments on Jimmy Kimmel being yanked off air, calling it great news for America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for having done the courage to do what had to be done. And then he says NBC needs to cancel Jimmy and also Seth. Two total losers. Seeing you cope and see this hilarious. They didn't take South Park off the air. Kimmel has lied and incited violence. Stay mad. Oh my God, you are such a fucking pussy, dude. Suck my dick. Okay? Sitting in your goddamn car away from your fucking ex-wife who's fucking the neighbor with your children who absolutely despise you does not make you a fucking man, okay? Fantasizing about the administration taking action against your least favorite late night TV show doesn't make you a fucking man. It makes you a bitch. You are a bitch, a coward, a worm-like individual. You have no relevance on this planet, and you know it. Fantasizing about literally one of the wackest late night show hosts, Jimmy Kimmel, somehow being a violent guy to try and justify it in your fucking mind, because otherwise it would make maybe a little less sense, right? If my big beautiful president was just simply annoyed with Jimmy Kimmel, and that's the reason why he's actually fucking demanding that he get taken off air, that would be crazy, right? He's not that big of a fucking pussy. You are, though. You both are. You and your dumb fuck fascist president alike. What a small-minded loser this guy is. But again, here's what it comes from. Here's where this kind of lame pussy shit stems from. Okay? It stems from how weak these people recognize themselves to be. It stems from them recognizing that they have no power. Okay? There are horrible things that are happening to them. Horrible things. They have an affordability crisis. They don't know how protected they are at their job site. They can't take care of their family. They'll never retire. All of that pressure is mounting every single day. So this kind of red meat is exactly what allows them to, for a brief moment, feel like this administration has their back. And the administration recognizes that. And that's the reason why the Trump administration throws red meat in the face of dullards like yourself. So you can feel like you did something. This is exactly the same nonsensical bullshit that SJWs were doing in 2016. Something that I also was very fucking annoyed with. Oh, my favorite movie doesn't actually correspond to my ideological leanings. What the fuck? We need to cancel it. We need to do this. We need to do that. The reason why people were doing dumb shit like that is because they too recognized their inability to change the systems. You understand? The difference there, however, is that this is not hysterical college campus freshmen. This is the goddamn administration doing this. So it's a severe violation of the Constitution. That's it. This is why I kept repeating over and over again. This is why I kept repeating that you are a small-minded, narrow-minded loser if you think that banning someone like myself is going to improve your life, improve your material circumstances in a meaningful way. Go ahead, celebrate it. I'll find a fucking way. You gotta, at some point, you gotta ask yourself, like, is this making my life better? If the answer is no, then stop focusing on this shit. Focus on things that are more productive. Oh, insulting someone is the weapon of a weak argument. Yeah, it's also really stupid if you can't comprehend the broader points that I'm making here. The insult is just seasoning added onto it. You understand that, right? I'm not just saying you're stupid or weak-minded. I'm explaining to you exactly why you're weak-minded, but I guess you're too stupid to fucking understand that. Hyper-focusing on insults instead of the broader argument is also a recognition of how stupid one is. Based on a rough tally of companies that have publicly confirmed Kirk-related firings and disciplinary action, dozens of people have lost their jobs in recent days. A pilot from American Airlines was removed from service according to the company. The operator of a Texas Roadhouse in Florida, an employee at Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers. Wow, dude, you guys are really doing it, man. What a revolution. What a fucking revolution. Getting dudes fired from Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers? Wow. Dog, that's sick, man. You guys are so sick. Amazing. You really did it now. Many observers have pointed out the resemblance of the firing campaign to online mob circa 2020, and the entire episode has reignited debates over the difference between free speech and social censure. Tario told me that these efforts have resulted in more than 100 people being fired and counting. Meanwhile, across the right, militias and similarly styled groups have reacted to Kirk's death by turning it into a recruiting opportunity. Hours after Kirk was shot last Wednesday, Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rose said on InfoWars that he was rebuilding the Oath Keepers to do protection work. If my security team had been at that event, if they had been up there on the high point looking for potential threats, they would have saved Charlie Kirk from being shot. Didn't Stuart Rhodes literally shoot himself in the face? Isn't that the guy? That's the guy, right? Fuck's he talking about? Who is he going to protect? He can't even protect himself. Dumbass. He claimed that he was writing a proposal. That's the funniest part about it, is that like all of these incompetent losers, like all of these fascists are so insanely incompetent. Like they're hilarious. So you are saying he knows what to look for. Yeah. My attempts to reach Rhodes were unsuccessful. A White House spokesperson declined the comment. Other far-right groups have been the most visible in recent days. Members of the white supremacist group Patriot Front marched through a vigil for Charlie Kirk in Orange County while his leader spoke at a vigil in Texas. Patriot Front achieved minor notoriety in recent years when some of his members were all arrested. They had crowded into the back of a U-Haul truck en route to an LGBTQ demonstration, local law enforcement said at the time, and 5 of them were later convicted of conspiracy to riot. Amy Cooter, who tracks militias and as the deputy director and co-founder of the Institute for Countering Digital Extremism, told me that after Kirk's death, she also witnessed the uptick in calls for violence among smaller, less formal militias. Such groups can be brittle. However, they can be more extreme and more comfortable with violence than what we see from a typical militia unit, she said. Whether or not the Oath Keepers, Patriot Front, and similar groups will actually benefit from Kirk's death is an open question. While Kirk veered into extreme positions and sometimes overlapped with such groups, Kirk aligned with the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers on election denialism and flirted with rhetoric on race that echoed Patriot Front. Far-right militias have been firmly relegated to the political fringes. Patriot Front has held many marches over the past several years, similar to their tour through the vigil for Kirk in Huntington Beach. The limited results has been operating since 2017, but experts estimate its membership to be in the low hundreds. The Oath Keepers have fared even worse in recent years. In 2022, the Southern Poverty Law Center found that there were only 5 remaining Oath Keeper chapters, after finding 79 just 2 years prior. Some members and former members remain divided on Rhodes' role in orchestrating the Capitol insurrection and his leadership more broadly. Among the groups I'm following, they aren't paying attention to him whatsoever, Cooter told me. But she noted the thing that has caused so many Oath Keepers to depart from the group is what attracts others in. I can never rule them out, largely because of Rhodes' ability to come off as someone close to Trump. That perceived proximity to the president is still a draw for some potential recruits. Yet many of these groups don't associate one with another. I just think there are worded, Tario said after I asked him about the Patriot Front. Don't go to a vigil and try to make it about you, he said, claiming my guys confronted them after Patriot Front members walked away from the event. While Proud Boys still operate on the ground at physical events, they roam the streets and get into fights much less than they used to, according to data from the Armed Conflict and Location Event Data, ACLED, a nonprofit that tracks political violence. Some extremism experts have told me that the real reason Proud Boys have become mellower is because the organization has lost momentum and energy. Tario claims otherwise. The culture has shifted dramatically, he said. It's kind of like, we won. We got what we wanted. Just last month, I posed a question of why the Proud Boys had seemed absent compared with their boisterous presence throughout Trump's first term. One answer seemed to be that the second Trump administration had taken on a mission of the Proud Boys from within the federal government. Now the Proud Boys are focusing on other things, Tario said, shifting to behind-the-scenes work such as their ongoing cancellation campaign. I guess it's kind of hypocritical for us after saying, oh, free speech or whatever, he acknowledged. But the problem is the right isn't good at fighting dirty. Now they figured it out, he said, and it's working. Something Ali didn't actually put in this article, but he presented to me in quotes as well, is that, he basically does kind of mention this, but I thought it was really funny, is that Enrique Tarrio basically alludes to the fact that he doesn't give a shit about whether or not I've made a statement about Charlie Kirk or not, and simply just wants me deplatformed. You can kind of tell from the article itself where they are like, we looked to see anything in reference to Charlie and we couldn't find it, so we just decided to go after his old quotes. Heard you're getting banned for your calls to violence. Good riddance. Bye-bye. There's going to be a lot more of these fucking losers in here, but I welcome all of you stupid fucking hogs. I love all of you, okay? I love all of you stupid, dumb fuck hogs. One day, I promise you, there will be something you care about, and you'll come in here to do this kind of fucking stupid posturing, and you'll realize that I'm not your fucking enemy, okay? One day. That's why I love keeping you pets around. Why are they being so blunt? This article makes them look bad. They're the Proud Boys, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? They literally got clapped for doing January 6th. They were in prison. The guy, Enrique Tarrio, who is like now trying to do Twitter finger shit to me, is unironically a dude who was supposed to be in prison for 22 years for facilitating the January 6th insurrection. Really tarnishing the legacy of the Proud Boys, the good legacy of the Proud Boys. Didn't it come out that he was a Fed? Yes, he was. He was an FBI informant. And one might assume he still is, which is ironic because I made that joke. I said, that's one more federal agent that's coming after me. Parker told me over the phone late Tuesday night, joking about Tarrio's reported history as a federal informant. And he didn't even stand back from that. He was like, yep. You want to know what Jimmy Kimmel said? Here, there's a video that shows it. With the title, I hope this ends his career. I can't believe I'm about to play this again. I know a lot of people are probably like circling in and out of the stream, but get ready. Trigger warning, okay? Trigger warning. You're going to hear some really, really scary, really divisive language.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
That's it. That's why the Trump administration threatened to pull ABC's broadcasting license, and ABC responded by permanently suspending the show. Also, the ABC affiliate Nexstar was the one who made the complaint to ABC, and ABC pulled the plug. And if you're wondering why ABC actually responded to Nexstar, or why Nexstar was willing to do this, well, lo and behold, as is always the case, there is a financial reason for it. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? God damn it. Next, our CEO praises Trump administration as local TV giant announces $6.2 billion merger with rival. How can you act like it's okay for broadcasters to sow division by daring to go on broadcasting and criticizing our dear leader? Exactly. Millions must mourn, okay? Billions must mourn. Thank God. Thank God our big, beautiful president is finally stamping out Jimmy fucking Kimmel. I hope people understand right now in this moment. If they're going after Jimmy Kimmel for that shit, dude, you're cooked. Your favorite content creators are cooked. Anyone that dares to speak out against this stupid fucking administration run by a bunch of goddamn hyenas is in the fucking crosshairs. That's how it is. And there is a real reason for it. It's because they don't want any kind of fucking dissent. They have no appetite for dissent whatsoever. Okay? Karis Swisher on Jimmy Kimmel. Next, Star's trying to do a very large merger with Tegna. And so they will do whatever it takes. Anderson Cooper, that's an important point because that merger would require the approval of the FCC.
Rather thirsty for attention.
Liberals and corporations will always capitulate to fascists as long as fascists don't harm their profit margins. Okay, that's it.
That's one thing, and it's unbecoming a public official. But that's nothing new for him. This is what he does. I mean, I think one thing you're leaving out is Nexstar is trying to do a very large merger with Tegna, and so they will do whatever it takes to satisfy someone.
Also, bragging, Trump says he will designate Antifa as a major terrorist organization. I'm pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We're there. We're there. We are fucking there. I've been saying it for a fucking decade. Is Antifa an organization or an ideology? It's not. It's not an organization. It's just something people do. Anti-fascism is something that people do. It can be an anti-fascist action could go anywhere from Easy Company during World War II all the way down to people protesting a racist fucking rally in their neighborhood. Okay? That's what it is. But the vagueness of the terrorism designation and also the lack of any sort of like institutional organizational structure you can actually grab onto opens up the faucet of ridiculous prosecution. Do you not understand? It's perfect. You can say anyone is Antifa now. The FBI has long said that Antifa doesn't really have a centralized structure or leadership, okay? Trump says he's designated Antifa a terrorist group and launching a probe into finding of Antifa activities. The FBI has long said Antifa doesn't really have a centralized structure or leadership. Not an organization. This fascist administration discontent with its fascist policies. I guess we're all going to the fucking concentration camps now. Yeah, it's 1:30 a.m. in the UK, by the way. And this is what the fuck he's up to. Are you worried for yourself, not just your career, but also like safety? Do you think Trump would ever care to go after you? I mean, maybe not directed by Trump, but if you think that it's just like, there already are. Why the fuck do you think Twitch was included in the congressional hearing that's happening next month? Do you think this is the time for people on the left to openly and widely express support for Antifa as a concept, like the Palestine Action folks in the UK in protest? They were handcuffing people just for having signs that looked like they said Palestine Action. I am an anti-fascist, okay? Fuck this administration. This administration is a fascist one. I am an anti-fascist. What the fuck are we doing? What's next? Are they going to openly go, nope, we are a fascist government now? They're going to just say that? Is that what we're doing? Because anti-fascism is just fascism. Bro, don't say that right now. Oh, what the fuck? Get out of here, dude. Listen, you need to understand something, okay? These people are not strong. They're fucking weak. They fear you being united, okay? We have the numbers. There are Americans of good conscience everywhere. Okay. And because they're so fearful that if the people stand united, that they'll never be defeated, that they try to pick apart. They try to divide the masses. They try to make an example out of people. Okay. And when institutions don't actually respond in defense of the citizens in a country like the United States of America, especially, okay, if institutions don't respond, if people don't respond, if they actually obey in advance, then Regardless of how weak they are, regardless of how fearful they are, they win. And it doesn't stop. When they get a victory, they do not stop. That just emboldens them to dig deeper. This is how it fucking works. They do not have enough confidence. They do not have the numbers. There is a lot of discontent against this administration. They do not have the numbers. They can't even get the fucking National Guard to be deployed everywhere. They can't do that. And even if they were to do that, there is no guarantee of success because the National Guard is also comprised of your fucking neighbors, okay? There's no guarantee that those guys are going to be like, all right, well, we're loyal servants of fascism now. I've seen it. I saw the fucking 29 Palms Marines when I went out there at the ICE protests in LA. They didn't want to fucking be there. They were just dicking around. They were sleeping on concrete floors because the administration is so goddamn fucking stupid that they didn't even set it up correctly. Yes, I know Trump says he will designate Antifa as a terrorist organization and launch a probe into it. He's just doing back-to-back idiotic decisions. But once again, okay, I need you to understand, they are weak. These are the actions of a weak administration. These are not the actions of a strong administration. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to stamp out any sort of discontent. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to try to put the fear of God in your hearts, in your minds, in your soul, to stop you, to make you think twice before you engage in any sort of anti-fascist action, before you engage in any sort of demonstration, because they are afraid. What did I always tell you with Israel, right? This government knows that there are a fuck ton of people who are very mad about our unlimited support and unconditional loyalty to the state of Israel as it conducts a genocide. And because they're very fearful, they're actively trying to stamp out dissent because as their position weakens, as this administration's unlimited support to Israel becomes more and more untenable due to endless amounts of public pressure, due to these demonstrations, due to the anger and resentment. In their last dying breath, they turn around and try to strike back to the best of their fucking ability. But it is upon all of us to make sure that we don't stand down, okay? It is ridiculous. Yusuf Munayyer says, just like Israel, which came to this conclusion over a decade ago, the American right is determined its ideas are not worth or capable of being defended from criticism, and instead, the only response is to silence, intimidate, or criminalize their critics altogether. This politics of coercion, as opposed to a politics of persuasion, is a sign of weak parties' attempt to hang on to an evaporating status quo. But with Israel, of course, there is an alternative there. Zionism is fascism. So therefore, as long as they are exterminating the outgroup, that the people will be united in that vengeance quest, in that bloodlust. America, as it stands, has not fully come to terms with white supremacist violence in the same way that Israel is united under the banner of Zionism, which is an exterminationist fascist policy. Okay? The imperial need for control is so desperate because it's so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks. It leaks. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear. Remember that. What is that fucking... What is that, Andor? Did you just quote me Andor, dude? Remember, today will be the easiest day for you to express your discontent. Tomorrow, it will get harder. And the day after, it will be even harder than that. Okay? And the less we express our discontent, the less we express our frustrations, the more this administration will feel emboldened to do more of the same. Are you really going to ride out to the end despite having every resource to get out? Do you really love your homeland of New Jersey that much? If other countries don't join us and have to intervene a la D-Day, do you know what soldiers, the good guys, do to women of the country they're invading? Okay, I mean, that's crazy to think about. That's an insane thing to what the fuck? My point is, it doesn't need to get to that level, okay? It does not need to get to that level. Today's reality was insane not that long ago. Okay, well, that's what we're trying to avoid. We are with this admin and media caving to them is where we were with Israel 1 year ago. Now look at where the public opinion is. They know that it's coming for them and they're freaking out and trying to stamp it out. Exactly.
For the people.
Yeah, here. JD Vance also fucking doing this cowardly shit as well.
Who are celebrating Charlie Kirk. Look, we have a First Amendment in this country. The First Amendment protects a lot of very ugly speech. But if you celebrate Charlie Kirk's death, you should not be protected from being fired for being a disgusting person. If you're a university professor who benefits from American tax dollars, you should not be celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. And if you are, maybe you should lose your job or your university should face a loss of funding. If you
I'm telling you, man, you can't cave the pressure. You can't be fearful, especially when you know your cause is just. Do you understand? You can't. That's what they want. That is what the fuck they want. People in positions of power rely on you being too fearful to do anything. Look at this. Sinclair Broadcast Group says it will air a 1-hour tribute to Charlie Kirk on Friday across all of its ABC-affiliated TV stations. The special will air in the 11:35 p.m. time slot that is typically reserved for Jimmy Kimmel Live. What's crazy, I mean, this is some straight up dear leader shit, right? But it's even wackier than that. This is something we would make up about North Korea that like they didn't even do in North Korea. Okay? That's what's so funny about it. We'd be like, oh, Kim Jong-un's favorite opera singer died, so now everybody has to fucking do a national day of mourning. Like, that's not even something that they're doing over there, but we're just like inventing that they're doing it over there to talk about how fucking despotic the situation is. Except we're actually doing it here. In America, the FCC controls what comedians can say about dear leader. Oh, Fox News talking about Kimmel. One thing that gives me a little bit of fucking hope is that like Republicans on Twitter will celebrate this because they're fucking losers. They're asocial, antisocial, personality disordered fucking morons. But I think like normies overall don't actually fuck with this. Like even Republican normies are just going to be like, I hate Kimmel, but that's crazy. You know, that type of shit. And I do hope that they will also express their discontent.
I don't know. I mean, listen, I think the affiliates are speaking their mind, and I think that's great. I don't like seeing people canceled over speech, over any speech. I'm a free speech absolutist, but I think in his case, the ratings have to speak as well. And I think President Trump's X post or Truth Social speaks to that, and I think that matters as well in a capitalist society, which we still are.
Yeah, I'm a free speech absolutist, but the government intervention and direct enforcement, because they did not like the First Amendment protected speech that Jimmy Kimmel expressed towards the fucking president, is perfectly fine. Okay, so you're not a free speech advocate, okay? You can say Trump has every right to be like, hey, I don't fuck with Jimmy Kimmel, fire him, okay? That's already a tricky situation. But like when you actually bring in the FCC and directly pressure ABC and Nexstar to engage in this kind of thing, then there is no more free speech because that is government intervention. Sinclair says it won't return Kimmel even if ABC does. Sinclair, regardless of ABC's plans for the future of the program, Sinclair intends not to return Jimmy Kimmel Live to our air until we are confident that the appropriate steps have been taken to uphold the standards expected of a national broadcast platform. What are we doing, man? What the fuck are we doing? It was Nexstar and Sinclair, the two largest TV station operators, that told ABC they wouldn't air future Kimmel broadcasts. Neither Nexstar or Sinclair are state actors. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Also, Chris Hayes is wrong. This is not the most straightforward attack on free speech from state actors I've ever seen in my life, and it's not even close. That is ridiculous, Chris. Love you, Chris Hayes, but goddamn, you've covered the most straightforward attacks on free speech and free expression. You've literally covered it on your broadcast. It was about Israel. How is everyone not talking about the fact that Kimmel did not say that Robinson was MAGA? Yeah, here's a extended fight against free speech. Immigration judge orders Mahmoud Khalil be deported to Syria or Algeria. Lawyers for the pro-Palestinian activists said they plan to appeal the immigration judge's order, which was revealed in court documents filed Wednesday. Khalil's lawyers suggested in a filing that they intend to appeal the deportation order, but expressed concern that the appeal process would likely be swift and unfavorable. The order from the immigration judge, Jamie Comins, came despite a separate order in Khalil's federal case in New Jersey blocking his deportation, while that court considers Khalil's legal argument that his detention and deportation are unlawful retaliation for his Palestinian advocacy. Khalil's March 8 arrest and subsequent detention in Louisiana was a part of the Trump administration's aggressive crackdown on foreign-born pro-Palestinian academics who were studying or working in the U.S. legally. Khalil, a former Columbia graduate student who helped organize campus protests, was arrested at his Manhattan residence and put into deportation proceedings. He has not been charged with a crime. They in that White House just saying whatever, bro. 100%. I do think that the sequential events here will probably get a bunch more liberals to wake up to the reality, though. Are you scared? No, I'm not. And neither should you be scared, okay? You shouldn't be either. You cannot be scared in this moment. Don't be fucking ridiculous. What is this? Breaking. Prager used Shabbos Kestenbaum. A judge has just ruled Mahmoud Khalil will be deported to Syria or Algeria. David Grossman says soon, both Shabbos and myself will be saying the El Chet prayer during Yom Kippur, where we'll both beg for forgiveness for, among other things we blurted out with our lips. I wonder if he'll think of when he rejoiced at an innocent man charged being torn away from his family. Don't worry, he can be deported together with his family. It's incredibly easy not to break American law. I encourage Mahmoud to try. Again, it's just, I know the environment requires me to be as calm and as cool as I possibly can. I'm not going to say anything, but it's hard for me not to. Oh my God. It's obvious that corporations have decided that if they shut the fuck up in this moment and let the Trump administration do whatever it wants, that means that they will get a stay of execution. Censoring centrist liberals such as Colbert and Kimmel, and in the process destroying any remaining credibility in middle-of-the-road institutions, is going to have consequences the right will regret. The Burger Reich has won. America is cooked, bro. They have not won, dude. They have not won at all. Okay? Remember, they will only win if you let them. There are more of us than there are of them. They wouldn't do this shit if they had a broad popular mandate. Remember, okay? Attacks against free speech. They must. Even Tucker fucking Carlson is turning on them.
You hope that Charlie Kirk's death won't be used by a group we now call bad actors to create a society that was the opposite of the one he worked to build. You hope that. You hope that a year from now, the turmoil we're seeing in the aftermath of his murder won't be leveraged to bring hate speech laws to this country. And trust me, if it is, if that does happen, there is never a more justified moment for civil disobedience than that, ever. And there never will be. Because if they can tell you what to say, they're telling you what to think. There is nothing they can't do to you because they don't consider you human. They don't believe you have a soul. A human being with a soul, a free man, has a right to say what he believes. Not to hurt other people, but to express his views. You hope that. You hope that Charlie Kirk's death won't be used.
Is the right splintering? I don't think so. We'll see. He's reading the room and normies will fall for it. Yes, but that means that the room is angry, and that's good. He's reading the room and he's seeing that the room is angry. That's my point. Okay? The Epstein list shit splintered the right and they're going to bring them back together, united and attacking the left. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but there are certain fundamentals that the normie Republicans, not the ones that you see on Twitter, but like normal Republicans don't actually appreciate. They might be racist. They might be homophobic, sexist, transphobic, whatever, right? But when you actually move in the direction, when you actually move in certain directions, they also push back. Targeting political dissent is one of those things. And I think this administration is calculating the discontent or miscalculating how much discontent exists for the Charlie Kirk assassination. They are actively trying to farm outrage from their base so they can at least present some level of defense so that at least they can have some backing. They do not have the popular mandate, but they are obviously trying to desperately farm outrage to the best of their ability so that when they strike down and erode First Amendment protections, for example, that there isn't like too much anger and too much resentment, because they do still respond to that sort of thing. Okay? Even if you're right, normally Republicans won't like it. So what? They've been upset at Trumpism before. They always fall in line at the end of the day. No, there are certain, I mean, we thought that about Israel. This heavy-handed approach invites more anger and resentment. Okay? The problem here is that we do not have a competent, active, truly anti-fascist Democratic Party. We do not have a party that represents the interests of the population. We do not even have a party that will actually take advantage. We do not even have a party that can take advantage of the anger and galvanize the base. We did it for you, Charlie, and we're just getting started. Man, this is fucking whack as hell, bro. God damn it. Suck my fucking dick. We did it for you, Charlie. We did it. We canceled Jimmy Kimmel. Just wait. Just wait till the midterms. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. That's not your salvation either. I don't think the Democrats understand that. That's like Democrat thinking. Okay? Just wait till the midterms is Democrat thinking. Straight ticket Democrat thinking. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Okay. My mom, who's a borderline MAGA Knight, has almost completely turned her views around because of this entire situation. It started when they flew him on Air Force Two, and she saw how the Republicans have lost respect for the military. I don't know, shit like that gives me a little hope. If the Democrats don't get their fucking act in order, what? No, this is fake. This is just fake. There's no. Daily Mail says Jimmy Kimmel is now facing a federal investigation for telling viewers that Charlie Kirk's killer, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, was a MAGA supporter. Let that sink in. Comedians are getting investigated. No, there's no way. The FCC is investigating? Okay, that's a little... They're just looking for a way to make this stick. Comedy is legal now. Jimmy Kimmel was set to address Charlie Kirk comments on ABC Tonight before Disney pulled the show. Move raises questions over his late-night future. It's nuanced for sure, but it's unclear what Kimmel said that was inflammatory. He was expected to unpack the nuance of that statement on the show tonight, highlighting that he was not saying that Tyler Robinson, who allegedly shot Kirk, was one of them, referring to Republicans or MAGA supporters, but highlighting how right-wing supporters were trying to distance themselves from the alleged shooter who was charged with aggravated murder this week. When he said he was one of them, it could be seen as him saying he was MAGA. I'm not entertaining this. I don't even give a shit. If he said he was MAGA, he was a fucking Trump supporter, he does not deserve to get punished for it. I don't care. I literally don't care. Fuck it. Yeah, he said he was MAGA. Okay. He said Tyler Robinson actually voted for Donald Trump illegally in the state of Utah 18 times. Okay. Who gives a fuck? Suck my dick. What the fuck do you mean? You get to use the FCC to just like clean that shit up. The FCC really has no authority to sanction ABC or stations over what Kimmel said. Its own website reminds that it has limited authority when it comes to programming, but companies have to be willing to defend their First Amendment rights. Reminds that it has limited authority when it comes to programming, but companies have to be willing to defend their First Amendment rights. That's number one. Number two, the real reason why they did this is because Hasan, stop appealing to the Dems. They will never move to combat fascism. The left elements in the party must split. Dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay. You got it. You're right. The Democrats suck. Okay. Are you happy? You're right, dude. You're right. Go fucking LARP with your 8-person Discord group. Okay. Oh my God. Go LARP in the woods like these fucking dipshits do when they're like, oh, Charlie Kirk just got killed. Here's what we're doing this weekend. You don't even do that. You don't even go glamping like those fucking divorced losers do on the right. This is a moment, this is a wake-up call for the masses, okay? If they identify as liberals or Democrats, it's a wake-up call for them too. Shut the fuck up about a fantastical notion of a fucking third party that is not around right now with no infrastructure whatsoever, as the administration is literally going after the Party for Socialism and Liberation right now. They announced that today, and you're over here being like, you don't understand. The Maoist vanguard awaits, dude. The Cultural Revolution is imminent. You don't understand. Shut up. You don't understand anything. Hasan, bro, you're toxic. Oh my God. Source on him attacking the PSL. Drop site news reported on it earlier today. Go find it on your own. Yeah. Nexstar Media Group, the largest owner of local TV stations in the U.S., announced its intention to purchase its largest rival, Tegna. And for the $6.2 billion acquisition to happen, Nexstar needs the approval of the FCC. And it needs the FCC to lift the 39% cap on the number of households one company is permitted to reach through TV station ownership. And that is the reason why this merger is the fucking reason why Nexstar is listening to whatever fucking demands the administration makes, no matter how silly or stupid. They were pissing themselves all day, one ABC insider tells Rolling Stone. In the hours leading up to the decision to pull Kimmel, two sources familiar with the matter say senior executives at ABC, Disney, and affiliates convened emergency meetings to figure out how to minimize the damage. Multiple execs felt that Kimmel had not actually said anything over the line, the two sources say, but the threat of Trump administration retaliation loomed. Fox News is going to have the chairman of the FCC. What these fucking morons in positions of power do not comprehend is that their living standards are also going to erode. Just because you get a good merger out of this doesn't mean that you're going to be living in the same exact type of country that you once enjoyed living in, okay? When you allow this shit to happen, when you allow this stuff to happen, you're not going to be living in the same country. This kind of stuff doesn't end with just Jimmy Kimmel, okay? The reason why it even began is not fucking Jimmy Kimmel anyway. It's just discontent, any kind of discontent. And they're operating in under this heavy-handed approach, okay? It's very clear that they're operating in this incredibly heavy-handed approach. They're doing this to flex. They're doing this to show their might. They're not just going after like what they perceive to be radical elements. Well, they'll come after people like that, people like myself. Obviously, that's going to happen. And they've already begun the process of doing so by bringing in the fucking Twitch CEO into a congressional hearing to talk about how dangerous and radical elements are fomenting on Twitch in an effort to stamp out any sort of fucking political dissent. No matter how stupid or silly I perceive myself to be, it's very clear that this administration doesn't see it that way. But like, they're even, it's like the Mahmoud Khalil situation. Like, they didn't just go after someone who was like, oh yeah, you know, we should go out and attack people who are Zionists. They went after a guy who was like objectively peaceful. They went after a guy with a green card. They went after a guy with an American citizen wife with a baby on the way. They took this incredibly heavy-handed approach. And they're doing it again. Going after someone like Jimmy Kimmel for like the most tame statement is so idiotic. Like, they are leaving no plausible deniability whatsoever, where they're basically saying, if I don't like it, you're going to get punished for it. Here's the example that is obviously near and dear to my heart as well.
Committee has called the CEOs of several online forums to testify on Capitol Hill next month in the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I asked the chairman of that panel, Republican Congressman James Comer of Kentucky, about this and a lot more. Here's part of our conversation. Mr. Chairman, good to see you. Today, you called the CEOs of Reddit, Discord, Steam, and Twitch before the committee. What do you want to hear? And what role, if any, do you believe these four platforms play in elevating or giving visibility to rhetoric that leads to or inspires violence?
We don't know that they are part of the problem, but we have a lot of questions. And several members of the Oversight Committee who are a lot more knowledgeable about those platforms than I was prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination. They've expressed concern that they would like...
Yeah, we don't know. Nice. So why are you doing that then?
To question them. There seems to be a pattern emerging from that's the form of communication of choice by some of the crimes, the high-profile crimes that have been committed lately, especially by the younger perpetrators. So we have a lot of questions about that, and hopefully sometimes, you know, it's not, we don't have these hearings necessarily to grill or...
Dude, that's what's so crazy about all this is that's what's so crazy. Virtually all of the fucking past shooters have been all over fucking Twitter. They're in Telegram. They're on Twitter. They're getting radicalized on those platforms, but ain't no way they're actually going to fucking do that because Elon Musk is their guy.
So it is maybe to find solutions to the problems, because there are a lot of people that are concerned that this pattern may be because of some form of business model that they may have.
Meaning, if I understand you correctly, Mr. Chairman, some of your committee members fear or have come to believe that communications on these platforms feel to a younger cohort in our country less visible, and so they're more comfortable discussing things that they are maybe contemplating?
Well, again, the pattern that this source...
Here's the FCC chairman.
These legacy broadcast outlets, and he exposed them to these market forces. And a lot of these affiliate groups said, to your point, we're tired of carrying this stuff. Late night shows, something's gone seriously awry there. They went from going for applause, from laugh lines to applause lines. They went from being court jesters that would make fun of everybody in power to being court clerics and enforcing a very narrow political ideology. And Nexstar, as you noted, stood up and said, look, we have the license and we don't want to run this anymore. We don't think it serves the interests of our community. Sinclair did the same thing. So there's more work to go, but I'm very glad to see that America's broadcasters are standing up to serve the interests of their community. We don't just have this progressive foie gras coming out from New York and Hollywood.
And there are plenty of other platforms. I mean, I think he'd be a perfect fit, for example, at Fake News CNN, considering he really didn't ever want to do a comedy show. He wanted to do a news show with, you know, maybe a dose of what he thought was funny for a very limited, small audience. You know, it's interesting. Brendan Carr, as I look at the media landscape out there, I want to get your thoughts on this. even the broadcast channels and the cable channels and newspapers around the country, if you look back to the last election, they did everything to smear, slander, attack, besmirch Donald Trump day in and day out. The Department of Justice was weaponized under Biden and Harris. They threw everything they had at this man. And guess what? He still won. And I said after the election that the legacy media died, because if they had any impact, it's long gone. And I think they have lost the trust of the American people because of the very reason you're describing. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, look, I mean, President Trump ran against immense odds. These legacy media outlets threw everything at him, almost every single hoax imaginable, right? Biden is sharp as a tack, burying the Hunter Biden laptop story, the Russia collusion hoax. And most politicians would have just gone along with that narrative or not fought at all. But President Trump punched back. And when he did so, he was standing up for the American people that simply don't trust those outlets anymore. We at the FCC are going to enforce the public interest obligation. If there's broadcasters out there that don't like it, they can turn their license into the FCC. But that's our job. And again, we're making some progress now.
Do you believe, based on the list that you just gave us, that broadcasters that had a particular agenda were trying to use the license that they were granted, not in the public interest, but to advance a political cause?
I think
and
so.
Is that an in-kind donation?
I think there's evidence of that. Look, running a narrow partisan circus, whatever the public interest means, it's not that. And we are working to reinvigorate that. This action today by Nexstar and Sinclair, frankly, it's unprecedented. I can't imagine another time when we've had local broadcasters tell what we call a national programmer like Disney that your content no longer meets the needs and the values of our community. So this is an important turning
they're
point.
doing that because they have a fucking financial interest, man.
To change the country, to change
Brendan Carr in 2019. Should the government censor speech it doesn't like? Of course not. The FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of public interest.
The comments of Jay Leno, who I always thought was very funny. He took on all comers. He went after the left. He went after the right. He went after Republican presidents. He went after Democratic presidents. His goal was to be funny, and I always thought he was funny. And he raised the question when Colbert got fired, why would you purposely alienate half of your potential audience by just being one-sided? I thought it was a great question.
There it is.
I'm not sure why.
You're Fox News. You're Fox News.
Comedians
what the fuck are you saying? You're Fox News.
Why they didn't do it?
Hello?
It's interesting to watch somebody like Bill Maher, who had interviewed Charlie Kirk, basically say he was heartbroken and sick over what had happened to him. Didn't hear from a lot of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, you can't avoid ratings. At the end of the day, the market is going to be undefeated. And a lot of these corporations, Disney and Comcast, they have been protecting and, frankly, subsidizing this content. Again, once President Trump smashed that facade, he gave a permission structure to local broadcasters to finally stand up. And when you're losing money, in the case of Colbert, reportedly $50 million, that's only going to go so far. And the same thing with Kimmel. They're now facing the consequences of the choices that they made to appeal to a very, very narrow audience. Again, you can do that. You can start a podcast. You can go on YouTube. But if you're going to have a license from the FCC, we expect you to broadly serve the public interest.
Okay. We really appreciate your time. Brendan Carr. Thank you, sir. All right, it's been a rough couple of days for ABC following his reprehensible remarks about the newly revealed messages between Tyler Robinson and his transgender partner yesterday. ABC News reporter Matt Gutman was forced to apologize, saying in part that he was trying to underscore the contrast between the assassination and the disturbing texts. Now, before adding in a half-hearted apology that he deeply regrets that his words did not make that clear. Didn't make it clear. Your words did the exact opposite, Matt. In fact, yesterday you said that, quote, disturbing texts were touching. What? You might remember this.
And I don't think I've ever experienced a press conference in which we've read text messages that are so fulsome, so robust, so apparently, allegedly self-incriminating, and yet on the other hand, so touching, right? With the suspect reaching out to his roommate, who is allegedly his boyfriend, who we understand
they're literally drunk on fucking power, dude.
Now identifies as female. And the terminology he used, he was trying to protect him. He kept calling him my love. My reason for doing this is to protect you.
All right, here to weigh in on all of tonight's breaking news, Fox News contributor, our media guru, Joe Concha, is with us. This was predictable for a long time. when Colbert got fired, what did I say on this show? What did you say on this show? No doubt he had higher ratings than Kimmel. Kimmel would likely be next. I would argue Kimmel did this to himself, but of course, people want to blame conservatives for this happening. Well, can you name one prominent conservative? I've been boycotted in my career. There have been calls for my firing many times in my career. No liberal ever came to my defense, ever. My private
you
text
have a
messages
job.
released. No liberal
The
ever
government,
came to my
imagine if Joe Biden was like, we are going to direct the FCC to remove the broadcasting license of Fox News.
Can't find it. Don't see it online. And quite frankly, that's because it does not exist, Sean. The bottom line
The
is
irony
that
also
Jimmy
is
Kimmel
that
is
if the government were to do such a thing, they would fight back tooth and nail.
He is patently dishonest. He is craptastically stupid, and he is profoundly unfunny. And when you're those three things, this comes down to accountability and basic accounting. Accounting in terms of, like you mentioned, Colbert was losing $40-50 million
When a person
per
says
year to
something
produce
that a ton of people
that
find
show
offensive,
that
rude,
was a
dumb in real
distant
time, and that person
second
is
to
punished for it, it's not
Greg
going to
Gutfeld.
those
And
consequences for
then
your
Kimmel is
actions.
actually
You're a
behind
fucking
him in
idiot,
third
Dave
place,
Portnoy, but we all
losing
knew that already,
probably
dumb
about the
fuck.
same amount of money since they have more or less the same production costs. So this is basic math. Now, as far as accountability, the days are over when you can just go on national television and just make up any crap you want anytime and not think, something may happen eventually in terms of your affiliate saying, this is ridiculous. And don't tell me that, oh, well, this is comedy and get over it, guys, please. No, this wasn't comedy. This was Jimmy Kimmel talking about 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, who was
What are you
executed.
saying? He didn't even say anything bad, you fucking idiot.
He wanted to have a
Show
free
what he
exchange
said.
of
Show
ideas.
what he said and argue against
here's
it.
Kimmel's argument, by the way, Sean. So you're telling me that, oh, this was a MAGA supporter, Tyler Robinson, the shooter? Since when does a trans-loving guy who had anti-fascist on bullets, who's far left completely, who had a visceral hatred for Charlie Kirk, confess to it, how does that make him a MAGA supporter? And by the way, if the plan is, if he's MAGA, to take out the biggest supporter, the biggest advocate and activist Donald Trump has in the country, how does that make any sense? So he knew he was lying when he did this, and it's finally good to see that accountability is back in style. More importantly, maybe entertainment is back in style. No one wants to watch the DNC every night on ABC and CBS. When we had Carson and Letterman, even Conan O'Brien, Leno, as you mentioned, you would have the escapism, and you would actually laugh at 11:30 at night.
These guys,
and now,
I hate them.
These guys
I
are just
hate them
using
so
these
much.
platforms
They're like
as
mad
this
about TV shows, dude. They're like, oh, my favorite TV show doesn't hit the same. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Okay, I don't like the latest iteration of the Star Wars franchise. Okay, that doesn't mean that we get to fucking decide, that we get to tell the government to start bullying Disney so they can fucking make better Star Wars that reflects my values. More Andor, please. None of this new shit. What are you doing? It's so fucking crazy. Arrest Disney now.
It is a business. There is a business aspect to television. If you can't afford the production costs, you can't afford to be on the air, then that show's not going to survive. It's A squared, B squared, C squared. It's that simple. And then these companies are saying, okay, now you're going after a guy that was assassinated, a husband and father of two. Sorry, you're not worth it anymore. And they're the ones that pushed him out, but they'll claim it's conservatives.
That's the thing, right? I mean, Jimmy Kimmel literally went on the air in an interview with another network and said that he wished that no Trump supporter ever watched his show again. In other words, if you're a stockholder at Disney, you're like, wait a minute, you just told half the country not to watch you again? Why would you keep a clown like that around?
What do you mean? Like, yeah, okay, they didn't see that as a fireable offense. What's it to you? This is what I'm saying. Maybe it's because I feel so close to the situation, but this feels exactly like motherfuckers who are like, why is Hasan on Twitch? Why hasn't he been banned? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. What is this? The plan to turn Charlie Kirk's murder into a crackdown on the left. I know. Like, don't act like you give a fuck about their financial imperative. Who gives a shit?
Happened to me in the course of my career. I've never done it. And if you go back, I'm sure Bill Maher probably wouldn't remember, but the loudest voices defending him when Politically Incorrect got canceled on ABC were Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, and conservative voices. That was back in the day. Probably doesn't remember or care.
That was 2002. I remember that quite well. And that's the thing. You've never called for anything like that. Let the market dictate exactly what's going to happen here. And by the way, all these people that are getting fired for celebrating the murder, the execution of Charlie Kirk, I'm sorry. If you run a hospital, if you run a law firm, if you run a place where you get an education, I could go down the line, and you have an employee that is celebrating something that is that sick. I'm sorry, when you work for a company, you represent that company and that brand. And if you're going to celebrate the murder of a father of two like that, then you shouldn't be working there anymore. And employers are right to fire those people. It's not canceling. It's a matter of who do I want to work in my company? And
that's literally, that's what it is. That's cancel culture. Okay, that is what it is. Did you see Sinclair's full statement? They demanded Jimmy apologize and donate to the Turning Point USA. Oh my God, they're flexing. Oh my God, they're fucking dabbing on us, dude. They are dabbing on us.
Understand and to declare that no, we are not going to accept FCC control over private media entities in America. We are not going to accept the FCC trying to dictate what speech the people can hear. We're going to let the real market decide, not the phony market, which is just governmental coercion through the FCC. So yes, and that's why we need to take back the Congress. Forgive me for striking a political note on Constitution Day, but unless we get Republicans to come over and join us in a common alliance for the Constitution, the way that Liz Cheney did, the way Adam Kinzinger did, the way Mitt Romney did, then all of the burden is going to have to be on the Democratic Party to turn this around. But it's a very dangerous moment for those who believe in the Bill of Rights.
Well, and none of them are in Congress anymore, I should note. But on that front, you questioned the FBI Director Kash Patel today alongside other Republicans and Democrats on the Epstein files. What was your takeaway from what you heard from Kash Patel?
Are we being teabagged right now? Be honest. Yes.
Well, first of all, I was cheered that Kash Patel said that he denounced
teabagging.
across the board.
They're dabbing on us. They're teabagging on us. They whip their dicks out and they're fucking, and they're showing it. They put it on the table and they're demanding you suck it. Okay, straight up.
But in any event, it shouldn't be some kind of game of counting wins and losses on both sides. We should denounce it across the board.
Bro, we are so fucked. We are so fucked. What were we thinking? What were we thinking? What? Oh my God. Of course, if you have an administration filled to the brim with some of the dumbest psychopaths that you have ever encountered. People that you would not trust with your car, okay? People that you just would not want to be around at all. Some of the dumbest, most hysterical fucking losers filled to the brim with an administration that is only dedicated to dear leader. An administration that only cares about loyalty to dear leader above all else. What the fuck were we expecting? And all these stupid fucking companies are caving because they have a financial interest, thinking that as long as they keep their fucking head down, as long as they just go, yes, sir, we'll do whatever you want, the administration will allow them to keep bringing in higher profit margins every single quarter. Obviously being sensitive to the rhetoric climate right now, but genuinely, what should we do about this? Posting in Twitch chat and Twitter and IG stories is obviously not enough, but I don't see how you protest in the streets over the FCC and ABC, even though it's obviously egregious. Why not? I think it should. I think we should be protesting against the anti-fascist designation. I don't think it's going to happen until I don't think that mass discontent is going to erupt until someone goes to prison. Someone that doesn't deserve to be criminally punished is going to get criminally punished. It could be me. It could be someone else. But until that happens, I don't think people are going to wake up to the reality. This is just the beginning stages of anger. Okay? This is the beginning stages of resentment, and that resentment will only keep growing from this point on. Yeah. The calculation corporations have made is that Trump has the immediate power to hurt them, and also, this is crucial, that they won't suffer any penalty if/when the Dems are back in power. Dems need to make clear this calculation is wrong. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's just like I don't think that's the solution here either. JB Pritzker on MSNBC right now. Let's see what my goat is
standing
saying.
up, though, are much, much worse. We see it in
authoritarian regimes when things just happen. You know, there's a whole cadre of people who just step back, sit back, they're bystanders. They don't do anything about it because they're hoping if they duck and keep their head low, nothing will happen to them. Well, eventually something happens to them. We just saw J.D. Vance go and talk about maybe sending troops into Detroit. This is after the governor of Michigan has been working with the administration, trying to get things done for her state by, you know, sitting down with the president and figuring out what they could do together. And now this is how she's paid back. You can see that it does not matter. Making a deal with this administration leads simply to them getting, in the near term, what they want, which is capitulation. And in the long term, they're going to abrogate that deal. You've seen it Donald Trump's entire life. He breaks contracts. He did it in business over and over and over again. He would sue people when he knew that he was going to get sued in order to stop the action against him or prevent people from being able to afford to actually bring that lawsuit. Now he's president of the United States. He's got a lot more power at his fingertips. That pushback that he offers is hard, but we are fighting for our democracy now. And that is why people need to stand up and speak out.
It's interesting you brought up the governor of Michigan. There are others who have decided, in Congress too, that they need to kind of lay low. They need to make deals. There's questions about keeping the government open or not keeping the government open. It sounds like what you're saying is that's just not going to work. Appeasing is not going to work. And that's a lesson to other states where Trump may want to send National Guard or send ICE or play nice, but then still has plans to come after you.
Authoritarians want control. And every time they get someone to, you know, act in appeasing fashion, right, they make one step toward control, and they will silence that group, move on to the next one. And this is actually it's the playbook. You know, read On Tyranny, read so many books about how authoritarian regimes come about. That is what Donald Trump's trying to effectuate here. And we're seeing it with regard to the media now, silencing people who are opponents, political opponents of his administration. I mean, when that happens, well, what's left, actually, if no one can speak out because they're too afraid or because they have been fired and silenced? What's left? We really don't have a democracy.
This is such, I mean, you have been, you've had tough stories written about you. You've had tough broadcasts. Everybody who's a prominent governor has had this, right? You've answered tough questions. You've never called for media to be eliminated or to go away just because they're asking you tough questions. This is such an important part of our democracy. I've experienced this in a different way myself. Do you worry seeing the news today and seeing what happened with Colbert? They are late night comedy hosts, but it's a very close bridge to news broadcasters and others, that the ability to tell truth, to speak truth to power on broadcast media is not going to survive through this.
That's right. And so, again, when you don't have independent news media left, and look what they did with the White House correspondents, right? They essentially silenced or pushed back all of the kind of objective media, and now they've only got the right-wing bloggers and those who are friends of the administration sitting in the front. They're only calling on those people, mostly only calling on those people. And that's the kind of administration that we're seeing. This is the future of the country if we do not step up and speak out. That is my concern. And I've seen this over and over again. Look, I built a Holocaust museum with survivors. I've also read a whole lot about authoritarian regimes. This is the playbook, folks. If you're not paying attention now and doing something about it, well, then you're going to have to sit down.
Trump gets Bibi to secure hostage deal where North Gaza is permanently annexed, only to re-up and rearm Israel as it increases hostilities in West Bank to permanently annex West Bank. We're fully moving along in that direction. Aggressive prosecution in direct violation of the First Amendment over pro-Palestinian sentiment, worse than even Brandon. That already happened. Mamala writes her book, It Sucks, Everyone Makes Fun of Her, Career Over. Also, that happened. No lib resistance this time. Trump and Trumpian far-right politics are now the norm. Institutions that previously would present themselves as liberal now behave openly and outwardly right-wing. Oh my God, I forgot how much I fucking spat, dude. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? Trump, Elon, fallout, crash and burn also happened. Thin skin, China, Elon's connection to China. Well, it wasn't off that, but mass deportation initiatives are started, but never reach the numbers Trump promises since is quite negatively impactful on the economy. Once again, fucking clock it. More celebrities are openly Trump. Clocked it. TikTok doesn't get banned. Pre-watch Piker. Bibi doesn't get locked up by the ICC. Trump will go to great lengths to protect Israel. Obviously, there you go. Trump sucks will cause the right-wing content market to continue growing, but will set the stage for their inevitable demise. At least one, well, that already also has happened to the original right-wing guys. At least one massively consequential natural disaster. We're fully gearing up for war with China. Liberals who previously critiqued Trump will defend him on his initiatives in this direction. Hasn't really happened too much yet because we're too worried about the domestic affairs. Depending on how EU reacts, either American hegemony is permanently shattered or their fears of China cause the EU to also treat Trump like a savior. Oh my God, that is already happening. That second part is happening. Even both of them are happening. American hegemony is permanently shattered, but also EU is treating Trump like a savior. Europe far-right swing continues. Canada will not be annexed into the United States. PP victory for Canada. That was wrong. Wrong. I was wrong. GTA 6 is delayed. RFK dies in a very weird way while there's still time. At the time when I said this, Trump had not presented annexing Canada. That's my only wrong prediction so far. Or rather, Trump had started the process of saying it was going to happen. Marvel Rivals, Dead Meta, Overwatch 2 style, correct. GTA 6 is delayed, correct. Packwatch, Joe Brandon. Oh my God. Joe Brandon, Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell. Yeah, Trudeau hadn't resigned yet. Thank you. That's the reason. Saying this about Biden before his cancer diagnosis, what did you know? I'm actually shook. I mean, what more can I predict? The year isn't over yet. We're in the ninth month, and I've already fucking every single thing happened. Every single thing, with the exception of PP victory for Canada, has already taken place. Bro, make some nice predictions. You're fucking us. Dog, I can only interpret events that have taken place to basically tell you what I think is going to happen. I can't just like invent a new reality. I'm not a Republican, okay? I can't just like hallucinate. I can't hallucinate an alternative reality. I'm not a Republican commentator. Well, I might have to become one soon, lest I get perma-banned from every platform, it seems. Jesus Christ. Pete Jars, you should do tarot card readings when political streaming gets banned by Trump. Yeah. Hasan, will you be playing the new Silent Hill when it comes out on the 25th? Maybe. Predict that I'll get some bitches in 2026. You will not. War with Venezuela prediction? No, I did not think that we would go to war with Venezuela. In the hours leading up to the decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel, two sources familiar with the matter say senior executives at ABC, its owner, Disney, and its affiliates convened emergency meetings to figure out how to minimize the damage. Multiple execs felt that Kimmel had not actually said anything over the line, the two sources say, but the threat the Trump administration retaliation loomed. FCC head sent a GIF I saw. It's not enough for this administration to be anti-speech, apparently. They also have to be fucking cringe as hell. It's true. Cope Harder Demon. Trump administration announces new civics effort with MAGA-aligned groups. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, heliante. What the heliante? Anyway, do you check your TikTok DMs? No worries if not. ADL shooting their shot, too. ADL to lobby lawmakers on anti-Semitism legislation. Oh my God. These motherfuckers never... Dude. The devil works hard, but the ADL works harder, bro. The bill ADL is pushing would codify a definition of anti-Semitism that includes legitimate criticisms of Israel. It's the same definition Trump has used to crack down on universities, foreign students, and constitutional rights. It's extremely controversial among Jewish Americans. Anti-Semitism in the elementary and secondary schools and higher education makes up nearly 30% of anti-Semitic incidents nationwide. ADL parents and leaders from across the country are on Capitol Hill today to tell lawmakers to make sure Jewish students are protected in all classrooms. Oh my Lord. Previous message, please. r/conservative got a Grim Reaper opening your door on their front page, by the way. What? That's the r/conservative. Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Hassan Piker, Fafo. Dude, how did I become this guy? I actually don't know. I actually don't understand how I became like public enemy number one. Because like I shit on the Democrats quite a bit. Is that what it is? They just like stupidly thought that I was like anti-Democrat and therefore not anti-Republican and they felt betrayed or something? Because I don't get it. Muslim ties, dog. Both tankies and fascists think you're the vanguard. Didn't even bother removing the blood while they cry about political violence. Yeah. What is happening? Like, what is going on, bro? What the fuck? It's crazy because I only see love when I go outside. You know what I mean? I don't get it. These people don't go outside. Most people on Reddit don't go outside. The View, please. Destiny around the corner, sitting in his cuck chair. With how unhinged he's been lately, they need to make sure he's not the next shooter. I don't like cancel culture personally. Yeah, man. In my city, I can't even disagree with anyone. I said I was fiscally conservative once. I was let go. That's all I said. A blue hair wonder complained to HR that I make her workspace unsafe. Turnabout is fair play. Yeah, I'm going to doubt that one. Okay. I'm going to fucking doubt that one. Hell yes, I will drink to this. Dog, you're on Reddit. You're drinking on Reddit. That's so sad. The trifecta would be The View. I hope all the crying libs on our news are stalking this post to watch us celebrate. The times they are a-changin'. The world is healing. The View. That show has got to go. I can't. Those bitches, they're obnoxious. Bro, this is so funny because it's like, brother, you're still going to be addicted to fentanyl. Okay? Like, it's still coming for you. You know what I mean? You're going to have a dangerous worksite injury, and then your doctor is going to give you fent, and you're going to have a crippling addiction. The doctor's going to give you Oxycontin, and you're going to have a crippling addiction to Fenty. Okay? Like, The View is banned. I'm banned. Your life still sucks. Try to fix that. Okay? This is what I don't understand. It's like, bro, I want to help you. I want to help you. I want to make sure that you get the proper health care, you know, whether you want it or not. You can fight. You can go out kicking and screaming. I'm going to force that delicious, amazing, life-saving, preventative medical care from a doctor that you can go and see whether you want it or fucking not. All right? How Hasan hasn't been banned from Twitch is one of life's greatest mysteries. They seriously have the biggest hard-on for the guy, despite all the absolutely deplorable, tone-deaf, and flat-out violent things he said. He can survive literally going on stream and calling for leftists to shank capitalists and let their guts pour out, slice them and dice them, literally calling for political violence there. Not to mention, he basically said he didn't care that rapes took place on October 7th because the dude's an unhinged, terrorist-supporting nut job. We are currently in the find-out phase. Like, is this your biggest life's accomplishment? There are so many conservative commentary folks that I just despise, that I find to be utterly repulsive, right? Straight up. This is a olive branch for you guys, okay? There are so many conservative commentary people that I fucking absolutely despise. But like, it wouldn't change my life even this much if one of them got fucking banned. As a matter of fact, one of them literally got killed, okay? And I'm not too excited about the prospect anyway. So, like, we don't even need to look for a hypothetical alternative. Like, it literally just happened, okay? And it wasn't great. It was pretty fucked up. You know what I mean? It's just like, it doesn't, I don't know. I just, like, how do you lock yourself into this bind? I will never understand that. How will you ever get out of this situation that you have placed upon yourself, this mental prison that you exist under, this self-inflicted wound where you have narrowed in your focus to an utterly powerless individual? You give me the power when you have this level of resentment, when I have this much domination and control over your life. I go away tomorrow, you're going to forget about it in like 4 days, okay? And then you're back to square one. Shit fucking sucks. And I'll give you an example, okay? A lot of people hated trans people. They were like, oh, yeah, finally, let's take out these transgenders, okay? They're unfairly getting 8th place in swim competitions, okay? We got to deal with that. That's what I care about, right? Like, that was a big motivator for a lot of people. It's been months. It's been months since the Trump administration forced the NCAA's hand. Are things better for you? Do you go back and think about how glorious that moment was when he signed that executive order? No. Shit still sucks. Do you understand? Oh, all of a sudden, the left has a problem with cancel culture and thinks it's solely something. This is the other thing where it's like, oh, the left loves cancel culture. It's like, no, man, not everyone does, okay? Not that it fucking matters, because you're currently demonstrating how much you love cancel culture. So what good does that make to say, well, the left loves it too? Did none of you motherfuckers have parents? Did they not tell you an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind? Did you not learn about that phrase? What that means, you know? I'm so desperate for hog feedback that I'm so desperate for hog feedback that I'm going straight to the source. You literally co-sponsored anti-boycott legislation. You literally enabled this moment by undercutting free speech norms. It's true. Kimmel, Colbert, suits against the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, 60 Minutes, extorting settlements from CBS, ABC, and others, blocking the AP's access to the White House. This asshole is my senator, by the way. This administration is responsible for the most blatant attacks on the free press in American history. What will be left of the First Amendment when he's done? Yeah, you don't give a shit. I call him Adam Shit. He's got a real mortgage issue. Everybody knows it. Anyway. Ugh. What? If you get banned here, you could legit go to OnlyFans? I'm not going to go to fucking OnlyFans, dude. What are you talking about? There are obviously other platforms out there that are even larger and less worried about government pressure, like fucking YouTube. They don't hate you. They hate the false picture of you in their head. I mean, that's true as well. But even then, like, false picture aside, if there was someone that caused this much anger and resentment in my heart, I would just avoid thinking about them, you know? But anyway, yeah, there's fucking YouTube, okay? And if they pursue me if they pursue me when I go to fucking YouTube, then they might as well just arrest me and throw me in prison, you know? So obviously, follow me on all the platforms, whether it be Instagram, whether it be Twitter, whether it be TikTok, or especially YouTube, okay? Obviously. And considering that the bulk of my revenue comes from subscriptions, because the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. An ad-free experience awaits all of you at the Piker Broadcasting Service. Your voluntary contributions are my only source of revenue. But basically, if they were to take that out, I'll just fucking set up a membership structure on YouTube, and I just continue doing this. A big part of what I do here is completely grassroots, right? It's completely grassroots. That's another thing. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Another thing that Enrique Tarrio found out was the same exact problem that both Ethan Klein and Dan Saltman ran into, okay? They were like, oh, we wanted to go after his sponsors, but he doesn't have any, which is why we arrived at the conclusion of going after all of the Twitch advertisers, even though I don't run ads and I'm on a political CCL. So they always arrive at the same shit. Sometimes I think, are you dumb? Stop daring the right winger saying you might as well go to prison. I mean, yeah. Yo, it's Pipes and Tank Erden. Thank you for the gifted. What is this? This you? Okay, well, a lot of that going around. Unc, I'm sorry, but you have some of the dumbest ops of all fucking time. Unfortunately, they have power. Yeah. Is there any evidence that these people all work together? No, they didn't work together. ADL and Dan Saltman, yes. And also Republican congresspersons, yes. Proud Boys are doing their own thing, but they arrived at the conclusion separately. You've been shadow banned and relentlessly targeted for a decade. I don't know how you do it. I mean, one must ask themselves why, in spite of being shadow banned and targeted and relentlessly smeared by virtually every side of the political spectrum, that there is still an incredibly fucking strong 100% not shadow banned. No, they did. They did 100% on election day, like the week of the election, and it still didn't matter. But my point is, there's a reason why this community keeps growing. There's a reason why there's still plenty of people when there's news unfolding that they want to tune into, they want to hear what I have to say about it. And that's because all of the fucking smears are bullshit. If I was truly this like repulsive, monstrous piece of shit that my haters fucking present, then yeah, I don't think I would have a large community. But they think there's like a secret. Only if they watch the appropriate amount of like fuck Hasan videos will they turn around and change their minds, you know? Whereas in most circumstances, I feel like it just backfires. This is the biggest attack on free speech since the McCarthy era, but it also has significantly less popular consensus behind it than the second Red Scare. It's being done on behalf of a minority faction led by the most unpopular president in modern history. Organizing against this can win. Yes, I do agree with that. That's why this is not a moment to feel discouraged or scared or fearful. The reason why they're doing this is because they're weak. If they weren't weak, they wouldn't be doing this. If they didn't recognize their powerlessness, they wouldn't be doing this. If they weren't fearful if they were not fearful of mass discontent, they wouldn't be trying to make an example out of random fucking people. Okay? So that's it. You can't cave You can't be fearful. You can't let these guys, these fucking bullies, these weak, cowardly little bullies, make you sit at home and worry about what comes next. Anyway, I love that this is the massive copium. So I've read Destiny got banned, but haven't seen anything official. He wasn't. You're a fucking idiot. Does anyone have a link to any official confirmation of that? Personally, I want to see him charged for what he has said as well and get him some rehab. Dude genuinely look and has been acting like he's sniffing the fast powder. And then, yes, Hasan needs to be dealt with as well. I don't actually think he's as insane as he presents himself and is just scared of his audience turning on him if he comes back to reality, but that doesn't get him off the hook. See, I can win over this motherfucker. The reason why he's coping with this reality is that he actually likes my content. That's a conservative hog that actually comes in here, and this is his I am his bias. Okay? I'm his favorite, but also at the same time, I'm his Twitch bias. Okay? Where he knows I'm his guilty pleasure. Yeah. He knows that there's a lot of entertainment that he can derive out of watching me, but he can't get himself to fully lean in because he has been he's been pumped chock full of fucking conservative reactionary sentiment his whole life. I am his problematic fave. Antifa now, official terrorist organization. I guess I'm a terrorist. I guess I'm officially a terrorist now, as the CEO of Antifa, the terrorism organization of Antifa. Don't say that, bro. Man, get the fuck out of here. What are they going to do? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Even if they do something, that's completely fucking insane. It's just, we're just going to start prosecuting opinions? Like what? I mean, that's what they're trying to do. Throw Joyless Reed in there too. Joyanne Reed was fired for her fucking pro-Palestinian speech. And this guy's still holding on to some fucking gripe. God, conservatives are so funny. I expect debanking is next. Yeah, that's, I don't know about that. Don't you think all of what they're doing is insane? Yes. Does the terror thing mean anything? I mean, who knows? Move your fucking money overseas. This guy's still standing 10 toes down with terrorists. I mean, are you a fascist? Because the Trump administration, as of an hour ago, has declared anti-fascism, which is a thought or an action, which is what your grandfather did when fighting the Nazis, to be a terror organization. So in that regard, yes. Think about that. Are you dumb AF? Don't answer that. We know. Check me on X. I'm pretty cool. Look, literally, look. Antifa, short for anti-fascist, is not a single group, but a loose network of activists who oppose far-right and fascist movements. They organize protests, counter-rallies, and sometimes direct action against white supremacist groups or far-right events. Trump says he is moving to designate them as a major terrorist organization. There is no organization. Anti-fascism is an action. Anti-fascism is a movement. Anti-fascism is an opinion. Okay? So what do you have to say to that? That's your president, big dog. He just declared fascism to be legal and anti-fascism to be illegal. What? You follow a dude that talks about killing the president with a simp chick Taylor? What? Okay, never mind. He's hallucinating. I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? What the fuck's he talking about? Sir, you have a gas leak in your home. Video of you saying someone has to do it? Oh my God. Oh, he's too stupid to understand. Brother, that's not me saying it. That's me talking about the air of discontent. You do understand that I cover the news all the time, okay? When I cover the news and offer analysis, that does not mean I agree with everything that I'm covering. Do you agree with everything that you watch and respond to? Because in that situation, I'm not the only one who's standing 10 toes down with terrorists. It seems like you are as well. Welcome to Antifa. You are now a part of the organizational structure since you're watching me right now. There you go. Oh, it's out of context, lol. No, it's not even out of, I don't even know what the context that you could possibly be talking about, because it's me literally explaining the environment of anger against politicians and the systems itself. Okay? You can't just go, oh, it's out of context, lol. Like, I don't even know what the context is. I don't even know what you're referencing. If you're talking about me referencing people saying someone's got to do it, okay, that's not me saying that. That's me talking about other people saying that. You're being way too charitable to the chatter, man. I think he can be salvaged. This is a dumb fuck fan of your former podcast co-host. He's hitting all the same talking points. Maybe. Notice how prosecuting speech can be quite difficult. Perhaps this is a wonderful example of why prosecuting speech can be quite difficult, don't you think? Anyway, did you see the David stuff? No. I saw pieces of it, but I'm not going to be able to get to it tonight because I'm too fucking tired. This has been a long day and a major roller coaster of emotions. Okay? So that is, that's what I got going on for the day.
Hey, I'm just doing this to sound like Bo Burnham in the beginning, but
I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord, friend gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pigs so soon. You wait, say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon. Just you wait, ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. You wait, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll beat Nameless King soon. You wait, sha-da. Oh shit, he already did. Oh wow. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through,